Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The lure of gold brought many settlers to the early western United States. The government regulated the filing of claims to the best of its ability, but gunplay settled many boundary disputes, and it was in the gold country that the masked rider of the plains did some of his best work. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought for the rights of honest men, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. And now return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills. There's going to be trouble in the gold country. Hi-yo, Silver!
Away! Steve Gardner's mine was in the district surrounding Oak Falls. As our story opens, we see a hard-faced man working at the end of the long tunnel which has been dug into the side of the hill.
Colors. Gold ore. I hit the vein. Bull! Hey, Bull!
What do you want, Jake?
Come here and come a-running.
Hey, what's the excitement?
Bull, I found it. I found it. I knew blame well Steve's vein hadn't run out. All he'd done was come to a fault. If he'd kept on going, he'd have struck the vein again.
Shabba Jehoshaphat. Here, give me that pick. I'm going to have a look for myself.
There. Just pick up that piece you knocked off and have a look at it.
Golly, it's richer than it was before Steve lost it.
And bigger. Look at there. Well, that vein's twice as thick through as it was before.
We're rich. We're going to have a fortune.
Hold on a second.
Huh? What for?
Ain't you forgetting something?
Forgetting something?
You're forgetting this vein ain't on our claim. Where we're standing is Steve's property.
That's so. But that something can be fixed.
Yeah?
We could offer him a price for his claim. After all, as far as he knows, it ain't worth much.
Oh, don't be a doggone fool. You know just how far we'd get trying to do business with him again after that one claim we sold him.
The one we sold it, you mean? Jake, I never seen a fella so tarnation mad as he was after that deal. He was fit to be tied.
Especially because he couldn't prove nothing. But it looks like the couple of $100 we made on that claim is going to keep us from cleaning up on this other.
I don't know. Steve's pa's mighty sick and needs a heap of doctoring. Steve might jump at the chance to get a little cash on hand.
Maybe, but I doubt it.
Well, come along. Won't hurt none to talk to him. If he's too blame stubborn to sell, well, there's ways to get around that.
You got something in mind, Bull?
I might have. Here's the hole that takes us into the main tunnel. Blast it, Jake, why'd you have to make it so small a fella can hardly squeeze through?
Well, it had to be small enough to cover up easy, didn't it? If anybody ever found out we tunneled from our claim into Steve's, it'd be the devil to pay.
Well, you go on through first.
Sure. Shoulder. All right, Bull, come on.
Blasted hole ain't big enough for a snake. There. Like I was saying, Jake, if Steve won't sell, I got another idea.
Yeah?
I figure something happened to Steve, his pa'd sell out and be glad of the chance.
Something happened to Steve. Now, look here, Bull. If you're planning to drill him, you can count me out. I don't aim to have the sheriff on my trail.
We couldn't be blamed if somebody else drilled him, could we?
Huh?
Yeah, here's the entrance. Doggone if I ain't always glad to get outside again where a fella don't have to worry about rock caving in on him. Yeah. There's smoke showing from Steve's place. He must be home all right. Come on.
Just what you mean about somebody else drilling Steve?
You ever hear of Big Stone Canyon?
Oh, don't recollect nothing.
If Steve won't sell, that place is just made to order for us.
Yeah, but what
I'll
about...
tell you about it later. We don't want Steve to hear nothing.
Come on in. Why, if I'd known it was you fellas knocked, I'd have told you to go to blazes.
Fixing yourself something to eat, huh? Maybe it's being hungry makes you so blamed unsociable.
Get out of here.
Is that Jason Bull, Stevie?
Yeah, Pa, but them skunks won't be in here long.
Now, Steve, 'tain't no use you talking like that when we come to do business. You ailing so you can't get out of bed, Mr. Gardner?
I'm allus ailing, Dad Rabbit. If it ain't one thing, it's the other. Stevie, give me another swaller of my medicine, won't you?
Just a minute, Pa, till I've settled with these polecats. All right, state your business, then make tracks.
Steve, how would you like to sell out?
Sell out?
Sure. Me and Jake was just talking today about how bad you needed cash. We thought maybe if we bought your claim, it'd help you out some.
We wouldn't be needing cash if you hadn't cheated us on that other claim you sold us.
Shucks, Steve, we're as sorry about that as you are. That's why we'd like to make it up to you now.
Sure. That's why, Steve.
You're up to something crooked again. You fellas never done nobody a favor in your lives.
Your claim's petered out, ain't it?
Yeah, but
and a
it's
little
not...
cash is better than none, ain't it?
Not if it's your cash.
Ah, come on now, Steve. That ain't no way to talk.
Shut up and listen to me. I know you fellas sold that claim I bought off on you. Even if I can't get evidence, it'll stand up in court. If I hadn't found the one I got now, we'd have been dead broke, and Pa might have died. And I don't care if this claim's finished, too. I'll never do business with low-down, ornery, cheating skunks like you fellas again. And that goes as it lays, so get.
Come on, Jake. Ain't no use talking sense to an hombre that don't know sense when he sees it.
If you fellas come in here again, I'll take my shooting iron to you.
We gave you your chance, Steve, and you threw it down. We won't be back. Blasted fool.
Told you he wouldn't listen, didn't I?
And I told you if he didn't, there was another way to deal with him. And there is. Come on. I'll tell you about Big Stone Canyon and what I had in mind.
It was almost 2 weeks later that Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, heard someone call to him as he rode down a winding mountain trail.
Injun! Hey, Injun!
Oh, Scout. Oh.
Come over here, Redskin. Come here. I want to talk to you.
Me come. Get him up, Scout.
Gosh almighty, Injun. I'm sure glad to see you.
Oh, Scout. Oh. You want me?
Injun, would you like to make yourself some cash?
What me do?
You know where Oak Falls is?
That's where a fella mine gold.
That's right. That's where I was heading when my horse went lame just now. Blast the luck. I had something real important to do there. Now I won't be able to make it.
Where horse?
That's my horse over there, tethered to that sapling. Now look here, Redskin. You do like I want, and there's more than $100 in it for you.
That plenty.
You just bet it is. Are you on?
You tell Tonto what do.
Well, it's like this, Injun. I've been prospecting around these hills, and I run across a place where there's more gold laying around loose than you can shake a stick at. I wanted to get to Oak Falls to tell a fella I know about it. Now that my horse is lame, I can't ride no farther.
Me tell fella you find gold.
No, Injun, you can't do that.
What matter?
Well, you see, Injun, the fella I want you to tell don't like me. He thinks I done him a dirty deal once, so he won't believe nothing I say.
Oh.
I was wondering how I'd let him know without my name being connected with it. Then when I seen you, it came to me how it could be done.
What feller's name?
He's a young hombre by the name of Steve Gardner. You can't mistake him. He's got a pa that's ailing all the time. Here, I'll give you this poke of mine. There's over $100 worth of gold in there.
Where you get gold?
You just tell Steve you found this gold in Big Stone Canyon, and...
What you say?
Say, you know that place?
No, me not know.
Oh. I didn't figure you looked like an Injun to come from around them parts. Well, will you do it?
How to do it?
Tell Steve Big Stone Canyon is right where the Bitterroot swings south on the other side of the hills. He can tell it by all the big stones laying loose outside the entrance. And you can keep them nuggets for your trouble. Now, you got everything straight?
Me not forget.
Good. That's just fine. Now, get along with you. Remember, you do it just like I said.
Me go now.
Adios.
Get 'em up, Scout.
You say you know there isn't gold in Big Stone Canyon, Tonto?
No, they're not Golden Canyon.
But you didn't let 'em suspect you'd been there before, did you?
Me fool 'em plenty.
Good. I wonder what that fellow's game is. You said Big Stone Canyon is the burial place of a famous Indian chief. That means it's sacred to his tribe. Any white man found prospecting there would be killed.
Not right.
Tonto, we're going to look into this.
What we do?
Steady, Silver. We're riding to Oak Falls.
Oh.
You're going to do exactly what that man told you. Unless he thinks that Steve Gardner is tricked, he'll not show his hand. Show Steve the gold. Tell him you found it in the canyon. Then leave the rest to me.
How to do that?
Come on, Tonto.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Go right ahead, Redskin. Fill up your plate again. You're welcome to anything we got here.
Me not want more.
Shucks, you haven't had enough to keep a bird alive. Hey, Paul, feeling good enough to have some of this bacon?
Now, you just let me sleep some, Stevie. Maybe later on in the day I'll be able to swallow some victuals.
Him sick?
Paul ain't been well for the past 5 years, Redskin. Gosh, I'd give my right arm to have the cash to send him east where he could be took care of right. But it ain't likely I'll ever have that much all at one time.
Maybe me help him.
Huh? What could you do?
Injun know many medicine, paleface not know.
Well, it's mighty kind of you, Redskin, but I reckon you couldn't do any more for him than a sawbones in town has done. Hey, where you going?
Me leave now.
What are you doing with that leather poke?
Me pay for grub.
Now, hold on, Redskin. We don't want no pay for what you ate. Why, Jerusalem, Redskin. Where'd you get that gold?
Me find long way off.
Gold? If I knew where to lay my hands on some nuggets like Tim, I could take care of Paul the way he should be. I could... Gosh, Redskin, you wouldn't tell me just where it was you found that, would you?
Me tell you.
You will?
Me find in Big Stone Canyon.
Huh? Where's that?
It's where Bitterroot River goes south. The big stone outside. That how canyon get name.
And there's more of that gold where you found that?
Plenty more.
Whoa! Say, you haven't told nobody else about this canyon, have you?
Can't only tell you.
Paul, did you hear that? Redskin told me where I could get more gold like he's got. Hey, Redskin, come here. You said maybe you could help Paul. I don't suppose you can, but would you be willing to stay with him while I'm gone? If you ain't, I'll have to let that gold go. I can't leave Paul by himself.
No, Stevie.
Me stay.
Redskin, you're a gift from heaven. You're the best fellow I ever seen. I'm getting packed and I'm leaving for Big Stone Canyon today. Come on, boy. Don't be traipsing along so slow. Get up there. Shucks, you're the laziest horse I ever did see. But I'm telling you, fella, if you carry me to where there's real pay dirt, I'll see to it you don't ever have to work again. I'll turn you loose where the pasturing's long and tasty and green. I'll feed you so many oats you'll get so fat you won't be knowing yourself.
Come on, Silver!
Who's that?
Hurry on, Paul!
A masked man, an outlaw. Get up there, get up there.
Hold on there!
Get away from me. Get up there.
You can't get away! Stop your horse!
Let go of that bridle or I'll plug you.
No, you won't!
You snatched my gun.
Go, Silver! Over!
Blast you, what's the idea? You can't get
You're
away.
going with me, Steve.
But wait a
Don't
minute.
argue. You're going to my camp.
I haven't no cash. I ain't got nothing an outlaw'd want.
That's what we're going to find out.
I got it. You're a friend of Bulls and Jakes. They sent you gunning for me. Just like them polecats to hire somebody to shoot me down.
Just the contrary. I'm saving your life. Hi-yo, Silver!
Wait, I tell you, wait.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As Steve Gardner was making his way toward Big Stone Canyon in the belief that he could find gold there, he was captured by the Lone Ranger. Several weeks later, we see the two miners, known as Bull and Jake, as they approach the Gardner cabin.
Don't figure we're calling on old Andy too soon, do you, Bull?
Steve's been gone 3 weeks, ain't he?
Yeah, but I
But
don't...
nothing. I savvy them Injuns by Big Stone Canyon. If they didn't scalp Steve for going in there, I'll eat my shirt.
They most likely did, but you can't be sure.
Look here, Jake. If Steve was alive, he'd have been back here by this time after finding out he got fooled.
Yeah, maybe.
And if he ain't been killed, it don't make no difference. Just so he ain't around.
Huh? Why don't it?
Because I've been looking things up. And I found where he's got both his claims registered in his pa's name.
Is that a fact?
Uh-huh. We're going to get Andy to sell out to us, or I'll know the reason why.
He ain't like Steve. I ain't worried about him not selling it.
Good morning, Tonto. I told you didn't have to knock. It ain't Tonto.
Nope, Andy. It's me and Jake.
You wouldn't have walked in here like that if Steve was to home.
This ain't no time for hard words, Andy. We got some bad news for you.
Bad news.
About Steve, your boy.
There ain't nothing happened to him, has there?
Well, No, shucks, you tell him, Jake.
Wait till I sit down.
Sure.
I thought I was getting stronger since Tonto's been here, but I reckon I'm a mite weaker than I figured.
Andy, this redskin you call Tonto's been the means of killing Steve.
No. Steve? Dead? No. It can't be so.
I'm powerful sorry to have to tell you about it, but it's so. Me and Bull just heard about it today, so we came right over.
Go on.
You see, Andy, it seems like this canyon where Steve went is a bad place for white folks. The Injuns up there won't stand for a white man going in the canyon, because it's a place where a chief of theirs was buried.
And when Steve went inside looking for gold, them redskins found his trail and killed him.
Steve dead. I just don't seem able to get it through my head. It don't seem no ways possible.
As a trapper told us, he wouldn't have no reason for lying about it.
I reckon not.
I don't suppose you're any too well fixed for cash, are you, Andy?
If it hadn't been for Tonto, I wouldn't have had nothing to eat. And to think it was Tonto got my boy killed.
What we was thinking was that maybe now, needing cash like you do, you'd consider selling the claim.
Selling?
Oh, why not? You ain't got the strength to work it.
No.
And what if Steve was again selling it to us? He sure wouldn't ask you to starve on account of the way he felt.
I don't know. It don't seem hardly right. But there ain't nobody else that'll buy, and I gonna have cash for grub.
Then you'll sell, sure enough?
Give me time to sort of think it over, won't you?
Sure, if that's what you want, Andy. We ain't gonna rush things. Only...
Yeah?
Well, even if you do like this redskin that's been staying with you, I wouldn't think you'd exactly hanker to be living off him no longer. After what happened.
Just let me think it over, that's all. I'll give you your answer tomorrow.
Good enough. Let's get home, Jake. I reckon Andy'd like to be alone for a spell.
Uh-huh. We'll be back again tomorrow at just the same time.
I'll be here.
Good day to you.
Steve, gone. The boy I raised all these years. There wa'n't no finer boy anywhere.
Andy,
A masked man.
listen to me, Andy. Steve isn't dead.
But they just told me.
I know what they told you, but I'm telling you the truth.
But,
Here, read this. It's a note from Steve. I think it'll explain everything.
Why, he says he's been with you all this time.
He has.
But why didn't he let me know? Why?
It was hard on you, Andy, but it had to be done this way. If you'd known the truth, Bull and Jake might have guessed it. This way, they're convinced you believe Steve is dead.
But, stranger, I still don't
Does
see...
that note convince you that I'm your friend?
Steve says to trust you, mister, and I reckon what Steve says is good enough for me.
Good. I've learned a number of things lately. Enough to find a way to punish Bull and Jake.
What's that?
They plotted Steve's death, Andy. But if you do exactly what I tell you, they'll be brought to justice.
They schemed to kill Steve?
They did.
Why, the low-down rotten skunks. Stranger, tell me what your scheme is.
Well, Andy, we're back like we promised we'd be.
I don't reckon you feel much like talking business the way things are, but, well, after all, you got to think of how you're going to live.
That's all right, fellers. Sit down.
Well, now, you're taking it real sensible. Sure, we'll sit down.
Have you made up your mind yet?
I suppose rightly I ought to sell.
Why, sure you should.
And like I told you before, there ain't been nobody but you fellers ever gave an offer for the claim.
Shucks, why should they? The vein run out, didn't it?
That's what I can't figure. If the claim's no good, what do you fellers want with it?
Now, look here, Andy. Don't get the notion we're going to offer a whole pile of cash for the mine.
What do you give me?
Oh, $100? We don't aim to be stingy about this.
It ain't enough.
Huh? Why, you're loco.
Shucks, don't argue with them, Jake. We'll give 200.
Nope. If you want that mine, you'll give 1,000.
I say, that's twice as much as you paid us for that other claim.
Uh-huh.
Well, we won't
Shut up, Jake. Andy, it's a bargain. We'll pay you 1,000. Though why we're so doggone soft-hearted, I'll be blamed if I know.
You got the cash with you?
How much are you carrying, Jake?
I got it if you don't mind taking folding money.
Folding money'll do me. Just a second. I got the papers here all ready for signing.
Good enough. How about witnesses?
Wait, I think I seen a couple of fellas just pass by. They'll do all right. Hey, you fellas.
All us?
Step in here a minute, won't you?
Sure.
They coming?
They're right here. Howdy, fellas. Step in. Don't mind witnessing some papers, do you?
Shucks, glad to oblige.
Here's the papers, fellers, and here's pen and ink on the table. Look the papers over, then sign up and pay me the cash.
I'll look at them papers.
Them the right ones, Bull?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, these are the ones, all right.
Where's that pen, huh?
Whoa, what the?
An outlaw.
We're in a man.
Stand still, all of you.
Are you-
coming? Careful, Jake. He looks like he'll plug you.
I will if you slap brother.
What do you want with us? If this is a hold-up, you'll pay for it, mister.
We ain't got no cash on a stranger. Honest, we ain't.
I'll see about that. Line up there.
You can't.
And keep still.
Take your hands off of me. I ain't got no cash, I told you.
Don't move. I'll search the rest of you. You there. You.
Yeah.
Nothing worth taking.
We told you we didn't have
I
any.
just wasted my time on you. I'm going. But if a man follows me outside of this door within the next 10 minutes, he'll get drilled.
Ooh.
Gosh, he never even touched the pocket that had my cash in it.
Well, maybe he didn't. We're going to sign these papers pronto and give the cash to Andy. Then if that crook comes back again, it'll be Andy that's robbed instead of us. Here, hand me that pen.
The deed was transferred and the money paid. Then, the next day, Bull and Jake, congratulating themselves on their cleverness, went to work with pick and shovel in the mine.
I'm going to rest a minute, Jake. Ooh, that's hot work.
Boy, it sure is.
The more I think this deal over, Jake, the funnier it strikes me.
It was a slick one, all right.
But the best part of it is that even when we get through to where the vein starts again, old Andy won't be able to say nothing. It ain't our fault we run into high-grade ore, and it's happened lots of times before that mines that were supposed to be worthless started paying again.
Yeah.
The old galoot kind of surprised me, though. I never reckoned he'd be stubborn enough to hold out for what he did.
Shucks, I thought he'd jump at the chance to get 100 for his claim.
Well, it don't matter none. We'd paid 10 times as much, we'd still be getting a bargain. Well, this ain't getting us nowhere, standing here talking. Yeah. How much further do you figure we have to dig, Jake?
Maybe 5-6 feet.
Well, then, let's get at it. We're through. We strike the vein?
Yeah, look, nice colors.
By golly, you're right. Jake, we bought a fortune for $1,000.
Yeah, look at that.
Stop working now.
What, the same masked man?
Come on, men.
Well, folks, thanks for doing that work for me. You too, Jake.
Steve.
We thought you was dead.
Well, I ain't, and I've come back to claim my
You
mine.
can't do it.
We don't care what happened. This mine was bought and paid for by us.
Even if you ain't dead, Steve, your pa had the right to sell it.
Andy sold you men of mine, but not this one.
Huh? What's that?
If you look at your deed again, you'll find you bought the mine, you sold it, and sold to Steve some time ago.
That ain't so. Bull, you looked at them papers, didn't you?
He's trying to bluff us. Of course I looked at them, and they was for this mine right here.
Well, they were when you looked at them,
What do you mean?
but you didn't sign the same papers you looked at.
Look,
The masked feller's giving you the right of it, fellers.
But we signed the papers was on the table.
Do you remember when I came in the cabin yesterday?
and held us up.
You were so busy watching me that you didn't pay any attention to Andy. He'd had a second group of papers prepared, and he substituted those when you weren't looking.
Boy, the dirty...
It was your own fault. You couldn't wait until the papers were signed and the money given to Andy. You wanted him to be the loser in case of another holdup.
Oh, you tricked us.
I'll show
Watch
him.
out, Andy.
Oh, let go of my arm. Hey, you're breaking it.
Drop that gun.
There it is.
I'll take care of the crooks now, stranger.
Sheriff.
There, you're prisoner, Sheriff.
I'll see if they get a plenty. If we can't hold 'em on nothing else, assault with intent to kill, keep 'em in jail a mighty long time. All right, boys, bring 'em along. Come on.
Yeah, Steve, I was sure glad to hear it when the masked man told me you was still alive.
Paul, when I first met up with the masked feller, I figured him to be a friend of these skunks. But it didn't take me long to figure different after I talked to him.
But how'd he find out there was gold here?
He didn't know it till after these crooks started to work. He said we'd let them think they'd bought the mine, then they'd show why they wanted it.
Well, I'll be doggone. They showed us where the gold was, and on top of that, paid us back twice as much as we'd paid them for that no-good claim they sold us.
Paul, now you can go east and get all the fancy doctrine you need.
Look here, Stevie. I don't need no doctrine. The masked feller made us rich, and the Injun made me well. Them two fellers beat anything I ever seen.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Prairie Grove! Son is waiting for us! Hello, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, many criminals traveled to the new territory in the hope of finding easy wealth. They soon realized, however, that wealth could only be purchased by hard work, so they turned to robbery and cattle rustling. It was these men that the masked rider of the plains fought so tirelessly. It was only through his efforts that law and order was finally established on the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Prairie Grove! Tom is waiting on the trail ahead! Hello, Silver!
Our story opens in the town of Prairie Grove, a typical frontier settlement in southwestern Texas. It is late afternoon, and Clem Barton, a rancher, hurriedly enters the small post office on the main street.
Fred. Hey, Fred. I'm in a doggone big hurry. You got any mail for me?
Might have.
Well, then give it to me quick. I'm looking for something special.
Now, just hold your horses. I'll have a look. Offhand, can't exactly recollect whether there was something for you or not.
Don't be so all-fired slow about it.
Just a second. Yep, here's something. This is yours, I reckon. What are you being so blame hasty about?
I got to meet Banker Shaw at 5 o'clock, that's why, and it's just about 5 now. Oh, here, give me that.
You're meeting Banker Shaw?
I am, but this is what I'm looking for. Yippee, this is it, all right.
If you're planning to see the banker, you better get a hustle on. He's getting ready to take that stage.
What's that?
Look for yourself, you don't believe me. There's a stage just across the street.
Well, of all the...
Looks to me like he kind of forgot about you.
Well, I'll catch him. Hi there, Banker Shaw. Hey.
You calling me, Clem?
Gosh, Mr. Shaw, what are you doing with your bag all packed and everything? You ain't forgot our business, have you?
Eh, business? What business?
You know, the ranch, the mortgage.
Mortgage? By thunder, Clem, it clean slipped my mind.
Gosh, I was hoping we'd get things cleared up today. Look, Mr. Shaw, step back a ways so as folks won't hear us, won't you? The stage won't be leaving for a couple minutes yet.
Well, come along. Now, what is it that's so doggone secret?
Well, it's like this, Mr. Shaw. I just now got the cash I sent for to pay off the mortgage. And I'd sure hate like blazes to take the risk of keeping it on me.
Well, that's a shame, Clem. I'm sure sorry I forgot about our appointment. If I wasn't going to Gold City, you could give me the cash now, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
But can't you put off your trip till tomorrow, Mr. Shaw?
Sorry, Clem. My business there's a sight too important for that.
Well, then how about leaving the cash in your bank for the night?
Now, Clem, you know better than that. The bank's closed up tight this late in the day. Of course, you could have them take care of it over to the cafe.
After all, the holdups has been not by a blame sight.
Then I reckon you'll just have to take it home with you again.
But when you coming back?
When? Oh, I'll be back tomorrow evening. I'm just staying overnight.
Could I see you tomorrow night, then?
Yes, I suppose you could.
Of course, the mortgage ain't due for another week yet. But I won't feel real easy keeping $5,000 out to the ranch.
And I don't blame you, Clem. Well, let's say you meet me tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, then. That good enough?
Oh, that'd do just fine.
Get aboard, folks. We're set to travel.
Well, the stage's ready to leave, Clem. Sorry I couldn't do no better for you.
Oh, we'll make out, I reckon. So long, Mr. Shaw.
Tomorrow at 10, then. Good day to you.
Climb right in, Mr. Shaw. We're nearly 5 minutes late getting started already.
I'm ready, driver.
Get up there. Get along with you. Get along with you.
You ain't forgot the time, have you, Clem?
Huh, Sophie? Well, what time is it?
Most 9 o'clock. You said you had to be to meet Mr. Shaw in town at 10.
Oh, gosh, I was near forgetting. Get the cash out of the cupboard for me, won't you, Sophie? I'll have to make tracks.
I'll get it.
My hat. Where in blazes is my hat?
Your hat's on the chair where you put it. I declare, when you get fussed, you never know what you're doing.
Well, I reckon I'm just feeling good knowing the mortgage is going to be paid up, honey. Well, it was mighty nice of your brother Ned to give us a lend of it.
And you'd better be careful with it. From what he says, things being the way they are back east, he won't be able to send you no more.
You bet I'll be careful.
Here it is, Clem. Now, you put it in a good, safe place.
Yeah. There. It won't fall out of that inside pocket, I reckon. Now, where'd you say my hat was? Oh, here it is.
Oh, you hurry to town.
The horse is all saddled outside. It's a nice moonlit night to ride.
Well, you take care of yourself.
Now, who in the blazes is that?
Whoever it is, don't you stop to talk to him. You just keep going.
An Injun.
Oh.
What you want, Redskin? Don't stand there, Clem. I'll deal with the Injun.
I'm a-going, honey.
All right, Injun. What you say you wanted?
Me want food. Me pay you.
Food? Well, land's sake, we ain't got a whole lot on hand, but you're welcome to share. It's just for yourself?
No. Me got friend.
Oh, there's two of you. Another Redskin, huh?
Him white friend.
White friend? Then why don't he come up and ask for the grub instead of sending an Injun after it? Is that him standing below in the shadows? Well, I reckon it don't matter, though. You just wait till I have a look in the kitchen, and I'll see
There, shot.
Oh, that's the way Clem rode.
Tunnel, to your horse. Something's happened.
Me come.
Stranger, don't let nothing happen to Clem. Help him.
Hurry, Tunnel. Hit me ready. Come on,
Get him on his scalp.
Come on, Silver Boy. That's it, fellow. Sound came from the trail, Tunnel.
Not right.
Sounded like a rifle. Hurry, Silver, old fellow. Come on there, Silver Boy. That's it, old fellow.
You, look.
There's a horse. And there's a man lying on the trail. Oh, Silver. What's the matter? Left the ranch house when you knocked on the door.
Him same fella.
He's not dead.
Bullet cut cross head.
Yes. Didn't wound him seriously, but it was enough to knock him out.
Oh, no. Him come to.
He'll be conscious in a moment. Look, Tonto. The shot must have come from behind that cut bank. It's a perfect spot to hide if he wanted to drag out some man on this trail. The man who fired the shot could follow down the gulch and make his escape unseen.
Oh, the cash.
He'll be all right, friend. The bullet only scraped your scalp.
Wait, I gotta look. The cash.
You were carrying money?
It's gone.
It was stolen? How much did you have?
$5,000 in folding money. $5,000 and all of it borrowed. You're masked. You're the fellow that shot me.
Easy, Clem. Your wife can prove we were at the ranch house when the shot was fired.
But
we
I
didn't know you were carrying money on you. Here. Feel well enough to ride back to the house?
Just let me rest a minute, stranger.
Can you answer some questions?
Huh? What questions?
How many people knew you had that money?
Nobody. That cash come from the east, and I never told nobody about getting it.
No one at all?
Well, I did tell Banker Shaw, but he don't count. What I mean is, it was him I was taking the cash to. So he'd have just as much reason as me for keeping it secret.
I see.
Oh, doggone this head. You see, Banker Shaw holds a mortgage on my place, and I was going to pay it off tonight.
A mortgage for $5,000?
Uh-huh.
But from what I've seen of your place, it isn't worth that much.
Well, as a matter of fact, stranger, it ain't. But when I asked for that $5,000, I needed it bad. And if the banker was willing to lend it, I wasn't going to put up no objections.
Then Shaw would be more anxious to have you pay the mortgage than to take over your ranch.
Shucks, I ain't suspecting him, stranger. You just asked me who knew about the cash, and I told you.
Of course, he might have been careless and said something that was overheard.
Banker Shaw don't ever say anything careless-like. And besides, he couldn't have told nobody. We fixed up our meeting tonight just when he got on the stage yesterday. He's been out of town ever since. The stage is only due in now.
We're going to try and get your money back for you, Clem.
Say, do you mean that?
We do.
Gosh, you're sure a strange sort of fella to be wearing a mask and riding with a redskin.
We're not crooks, Clem. You think you can make it back to the house now? Your wife will be worried.
Well, I reckon I can. Give me your hand, will you?
Here.
Oh, my head's like to split.
Here, horse.
Oh, thanks, Injun.
I'll help you, Clem. There you are.
Golly, I sure don't know what I'm going to say to Sophie when I get home. I'll sure get a tongue lashing with the cash gone and no way to borrow more.
Steady, Silver. How soon does the mortgage have to be paid, Clem?
Well, there's just 6 days left.
A lot can happen in 6 days. You ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Say, which way you heading? Ain't you going back to the house with me?
Not now, Clem, but we'll see you later.
Well, if they ain't the blamedest fellas I ever seen.
That night, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto made camp. But the next morning, they returned to the dry gulch to search for some trace of the man who had robbed Clem Barton.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, steady, boy. It's too dark to follow the trail last night, Kimosabe. The moonlight didn't help any in this gully, but we may find something today.
There, empty shell.
Yes. Look, here's where the man kneeled to shoot. You can see the mark of his knee in the soft earth.
That right.
And there are hoof prints.
Horse got broken shoe.
A broken shoe on the left forefoot. There was a small horse. You can see how light the prints are.
That right.
Here's where he left the gulch. I'm afraid we can't trail him, Tonto.
No. Him ride on hard ground. Him not leave trail.
He evidently knew what he was about.
Now what we do?
There's some things I don't understand, Tonto. The outlaw must have known Clem had that money.
That right.
But Clem says the banker was the only one to know. If he'd loaned more than the ranch was worth, he stood to lose if the money wasn't delivered. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout.
We're going to town, Kimosabe.
You got plans?
Not yet. But the things I want to find out. Come on, Silver.
Get 'em up, Scout.
Two hours later, the Lone Ranger, disguised but without his mask, sat at a table in the cafe with Tonto. They watched a hard-faced man called Pete as he talked with the banker.
Tonto, the hoof prints left by Pete's horse are exactly the same as those we saw in the gulch. I wonder what business he could have with the banker.
It looked plenty strange.
Too bad we can't hear them. At least we can stay and see what happens.
Well, Mr. Shaw, I better be on my way.
Even already?
Yeah, I gotta. But I'll be seeing you again.
Uh-huh. Maybe there'll be some more business we can do together.
I sure hope so.
What happened to your head, Clem?
Get in the shooting scrape?
Hey, hold on and tell us about it.
Not now, boys. I gotta talk to Mr. Shaw. Howdy, Mr. Shaw. Can I sit down?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Now maybe you'll let me know what you got to say for yourself. You kept me waiting last night till after midnight.
Mr. Shaw, I was shot at. That's how I come to be wearing this bandage.
Shot at?
And the cash stole from me.
Well, who done it?
Well, that's something I don't know. The only fellas I seen was a masked man and an Injun that rode up when they heard the shot. The bullet knocked me out cold.
A masked man and a redskin? Why, they're the crooks who stole your cash.
You're mistaken, Mr. Shaw. Sophie says they was at the house when the shot was fired.
Then they had a partner with them. Don't you see it? Their partner could have shot you, then rode off. Them other fellas talked to Sophie so they'd have an alibi. Then they rode up and stole the cash off you while you were still out. And it worked because you was idiot enough to think the same fellow that shot you must have got the cash.
Say, Do you really think that?
I'll bet every penny in my bank it's so.
Mr. Shaw, it wouldn't surprise me none if you was right. Hey, look over there. That's the same engine. And that fellow with him. He's about the same build. I'll
We'll
bet that...
find out about this. Man, grab that redskin and his friend. Get a hold of them.
There they go.
Out of the way. Come on, Tonto. After them.
And through the door. They're heading for their horses.
Grab your gun.
Make them stop.
There they are. Drill them.
Oh, they're moving too fast.
Men, this is a job for the sheriff. Tell him Clem just had $5,000 stole. And those are the fellas that stole it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, suspected of the theft of Clem's money, made their escape from town. Their great horses carried them safely beyond pursuit, but that night they returned under cover of darkness.
That's Pete's place up ahead, isn't it, Tonto?
And there, light in cabin.
That means he's still at home. Tonto, we've got to make him talk.
Not right.
A man who would fire from cover must be a coward. I think we can persuade him to confess whether he planned that robbery alone or whether someone else gave him his instructions. Someone must have told Pete about the money.
Maybe banker tell him.
Shaw loaned more money than the ranch was worth. But Clem forgot that the banker could have hired someone to steal the money, and that way get the ranch, too.
Not right.
Tonto, just saw Pete through the window. Oh, Silver. Come on. He may not be alone. We'll have to take a chance.
That's right.
Come.
What's up?
We're going to have a talk, Pete.
A mask man, you...
Don't slap, Mother.
Get out of here.
Alone, huh? Take his gun, Tonto.
Hey, leave my shooting iron alone. What's the idea?
He got gun. Good. Throw it aside.
It's a hold up.
No, Pete. But you're going to tell us about your holdup.
Huh?
You shot Clem. You stole the cash he was bringing to town.
You're loco.
You can't lie out of it, Pete. You shot him from the dry gulch next to the trail. We found the prints of your horse.
My horse?
We didn't know it was yours until we saw you right up at the cafe today. But when you did, it gave your game away.
That ain't so.
Who was your partner, Pete?
Partner?
Someone told you Clem had that money. I have a good idea who that person was, but I want the information from you.
Now, look here.
Are you going to talk?
Let me go.
Talk, I said. Talk or take the beating of your life.
Quit shaking me.
I've got no mercy for a crook like you. Talk!
Ow!
That's only a start. Get up.
Wait,
Stand by the door, Tonto. If he makes a break for it, stop him.
Him not get away.
Don't hit me.
You're bringing this on yourself, Pete. You can save yourself by telling me what I want to know.
I don't know nothing.
Very well.
Stand back.
Ask for it.
Don't. I'll talk. Let me loose. I'll talk. Honest, I will. Just don't beat me up.
Quick.
It was this way. I was down by the cafe the other day. And then this
We found out the name of the man who gave Pete his information, Tonto, but there's still more to do. Steady, Silver. What's that? We've got to trick him into returning the money. It won't help Clem to get the guilty man if the money isn't found.
You got plans?
I have. We're going to call on the banker. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Who's there?
Open this door.
Just a second.
Come on, Tonto, inside, and close the door, Shaw.
The masked man Clem told me about.
Right.
Had the same engine.
You didn't think we'd be back in town, did you?
The sheriff's looking for you fellas, I'll tell
You're
him.
not leaving the house, and if you try to reach that rifle hanging above the fireplace, you'll never make it. I can draw before you've taken another step.
You can't get away with
We'll
this.
see about that. So I know who's responsible for the theft of Clem's money.
You ought to know. You took it.
That accusation won't stand, Shaw. Tonto and I can prove we're innocent.
You can't.
What's more, you're going to help us prove it.
What sense?
I meant exactly what I said. You a friend of Clem's?
I am.
And you want his money returned to him?
Of course I do.
Then listen to me and stop looking toward your gun. You'll listen whether you like it or not.
following day, Shaw, the banker, entered the cafe, looked around a moment, then made his way toward a man standing at the end of the bar.
Hello, Mr. Shaw. Howdy, fellas. Hello there, Jake. Afternoon, Fred.
Howdy, Mr. Shaw. Looking for something to settle the dust in your throat?
Don't mind if I do. Have one with me, Fred?
Glad to. Say, what are you so pleased about? Ain't seen you with such a grin in your face since you shot the fellas that tried to hold up your bank.
Just had a stroke of luck, that's all.
Yeah?
Come on. Let's sit over that table here and I'll tell you about it. Hey, barkeep. 2 of the usual. Bring them to our table. Sure thing, Mr. Shaw. Sit down, Fred.
There. Now, what in blazes is it all about?
I suppose you know I'm holding the mortgage on Clem's ranch.
That ain't nothing for you to be grinning about.
No?
Give him $5,000 for that mortgage, didn't you?
Yep.
When he got the cash together to pay you off, it was stole from him, wasn't it?
It sure was.
And he can't get another $5,000 to pay you with, can he?
Nope.
And if you can find anything in that to make you happy, I admire to know what it is. If it was me, I wouldn't give half the size of that mortgage for Clem's place. If you can grin about losing more than $2,000, you must be off your head.
You're just postmaster, Fred. Nobody'd expect you to understand these things.
And you mean to sit there and as much as say you want Clem's place?
I ain't said it yet, but that's the fact.
It beats me.
Here comes the barkeep. I reckon you're needing a drink worse than I am. Just set him down, barkeep. This'll pay for him.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Shaw. There you are.
You can keep the change.
You want anything more, just holler.
Look here. I've been thinking over what you just said.
Yeah?
And I've got a notion why you want Clem's ranch. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm betting I ain't. There's something on that ranch makes it valuable.
Now, what would that be?
I don't know, but whatever it is, you know about it. Maybe it's gold, maybe it's oil, but that don't matter. There's something on or in that ranch with a heap of cash, something that's got nothing to do with the cattle. Because there ain't a cattleman alive that'd pay you $5,000 for that measly, dried-up range. Now, come on, tell me what it is.
It's been nice talking to you, Fred.
Wait, you haven't even tasted your drink.
Changed my mind. I don't want it. Good day to you, Fred.
I savvy why you're leaving. I came too blame close to the truth, didn't I?
Now it's you that's off your head. See you later.
Now I wonder. By heaven, sure as thunder, that's it. I'm going to find out.
Hey, Fred, what's say with you?
Huh?
You look as though something bit you.
Something did, just about.
Yeah?
You saw me talking to Banker Shaw just now, didn't you?
Of course I did. Didn't I bring you your drinks?
Barkeep, there's something blame funny going on.
Huh?
You know what Banker Shaw told me? He wants to foreclose on Clem. He was laughing about it.
No.
I'm telling you the truth.
But he'd be losing money.
Barkeep, I'm just wondering if he would.
Huh?
Don't you tell nobody I said it. But he's got a reason for foreclosing. And just between you and me, Barkeep, maybe that same reason would make him keep Clem from paying off. Mind you, I ain't saying it's so. But it seems to me it's a mighty strange thing. Mighty strange.
Fellas, the bankers aim to make himself rich with Clem's ranch.
What's that?
There's oil or gold on it.
Hey, Polly, if that's so, just what's the banker up to?
Yeah, we'll find out.
It was Banker Shaw had Clem robbed. He aims to get his ranch.
He must have been done the banker done it. Why else did he want to foreclose?
You know what? We ought to send the sheriff on him.
Banker done it, sure as shoot.
He can't get away with a thing like that.
Hanging's too good for a polecat like this.
It's you, is it, Fred?
Shaw, you're in a heap of trouble.
Yeah?
Ain't you been uptown?
Nope, not since I last to talk to you.
Well, everybody's talking about your foreclosing on Lem. They're saying that if you're so blame anxious to get his ranch, maybe you took steps to see that he didn't pay you.
Nonsense.
Yeah? If you think I'm lying, you just go over to the cafe again and see what happens.
You mean they really think it was me, Rob Clem?
They don't think nothing else.
But they know better than that. I'm no crook. Why, I wouldn't take a penny I didn't come by honest.
You needn't tell me that. I believe you. But it ain't all the folks in town knows you as well as I do.
There isn't going to be trouble, is there?
Look here, Shaw. You and me have known each other since we was young'uns.
Sure we have.
And we've been good friends all that time, too, haven't we?
I reckon so.
Well, then, you can believe what I'm saying. I've seen some mighty mean crowds. I can recollect the time the folks in town raided the jail and hung that crook who shot the other sheriff in the back.
But
Just you wait till I'm through talking. What I'm getting at is this. In all the time I've lived in this here town, I ain't never seen a crowd that meant business any more than the one that's gathering uptown tonight. So, they're fixing to hang you.
Hang me?
They put two and two together and decided you're guilty.
They haven't any evidence.
That's just why they're going to hang you themselves instead of waiting for the law to do it.
They can't do that.
They sure as blazes are fixing to do just that. And you got just one chance to save your skin.
I got a chance, you say?
I got it all figured out. The only way you can keep from being hung is to show 'em you don't want Clem's ranch.
What's that?
That's this way, Shaw. If you'd said from the first you didn't want the ranch, then they'd never got the notion you was responsible for the holdup. Ain't that so?
I guess so.
Now, if you do something to prove you're willing to give it up, maybe the crowd will change its mind about you being guilty.
But what can I do?
I said we've always been friends, didn't I?
I heard you.
Well, I'm willing to buy that mortgage from you. Then I'll go uptown and tell the folks you sold it. After that, they'll have to figure you wasn't to blame.
I'll take my chances, Fred, before I'll lose my $5,000.
You won't be losing it.
You mean you'll pay me that much for the mortgage?
I will. But just because we're friends. There you are. 5,000 even. Now make over the papers in a hurry so I can get back and head off the mob.
That won't be necessary, Fred.
For what? Where'd you fellas come from?
We were hiding behind this other door and just waiting for you to show us whether you had that cash on you or not.
But, Sheriff,
The sheriff has already told the townspeople who was responsible for the holdup, Fred. The banker won't be bothered.
Look here, what in blazes is this all about?
Clem, bring him in.
Here's the others, come.
Well, you needn't shove me.
He tried to escape last night. Had we forced the truth from him, Patano and I brought him back.
Uh-huh. Then the masked fella brought him around to my office and made him tell me who his partner was.
You ain't going to believe anything he says, are you?
Fred, even without Pete testifying again you, that $5,000 you just put on my desk would almost prove it. Where could you have saved $5,000 on the salary of a postmaster?
It's a mistake. You're framing me.
It's no mistake. But we nearly made one because Clem thought only the banker knew about his receiving the money. Clem forgot that he opened the envelope which contained it in front of you in your post office.
But the masked fella found out the truth all right.
And it was a masked man's scheme to make you think there was gold or oil on the ranch, Fred, so you'd hand over the cash you stole.
If I get my hands on him, I'll...
You ain't, Fred. You're going to jail.
And, Clem, we might just as well take care of that mortgage right now. The masked fella cleared up the first robbery, but there's no sense in taking chances on another. Come on, Silver, old boy! There's going to be trouble at Fort Gardner! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the rich grazing land of Texas was open to settlers, it brought wealth to many, but the honest ranchers found it hard to protect their property from outlaws and cattle rustlers. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States, and no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting for us in Crow Valley. Hello, Silver!
Nestling at the foot of the High Ridge Mountains, Crow Valley was large and fertile enough to support half a dozen prosperous ranches. One of these, the Lazy M, was owned by Bill Owens, an old-time cattleman who had been the first to settle in the region. We see him now with his foreman, Utah Simpson, who had been in Bill's employ for more than 20 years. They are riding near the edge of the valley in the shadow of the towering hills.
By the great horn, too, Utah. If we don't get evidence against that fellow this time, we might just well give up.
Uh-huh. But I ain't hoping for much. I got a notion Nate Finch is plenty smart.
Smart? I've been missing more critters in the last 3 years since he come here than in the whole 27 I was here before.
You needn't tell me, I know.
Utah.
Huh?
There's been horsemen here. Whoa there,
Whoa, hold it.
Take a look there. And over there.
By golly, someone was here, sure enough.
Them prints weren't made by Injuns' ponies, neither. The horses made 'em was plenty hefty.
Oh, wait.
Yeah?
Them tracks lead over to them trees, and they're mighty fresh. Maybe...
We're going to take a look-see. Get up there. Get up.
Get on.
Maybe them tracks wasn't made by rustlers, but they sure was made by strangers, and any strangers around these parts now have got a plenty to explain.
Uh-huh. Hey, did you hear that, Bill?
A horse and close by.
Keep your 6-gun loose. Come on, boy.
Get up.
There we are.
A masked man.
And a redskin. Hey there!
Yes? Hoist your hands, mister. You too, Injun.
Put down those guns, Bill Owens.
Whoa there. Whoa. Say, just how come you know my handle?
I've been expecting you.
What's that?
I heard about the meeting the sheriff's called. I knew you'd be coming this way, so we waited for you.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Maybe you was, stranger, but you ain't going to get nothing, 'cause we got the drop on you.
I'm not an outlaw, and I didn't plan to hold you up.
Yeah?
All we want is some information.
Well, information comes cheap enough. Just what kind you hankering after.
You've been losing cattle, haven't you?
You didn't have to come to me to learn that. Everybody knows it. And everybody knows I ain't the only one losing cattle, neither.
Yes?
There's Mike Pearson, Judd Prairie, and all of us having critters stole. Except Nate Finch.
And you think Nate is responsible for your losses, is that it?
I wouldn't put nothing past that low-down blowhard.
It stands to reason he's got something to do with it. There wasn't nothing missing till he bought out the Circle G 3 years ago.
And out of the 6 outfits in the valley, his is the only one that ain't been bothered.
You've told him you suspect him?
We've told him aplenty, and all he does is laugh at us.
He says if we can't prove nothing, to leave him alone.
The ornery coyote.
I can't understand why, if you suspect him, you can't prove your suspicions.
We've sure tried hard enough.
He's just too slick for us, I reckon.
If he's taking your cattle, what do you suppose he does with them?
The fellow that can answer that question can write his own ticket.
Yes?
There ain't but one way for cows to be took from the valley, and that's by way of Stovepipe Pass.
There's no other possible way?
None at all, mister. And we've had the pass watched so blame careful, them critters would have to sprout wings and fly across to get by without our seeing them.
Couldn't they be taken through the mountains?
Sure they could. And by the time you got through, you'd have 1 cow out of 10 left. And that wouldn't pay a rustler his wages.
Nate couldn't be changing the brands, could he?
Stranger, we thought of all them things long before you come here. And if Nate's got one critter with a blotted brand, I ain't never seen it.
Then what's the idea of this meeting this afternoon?
Well, we gotta do something. We're gonna ride from one end of Nate's range to the other. And if we find trace of anything at all crooked, he's sure gonna have to explain.
I see.
Any more questions you want to ask?
I think that's all.
Then I'll ask some. What's the idea of that mask?
I can't explain that.
You don't talk like no outlaw. But I never saw an honest man that wanted to hide his face.
Yeah, and what are you so all-fired interested in the rustling for?
I want to help you.
Maybe you do and maybe you don't. But I can tell you this, stranger. You needn't think you can figure out what we can't. We live here. We savvy this country. And if Nate can fool us, he sure don't have to worry about no outsiders.
Both you and Nate may be surprised.
Well, I ain't saying I don't hope you're right. I just don't think you are, that's all. Come on, Utah.
Yeah, we'd better be moving along.
Perhaps we'll meet again.
Maybe.
And if me and Utah here said anything to get you mad, don't pay no mind. You'd be mighty suspicious of strangers, too, if you'd been losing cows for close to 3 years.
Yes, I believe I would.
Hurry up, Bill. We got business to do. And if there's any chance of getting evidence against Nate today, I want to be there when it happens. Get up there.
Get up there.
Bill Owens and Utah Simpson joined the sheriff and their friends, and a systematic search was made of Nate Finch's range. Men had been stationed at the pass to make it impossible for Nate to move stolen cattle while the hunt was going on. But still, they had little hope that they would be successful.
See any sign of a blotted brand in that bunch, Mike? Not a sign, Sheriff. Nate never used nothing but a stamp brand on them critters. And if they ever wore any other brand but the Circle G, I ain't able to find it.
I reckon be this way.
Anybody that gets the best of Nate has got to be plenty good.
Then let's get on with it. We ain't done yet by a blame sight. Get up there.
Get up.
Who there?
Dad, bet these critters ain't no different from the others we looked at.
All Circle G's.
Fellers, I'm just about ready to give up.
But I ain't. Maybe Nate figured the safest place to keep that rustle stock was right where he wouldn't think we'd have the nerve to keep it.
Yeah? And where'd you say that'd be, Sheriff?
In his own corrals. Come on. Get up there, boy. Come on. Get up there. Get up there.
Well, Sheriff, looks like that guess of yours was wrong, too. There ain't no rustle cattle in these corrals.
And what in blazes happens to them critters?
Now you're asking something.
Just look at the way things are. You fellas have all had your cows stole. The rustling started about the time Nate bought the Circle G. Now, cows can't be took across the mountains, and they ain't been took out by the way of the pass. And yet, by dern, there ain't a critter with a blotted brand on this range.
I was just thinking, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Maybe Nate ain't to blame. Maybe somebody else. One of us right here started stealing when Nate came, figuring he'd be the one that'd be suspicion.
That might be.
You're loco. I know every one of you fellers. And there ain't a one of you I wouldn't take my oath was straight.
I'd have said the same, Bill, but I don't know.
Here comes Nate now.
Wants to know what we're doing here, I bet.
Who gave you fellas permission to come on my place?
Now, look here, Nate.
I'm asking you a question. I want a straight answer.
I can tell you what they're doing, boss. They're looking for the cows they think we stole.
Is that it?
And what if it is?
Just this. I'm getting tired of you fellas saying I'm crooked. If I'm crooked, prove it. If you can't prove it, keep your mouth shut.
Why, you...
And that goes for you, Bill Owens, like the others here. And maybe a bit more.
Yeah?
You're the one that's been doing most of the talking. And I ain't standing for it.
I'll say what I please when I please.
You do, and you'll stop late.
Why, you blasted polecat. I'm twice your age. But I'm still twice the man you'll ever be.
You'll do what?
He got a gun on you, Bill.
I'm the law here, and you...
And you'll take your parts and get out of here. And you won't come back less than I tells you to.
Could be a nail keeping covered, boss.
Now get.
You're going too far, Nate.
And right now, you're going fast.
We might as well, Sheriff. We don't want no shooting till we get evidence.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, Nate, we'll get that proof one of these days. And when we do, you'll hang. Come on, Utah.
Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
Still can't figure it out, eh?
Boss, we got 'em fooled, and they'll stay fooled.
There ain't no one of them fellas that'll ever savvy that scheme you thought up, Nate. I'm wondering. What about? They'd have give up by now if it hadn't been for that old fool of a Bill Owens.
He's the one that's been keeping them stirred up, all right.
But there ain't nothing we can do about that. There ain't.
Thought of something, boss?
I was just thinking it might do some good to have Bill jailed.
Jailed?
Jailed. And if I ain't figured mighty wrong, I know just the way to do it. Listen here, fellas. I'll tell you what I got in mind.
For the next 3 days, the situation remained unchanged. The ranchers, disappointed in their final effort to place the blame for the rustling on Nate Finch, went back to their work. On the 4th day, old Bill Owens sat in the Lazy M bunkhouse talking with his foreman.
I reckon we're licked, Utah.
That's what I've been thinking right along.
When rustlers get too slick for a couple of old hands like you and me, it's about time we quit calling ourselves cattlemen and start the sheep raising business.
Yeah.
I've always said that...
Sounds like we got company.
Wonder who in blazes 'tis.
Looks from here like it might be the sheriff.
The sheriff? Say, you don't suppose he's found out anything, do you?
Not a chance. They probably just stopped by for grub.
Howdy, Sheriff. Howdy, Mike. Come on in.
I don't want no trouble, Bill.
Huh?
Gee, you fellas look like you just lost your best friend. What's ailing you?
I'm arresting you both.
You're... Say, you're loco.
I never thought you'd turn crooked, Bill.
Crooked?
You call Bill crooked? Why, you must be crazy in a breed on marijuana.
I'm arresting you for rustling.
Now, look here, a joke's a joke.
This ain't no joke.
Now...
We just found 20 of my cows with your brand on them. They'd been worked over with a running iron.
No.
I reckon we don't have to tell you about it, Bill.
But I don't savvy this.
I got it figured out now. There wasn't a fella in this valley that was more trusted than you. You could take critters with blotted brands out of the valley, and nobody would look 'em over close enough to find it out. They was too busy suspicioning Nate Finch.
Where'd you find them cows you say we stole?
Right on your range.
And you fellers allus claim to be my friends.
It's the other way around, Bill. It was you that had us fooled. Come along, Bill. You too, Utah.
You dang digits.
I ain't gonna argue.
You can't arrest Bill. Take me if you wanna, but there ain't a square fella in this valley than him.
We're taking you both.
Why,
Never mind, Utah. We'll go along. Well, when folks that have been your friends for years quit trusting you, then it don't matter much whether you're in jail or out. We're going with you, Sheriff. But someday you will find out this is the biggest mistake you ever made.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few minutes. Now to continue our story. Bill Owens and Utah Simpson, who had been accused of cattle rustling, were arrested by the sheriff and taken to the county jail. We see them in their cell that same evening.
Utah, when the sheriff say court's gonna set?
He looks for the judge to be here in about 3 weeks or so.
Golly. Who would have thought that 30 years of honest ranching could land a feller in jail?
Uh-huh. And who'd have thought that folks who was your friends for most of that time would be the ones to jail you?
You sound like you're forgetting you're in jail just as sure as I am.
I ain't forgetting nothing. And mostly I ain't forgetting that you've been my pard and boss both for a blamed long spell.
Well, we've had our share of good luck, Utah. And we'll show 'em we ain't afeard to take the bad.
What is that?
I didn't hear nothing.
Reckon I just imagined it.
Now I heard it.
Come from the window.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Anybody out there?
Remember me?
It's the masked man again.
Where'd you come from?
I was at your ranch when you were arrested, Bill.
Say, was it you that called your horse Silver?
Yes.
By golly, you wouldn't be... Oh, but shucks, I reckon that ain't possible.
Who wouldn't he be, Bill?
I was just thinking of another fella that's got a horse called Silver.
Bill, I may be able to get you out of jail.
Yeah. You mean break us out?
That wouldn't help you. I will if everything else fails. But I think there's another way.
I don't know what it'd be.
To prove you innocent.
Innocent? You ain't got a chance. Them cows of Mike Pearson's that was found on my place is all the proof the law's looking for.
When I spoke to you before, I asked you some questions.
And a fine lot of good they done you.
I have another to ask you.
Stranger, me and Utah sure appreciate what you're trying to do. But you're up against a proposition that's too blamed tough for you.
But answer the question anyhow.
Well, if it'll please you, it won't hurt us.
Have you or any of the other ranchers ever searched the valleys and the mountains for your stolen cattle?
Why would we look there?
Of course we ain't. I told you there ain't no way to get cattle out except through the pass. You could hide 1,000,000 cows in them mountains, but they wouldn't do you no good till you got 'em to market.
I think you've overlooked something.
Yeah? What's that?
I won't tell you now in case I'm mistaken, but I'll soon put it to the proof.
You talk like maybe you got some scheme.
Perhaps I have. Bill, is there anyone among the other ranchers who still believes in you?
That's a funny question to ask.
I have to get in touch with someone who'll be willing to help you out.
Well, I don't know.
Bill, how about Mike Pearson?
Mike? Why, it's his cows that I'm supposed to have stole.
Uh-huh. But I got a notion that nobody'd be more pleased to find out it wasn't so than Mike would himself.
But he...
Look here, Bill. Mike did what he figured he had to do. You'd have done the same, maybe, if you'd have been in his boots.
Well, maybe.
But if the masked feller can go to him and show him where you could be proved honest, I bet Mike could jump at the chance to help.
Utah, I think you have it.
You're darn right I have.
Yes, Silver.
Say, is that your horse?
Yes, why?
Then maybe you're the same feller I was thinking of all the time.
I'm leaving, but don't give up hope.
But wait,
Come on, Silver.
Golly, Bill, what are you looking so excited about?
Utah, that masked feller's on our side. And I'll bet the lazy am in my saddle to boot that the sheriff ain't got no chance of convicting us now, no more than you have of being good-looking.
Almost a week went by, and although the passage of time brought the day of their trial near, neither old Bill Owens nor Utah Simpson were worried. In the meantime, Nate Finch was pleased with the success of his trick. We see him now in his ranch house talking to the man called Lippy.
Lippy, my scheme worked out just like I said it would. Them two old fools are sitting in jail, and folks have quit suspicioning us. Yeah. It's going to make it all the easier for us to get the cattle we want. We never did have no trouble to speak of. Yep. But Bill was needing a lesson anyhow. Where'd Wally go to? I don't know. He said something about some news he heard. He wouldn't say what it was till he'd made sure. Yeah, he told me the same thing. He ought to be along pretty soon. Where are the rest of the boys? Playing cards in the bunkhouse. Uh-huh. Well, in the morning they...
Boss, just listen to this.
What's the matter?
There ain't nothing the matter. Listen, you calls good news something to worry about.
Yeah?
Mike Pearson just bought some purebred cows.
He did?
I heard he bought some, but I didn't want to say anything till they got here.
Purebred cows, eh?
Just a second, Nate.
Huh?
You ain't going to steal them, are you?
And why not?
But look here.
You do that, and folks are going to figure that Bill and Utah wasn't the rustlers after all.
Shucks, what do we care what they figure? Them cows are just what we need.
But I
Hold
tell
on,
you...
Lippy. Yeah, Wally's right. We can use them cows. And even if we do rustle them, that don't prove Bill and Utah didn't run their brands on them other critters.
Maybe not. But it's going to make folks do some thinking.
Well, we weren't planning on quitting, was we?
No, but...
Anyhow, the blazes with them fellas sitting in jail. If we can lay our hands on some purebreds, a judge can let them go 100 times, and I won't give a darn.
Boss, they're on the Pearson place now.
Then we're riding tonight.
Tonight?
Sure. When you want something, take it before the fellow that's got it can get set to keep it. My system's to strike hard and sudden.
And I say the same.
Then let's go. Wally, you bring the horses around.
Right.
Lippy, you rouse the boys out of the bunkhouse.
Well, if you figure we are...
We oughta and we are. Now get moving. I'll give the orders and you'll take them.
Later that same night, the sheriff, a deputy, and Mike Pearson, the rancher, were in the sheriff's office in town. Mike, who claimed to have dropped in only to exchange gossip, seemed strangely nervous.
What time's it getting to be, Sheriff?
Doggone it, Mike. I wish you'd go on home. I'm getting calluses on my hand reaching for my watch.
But what time is it?
It's near 11 o'clock, and it's time I was locking up and going home.
Wait, there's no hurry.
What's got into you, anyhow?
Mike, you're jumping around like you were sitting in a frying pan.
Why, I just feel like company tonight, I reckon.
Then find your company somewhere else. I'm needing my sleep.
Oh, but Sheriff,
you can talk all you want. Can't keep me here any longer.
I reckon it'll be all right for me to go home, too, won't it, Sheriff?
Yeah, run along.
Doggone it, you can't do this. You don't
You
need
got
to go...
something on your mind?
No, it's only
Then
that
we're
I-
leaving.
Well, I sure we should stay a while longer.
Can't be done, Mike. We're going to go... What the...
I was afraid you'd be gone.
And I was darn scared you wouldn't be getting here.
No, Matt.
Never mind that.
Say, what is
Hey,
this?
just a second, Sheriff. Stranger, did it
It
work?
did. Bring all the men you can get and come with me.
Mike, what do you got to do with an outlaw?
This fella ain't no crook. And it was on account of him that I was keeping you fellas here.
Sheriff, tonight you're going to learn who the real rustlers in the valley have been.
Huh?
What's more, I think you'll learn why the stolen cattle were never discovered before.
Is this fella talking sense, Mike?
You do what he said.
Don't waste time. We have to hurry.
Well,
Are you going to do as I say?
How about Bill and Utah? There ain't two sets of rustlers in the valley, is there?
They never stole anything, and tonight will prove it.
You sure of that?
I am.
Then come on. The hardest thing I ever done was jail them fellas. And if I can find the reason for letting them out again, I'm going to do it.
Sheriff, I got a notion the masked fella is going to show us we made blame big fools out of ourselves.
If he can, that suits me. Hey,
Yeah?
the cafe's still open. You go down there and tell them fellas I want everybody along that can ride a horse.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
And go a-running.
I'm on my way.
And tell them to fill their gun belts with cartridges. If we're meeting rustlers, we're going to need them.
A posse was hastily formed, with the masked man in the lead, raced out of town toward the Pearson ranch. There, the Lone Ranger waited until he saw a dim glow in the distance. Then he gave the command to ride again, and the posse headed for the hills.
That's a fire, ain't it?
It is, and Tonto said it.
Tonto?
My friend, come on, Silver! There's another fire up ahead.
Ain't we getting pretty deep in them hills?
I don't know how far we have to go, but these fires will mark the way.
That Indian sure knew how to make them.
They're built so they can be seen only from one direction.
I noticed that.
It's the only way we can blaze a trail at night.
And I got a notion it's going to blaze some low-down polecats right into jail.
Nate Finch and his men, driving Mike Pearson's purebred cattle ahead of them, followed a winding trail that led them farther and farther into the mountains. At last, they reached a broad valley filled with cattle.
There we are. 100 more head. 100 of the finest cows that money can buy.
Only we didn't pay no cash.
We'll let them pay us cash.
There ain't nothing more to do, is there, boss?
Whoa there, whoa there, whoa there. I reckon not. Them cows ain't gonna leave the valley now.
Then let's be getting back. We can just make it before sunup.
Yeah.
Boss, what's that?
You see something?
I ain't sure. Seemed like I seen a light, but it was gone before I could be sure.
Almost jestly like some fireflies.
Maybe.
All right, fellas. We're heading for home.
All right.
I'm so doggone tired I could sleep in the saddle.
But we...
What the? We've been followed.
What in blazes?
Ain't that a fella on a white horse?
And there's more riders with him.
Fire at him.
Too blamed dark to see good.
Give up or we'll shoot the bunch of you down.
We can't fight all of them. Fire, I tell you.
Watch out for the Indians.
Hey, he's roping.
You have the chance.
You blasted polecat.
You're the skunks that's praying Bill in Utah.
They try anything, shoot them down.
Take that rope off of me. Let me loose.
You ain't getting loose till you're in jail.
We give up.
Don't shoot, fellas.
Don't
Sheriff, I think this should prove who the real rustlers are.
You're doggone right it does. All time, boys. We're starting back for town right away. Look at all them cattle in the valley.
Except for those that have died, you should find every cow that's ever been stolen from you.
I can't figure this out, stranger. Why in blazes should these fellas steal cows and leave them here where they can't be sold?
Because they was doing just like the masked fella figured they must have.
Yeah?
They kept the stolen cows here, then took the calves each season and put their brand on them.
Huh?
That way they wasn't running no risk. The calves didn't have no brands but what they put on them. And they never tried to sell the cows that had our brand.
That's the slickest thing I ever heard of.
That's why the masked man had me get purebred cows. He figured as long as calves was what they wanted, they'd jump at the chance to steal purebred stuff to improve the breed.
And they fell for it.
That redskin trailed him here.
Well, thanks to the masked man, this is one stunt the rustlers won't be trying around here for a long time to come.
Not these rustlers anyhow. They'll be too busy hanging from the end of a rope.
And, Mike, I'm going to ask Bill in Utah if they won't give me the lend of theirs for the job.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're heading to Baker City. Someone's waiting for us. Hello, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Although his name is not to be found in the written pages of history, the adventures of the masked rider of the plains have come down to us through the generations. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. No man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills! Tonto's waiting there! Hi-yo, Silver!
Ike Hanover was well past middle age. His wife had died many years before, and Ike's only relations were a son, Matt, and a nephew, Jim Rockwell. Matt was idle, dissipated, and bad-tempered. And on those occasions when Ike tried to persuade him to mend his ways and pointed out Jim Rockwell as a good example, Matt lost control of his temper completely. As our story opens, we find him arguing with his father.
All the time holding Jim up to me like a tin god, I'm sick of it.
Hold on there, Matt. I wasn't holding Jim up to you.
Just the same thing, ain't it? When you're telling me to get out and work the way he's doing.
I wouldn't be telling you to if you'd get something worthwhile to do your own self.
I suppose he's doing something worthwhile, wasting his time digging all over the state, hoping to strike it rich somewhere.
Well, even if he don't find no claim worth staking, he ain't sitting around all day smoking and gambling and drinking half the night.
Pack of gambling I can do with the cash I get.
There's lots of cash for you, Matt. All the cash in the world if you'd get out and hustle for it instead of loafing around.
I'm satisfied. And any time you want me to get out of this old shack, you just say so.
Son, I don't want you to leave me. You know better than that. But you're getting on toward 30 now, and most men your age are...
I'll do something. I'll get out where my friends are. I won't clutter up your house no more this evening.
Matt.
Mind your own business.
Matt, don't come home liquored up like you did last night.
I'll do what I please.
I don't know what I ever done to have my own son treat me like what Matt does. He...
Hi!
Jim! By the shade of the cactus, I'm sure glad to see you, boy. Come in.
Say, what's the matter with Matt? He wouldn't even say hello.
Never mind. Did you just get in town?
Just this minute. I come here direct.
This is your home, Jim, any time you want it. What are you doing back here so soon? I figured you'd be going another 2 or 3 months anyhow.
Nope. I got news for you.
What do you mean, Jim?
I found it.
You mean...
Gold. I found a claim that's a corker. It's going to be worth thousands.
Jim, you don't mean that. You really struck it?
Look at this. Just a few samples, but it'll show you what the ore's like. Why, say, there's outcropping right on the surface. I'll bet it's the best strike yet.
Gosh, Jim, you sure have got some good samples here. Better than any I've ever seen. Have you got the claim registered yet?
Nope.
Ain't that risky?
No, it ain't. You see, I want to go back there and work it a little bit more, and then, well, make sure it's just the same under the surface as on the top. Then I'll register it.
You're smart, Jim. You sure are.
What's Matt doing these days?
Jimmy ain't worth the powder to blow him up.
He ain't, huh?
I don't know what to do with him. He's getting into trouble all the time.
Drinking and gambling again?
Yep. Sleeps till noon every day and then gets back at the cafe again every evening.
It's about time he'd done something.
I know it, I know.
Have you said anything to him yet?
I talked myself hoarse. It don't do no good. I offered to start raising cows for him. I told him I'd start farming for him or stake him to a prospecting outfit. But he tells me to mind my own business.
Good old-fashioned licking would do him a powerful lot of good.
I wished he'd get it.
Say, hold on, I have an idea.
What's that?
I'll take Matt back with me. I'll let him be a partner in my claim. And when he sees a chance to get a half share in a first-class gold mine just for working it...
No, Jim, you couldn't do that.
Why not?
There ain't no call for you to give Matt half your claim.
Oh, shucks, Uncle Ike. If he gives me a hand, we can work it just that much faster, don't you see? There's more than enough gold there for both of us.
Well, I don't know.
Besides, the trip will do him good.
If he'll go.
I'll fix that, all right. Just let me tell him how rich he can be in a few months, and he'll jump at the chance to go.
It took very little persuading to get Matt to join Jim, and in a short time the two cousins were back in the deserted part of the country where Jim had found the gold. Unknown to them, their arrival was watched by an Indian. We find him now as he reports to his masked friend. The Lone Ranger is saying...
You say they just came, Tonto?
Them come dig gold.
This morning?
Not right. Them build shack at bottom hill.
That isn't a very good place to put a shack. Look up at the top of the hill there.
Oh, heap big rocks.
And the shale on that hill doesn't make a very sound support for the rocks. If one of them comes down the hill, it's likely to crash right into that shack they're putting up.
That not all.
What do you mean, Tonto?
One feller, him pale. One brown from wind.
Yes?
Pale feller, stay indoors too much.
You haven't much use for men like that, have you, Kimasabi?
Maybe sometime. Tonto not like this pale feller, though.
Why is that?
Him plenty lazy.
I see. You think he'll let the other man do most of the work while he sits around and does nothing? Is there gold over where they are?
Plenty gold. Tonto know. Many Indian know. White man just find out. Indian leave gold in ground. Too much gold make trouble.
I think, Tonto, it'll be a pretty good idea if we stay around here and watch the two men.
In a few days' time, Jim and Matt had their shack built and were ready to start tunneling into the hill. When the last of their equipment had finally been stowed away one evening, Jim puffed contentedly on his pipe, while Matt nervously rolled cigarette after cigarette.
This here place is downright comfortable when the oil lamp's burning and you got your pipe going good, ain't it, Matt?
It'll do.
Oh, what's the matter? Can't wait to get your hands on the pick and shovel and get after the fortune that's waiting for us, huh?
The sooner the better.
You'll have your chance, Matt, first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We'll have to clear away the loose shale first, then we can tunnel in.
Why can't we just blast?
Well, maybe we can save time by using some blasting powder, but we've got to do most of the work by hand.
We could stake the claim now.
That wouldn't be so smart, Matt. You see, we only claim so much land, and if we stake the claim now, there's no telling whether the vein will run off our land or not when we get down to it.
I see.
We're going about it in a level-headed way. You see that, don't you, Matt?
Toss me a match.
Here.
Thanks.
Seems to me you're smoking a heap of them cigarettes.
What's it to you?
Nothing at all.
Then shut up about my smoking. Say, I hope you ain't been kidding me about this here claim.
Kidding you?
That's what I said, ain't it?
What do you mean, Matt?
If this claim don't prove out a blame good one, it'll be a pile of trouble.
You've seen the samples yourself, Matt.
I know it. But you might have fixed this up with the old man, you know. Just to get me up here away from my friends. And if you did,
See here, Matt. You won't do nothing. I've had enough of your ornery cussedness, and I don't think I'm going to stand for much more of it.
Oh, you ain't.
I've done 3/4 of the work on this shack, and maybe more.
Well, it was your idea.
We had to have a place to live in, and it was easier to do the work myself than to try and get you to help. Besides, I figured maybe you'd get used to work gradual, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, what you aiming to do about it?
Just this. From now on, you're going to work right along with me digging that tunnel. You're going to get half of what we find. And if you don't do the work, you won't get that half.
All right. Shut up now, will you?
One thing more. There's to be no liquor. Get that?
You've only seen me take one drink since we come here.
Yeah, because you couldn't find no more. And you're not going to find any more, understand?
I hear you. If you're through preaching now, I'll turn in. Good night.
Daybreak the next day found 2 shovels breaking into the side of the hill as the eager men threw the dirt and shale to one side and started to work on the tunnel itself. For the first hour, the work went smoothly. And then Matt said,
Gosh, this digging ain't no cinch.
You didn't think it would be, did you? There's nothing worthwhile that's a cinch. You ought to know that, Matt.
How much do you reckon this claim will be worth to us?
No telling. Maybe not so much. Maybe thousands of dollars.
Gosh, I'm going to get what cash I can real quick, and then I'm going to town. You know, Jim, this ain't a bad idea. Up to now, I ain't had so much money to spend, thanks to the old man. But now I can show the folks in town some real parties.
Not if you don't get back to work.
I'll get me a big house and let the old man have his dirty shack if he wants it.
He don't want that shack, Matt. I reckon it'll be right fine for Uncle Ike to be able to stop saving pennies.
Ain't no call for him to change his way of living.
No?
He don't get none of my claim.
What do you mean he don't?
I'm working this. Let him find a claim of his own. He's always saying every man should earn his own money.
Just like you did, huh?
Well, maybe I didn't find this here claim, but it's half mine, ain't it? I'm working it as much as you are.
Mm-hmm. You're working as hard at leaning on that shovel as I am at tossing this darn shale aside. I'll grant you that. But I told you it'd be half yours, and I reckon it'll be that.
Wish I had a drink.
You ain't going to, so you might as well forget it.
Good morning.
What the...
Why, howdy, stranger.
Where'd you come from?
Over yonder.
You're wearing a mask. You're an outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
I don't care what you say. You're wearing a mask and sporting 2 guns. And I don't want you near our claim. Now get.
Hold on, Matt. What'd you want, stranger?
I wanted to borrow some matches from you. I saw your shack and...
We ain't got none to spare.
Sure we have, Matt. Plenty. Here you are, stranger, and welcome to him.
Thanks.
You sure you ain't dodging the law, mister?
No, I'm not.
You wouldn't be wearing that mask if you wasn't. Now, see here. You can't come around here and try and jump our claim. Get going before I put a bullet in your hide.
Shut up, Matt. This fella ain't trying to jump no claim. There's lots of room here.
You're right, Jim. I don't want any part of your claim. I just thought I'd better warn you that you'll have to be careful of rocks sliding down the hill. You're tunneling in, I see.
Yep. We aim to tunnel in away and then file our claim at the government office.
Better watch out. This is loose shale. If one of the rocks on the hill above should slide down, it might block your entrance here.
Thanks, stranger, for the advice.
But we ain't taking it. Now get along and mind your own business. And don't try no tricks.
I'm going. Here, Silver.
You was hiding your horse around the bend, huh?
I wasn't hiding him, Matt. Yep. Good day. Hi-yo, Silver!
I'll get that outlaw. What'd you knock my gun up for?
Because you ain't gonna shoot a man in the back. Whatever he is, don't make no difference. What was the idea, anyway?
He's an outlaw.
We don't know that.
Well, blast it. He'll fetch a whole gang of men here to file claims near us.
What if he does? That's his privilege, ain't it? We can't claim this whole territory.
But we're the only ones that know about this place. Now the news will spread.
Let it. But don't shoot at a man when all he does is ask for matches and warn us about the rocks.
Got any more to say?
It's no use talking to you. The next time you try a stunt like that, I'll take a hand at it myself with a 6-gun. Now I'll get to this tunnel again and dig.
You can't boss me that way, Jim Rockwell.
I'll boss you as long as you keep on showing you ain't capable of bossing yourself.
But half of this claim is mine.
I said dig.
You regret this, Jim.
Dig!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now, to continue the story. Jim Rockwell offered to share his gold claim with his cousin Matt Hanover in an effort to get Matt interested in something besides drink and gambling. The claim had to be worked before it could be registered, and the Lone Ranger, knowing of this, decided to keep an eye on the 2 men. He warned them about the loose rocks on the hill, and Matt, afraid the ranger might bring others to stake claims in the neighborhood, fired at the masked man as he rode off. Jim knocked his gun in the air. We find the Lone Ranger now as he joins his friend Tonto on the other side of the hill.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady there. Oh.
You see, fellas?
Yes, I saw them, Tonto. Steady, Silver. I warned them about the rock, and Jim thanked me for the warning.
Me hear shot. What that?
The other one fired at my back as I rode off.
Me thought him like that. Him plenty bad feller.
Jim grabbed his gun hand.
That good.
Tonto, I'm afraid that when Matt gets a sight of the gold that they'll find when their tunnel is a little farther into the hill, he'll want all of it.
You think him maybe try get all gold?
Yes, I'm afraid he may attempt to kill Jim. We're going to stay nearby and watch, Kimosabe.
That good.
We'll watch and plan.
When Hard Rock was reached, Jim brought out the blasting powder, and for several days, the sound of drilling carried through the hills with heavy blasts at regular intervals. Finally, when the depth of the tunnel had reached 20 feet, Jim straightened up excitedly.
Matt, look at this!
Is that the gold?
The richest vein I ever seen. Matt, we're all set now.
We're rich, Jim, rich. We're both rich.
We will be when we get this claim file and the gold dug.
Then we got to get the claim file now. We can't take no chances.
That's right.
Here, I got it all made out. This is the right wording, ain't it?
Huh? Say, when did you do this?
I couldn't sleep the other night, so I made the paper out. You were sleeping. It's all right, ain't it?
Yeah, looks to be.
Oh, well, sign it then.
You put your name on there first.
Well, what of it? One of us has to be first. Reckon it don't make any special difference which one it is.
I don't suppose the fact that I found the place first means anything to you.
Why should it? I could have found it just as well as you if I'd been here first.
All right, Matt, never mind.
You're going to sign, ain't you?
I reckon. But see here, how'd you know how to make out these papers?
I ain't as dumb as you seem to think. It ain't so hard to learn to draw paper up like that.
All right.
You'll sign it?
Yep, as soon as I get a pencil.
Here's one.
Good enough. Now then. A-I-M. Jim. There you are.
I'll get over to the shack and get ready to head for town and file a claim.
You going yourself?
Sure, why not? You stay here and watch it to see no one jumps it.
All right, Matt. But let me tell you this. When you get to town, you file the papers and get back here pronto, understand?
Sure thing.
Don't do no drinking and less talking. Just get back here as fast as you can.
I'll start now. You're going to stay in the tunnel here?
No use wasting time. I'll stay here and get the next blast ready.
All right.
There ain't no more powder here, though. Bring another can of it before you start for town. Get one from back of the shack.
You ain't got none in here at all?
Nary a bit of it.
Then I'll fetch some.
When Matt reached the house, he looked back to make sure Jim was still in the tunnel. Then, reaching behind his bunk, he brought out a bottle, still half full of liquor. One long drink was followed by another. His brain was filled with plans and schemes.
Thought I didn't know enough to make out a claim. He thinks he's the only one able to do anything. Smart hombre he is. Too bad I gotta split that gold with him. Don't even want a fella to take a swig of liquor. Well, he can't stop me from drinking. I got a right to do what I want. Gosh, I sure will spread my stuff when I get rich.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall and seal the tunnel.
Rocks fall? They're like to at that. Be right natural. Too bad I got to split with him.
Fetch some blasting powder back with you, Matt. I ain't got any more. It's all used up.
He ain't got no more powder. That's good liquor.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall.
I ain't got no powder left.
Jiminy, why should I split with him? There ain't no one that'd ever know what had happened to him. Be perfectly natural for the rocks to fall.
Matt sat on the edge of his bunk for some time, thinking, hearing whispers around him, listening to the ideas that seemed like spoken suggestions to his liquor-soaked brain. From time to time, he looked toward the tunnel, making sure that Jim was still at work there. And then...
I'll do it. No one will ever know. I'll get even with him for preaching at me. I'll show him all right. One good swig left in the bottle, and that... There. Now, Jim, I'll bring your blasting powder to you, but not the way you think.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the figure that staggered up the side of the hill with a keg of blasting powder. Matt avoided the tunnel and went up above, where the huge rocks were poised, ready to crash down and seal the entrance.
Him get drunk.
Liquor does things to men, Tonto. Brings out their worst instincts.
It make good Injun bad. It make good paleface bad. It make bad paleface killer.
Exactly, Tonto.
Him fix some powder under rock.
Yes.
Rock fall over tunnel. We stop now.
No, Tonto. Let him go ahead. Watch Matt and see what he does. We stopped him now. Perhaps Jim would forgive him. It would happen again some other time when we weren't around.
Oh, that's right.
He's lighting the fuse now and running.
Frost inside. Yes, Jim. Tap him. Fine now. It'll take a lot of strength to move the rock away. More than Jim has.
Maybe him blast from inside.
He has no powder inside.
Jim, sealed inside the tunnel, realized what had happened and knew that without help from the outside, he would soon starve to death within the mine. He shouted,
Matt! Matt! Are you there?
I'm here, Jim.
Matt! Them rocks must have slid down from above. Get some powder and break up the one that's sealing me in. Matt! Can you hear me? Are you there?
I hear you. You bet I hear you.
Matt! Get powder! Drill!
I'm doing what you told me. I'm heading to town to file a claim. I'm filing a claim for myself, see? You won't need to be cut in for half now. It's all mine now. All mine.
Matt! You're crazy! Matt!
So long, Jim. I'll be back in a week. Maybe 2, 3 weeks. I got some spending and drinking to do in town. I'll file a claim first, and then I'll celebrate.
Matt! Matt!
Jim shouted until he was exhausted. Then for some time he tried to think, tried to force his mind to action and plan some way of escape. He used his pick on the barrier of rock without any success. And then, after almost giving way to despair, the sound of someone digging reached his ears through the darkness.
What's that? Am I going crazy? I hear something.
Matt! Is that you, Matt? Who is it? Is there someone there?
Oh, I'm going mad. I'm hearing things.
Steady, Jim, steady. This way, Jim. Take my hand.
Who are you? You ain't Matt. You ain't my cousin.
No, Jim. Take my hand.
Leading Jim out through an opening in the side of the tunnel, the Lone Ranger paused to let the young man gather his scattered wits.
You're the fellow with the mask.
Yes.
I'm safe now.
Yes, you're safe, Jim.
But how
there
did you...
There were 2 tunnels on the side of the hill, Jim. While you and Matt worked on yours during the day, we were working on the other one at night.
You mean you...
The second tunnel was at right angles to yours. And when your entrance was blocked, all that I had to do was to break down the wall dividing your tunnel from the one we just came through.
Then... Oh, but see here, stranger. I got to get my horse. That ornery double-crossing murderer will head for the office to file a claim to the mine for himself.
He's had an hour start on you, Jim. Can you catch him?
I don't know. Come on, I've got to get started. He tried to kill me. He done it on purpose.
Yes, Jim, he did it on purpose.
And look. Look, stranger, he's took both horses with him.
Wait, Jim.
But now
Here, Silver. Come with me, Jim. I'll take you.
Yes.
Give me your hand.
Here it is. But who are you? Why are you doing this for me?
Steady, Silver.
Ain't you afraid to be seen in town? You'll be arrested, won't you?
Hi-yo, Silver!
The great horse, Silver, carrying his double burden, swept toward the town, the ground flying beneath his silver-shod hoofs. Some time later, we find Matt in the government office, about to register the claim.
Well, there's the papers. I reckon they're made out all right.
Yeah, seem to be. Your name Matt Hanover?
Yep.
You ain't old Ike Hanover's boy, are you?
That's right, and I've struck it rich.
Seems to me I hear that you and young Jim Rockwell started out together to work on a claim. Ain't he in on this, too?
No, he ain't. I'm afraid he won't be in on anything anymore.
Well, what do you mean by that?
We had some hard luck with the mine, and Jim, he got caught in a cave-in and killed.
No. You don't say so.
Yeah. I tried to get him out. But when I got the rock away, he was dead. He'd smothered to death.
That's a shame. He was your cousin, wasn't he?
Yeah. Sort of busted me up. We was good friends. He done a lot for me.
What'd you do with him? Bury him?
Yeah, I thought it'd be best to bury him right there.
You done everything you could to save him, huh?
Of course I did.
Right sure of that?
Say, what's the matter with you?
Nothing except there's a claim already on file for this here land.
What do you mean? You're crazy. There couldn't be no other claim.
He means that I got the claim filed.
What?
And I filled out the claim in your name and mine like we agreed. You just lied yourself into jail, Matt, and there's witnesses aplenty. I reckon your pa can use your share of the claim.
But I...
Yep, Matt. Looks like what you told me is evidence enough that Jim's story is true. That means you're going to jail. You see, I ain't the government man at all. I happen to be the sheriff.
Come on, Silver, old boy! We're on the trail of Pete Lorenzo! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Throughout the western United States, the career of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains has been told and retold until the present day. He did more than any other individual to bring law and order to the lawless frontier. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he roamed the West, fighting crime wherever he found it. And now the thundering hoofs of Silver return us to the days of danger and adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We must hurry, old fellow! There's trouble ahead, and Tonto is waiting for us! Hurry, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto came to the top of a small hill, they heard the distant chant of Indians rising from the valley.
Tonto, that's a chant of the Indian god of war.
Not right. Maybe we take a look in valley.
Get the horses back out of sight in case those Indians have scouts out watching.
Come, Silver. Come, my boy. Come, Tonto. You stay there now. You see Indian?
Look down there. That's a war dance.
Oh, those fellers, bad Indian.
You know who they are?
Me take good look.
That means trouble for someone. Trouble for white people.
Oh, this bad.
Tell me.
That leader, Geronimo.
The Fox?
Huh?
And those Geronimo's men?
Huh?
It's going to be even worse than we thought. But who are they planning to attack? There's no white settlement for miles.
It 2-3 day travel.
Perhaps they're planning war on other Indians.
No. Geronimo not do that.
That's true. Geronimo doesn't want other Indians' lands or crops. He wants white men's gold and guns and liquor, and he wants scalps. He hates white men and...
What?
And soldiers. Tonto, Geronimo hates the soldiers.
Maybe Tonto get closer look.
How can you get closer without being seen?
That dance for all Indian. Him call other Indian to council.
Yes?
Tonto, Indian.
Tonto, could you go to their council and learn the plans?
Tonto, try.
You went there. Could you get away safely?
Me try.
We can learn what those savage outlaws are planning. We can warn the people.
Tonto, how to get home?
You'd better unsaddle and go there bareback like the other Indians.
That's right.
I'll help you get ready, Kemosabe. Whatever you learn will be of some help. If you have trouble getting away, send me a signal. Then I'll be here watching.
Steady, white fella. Steady there. There. Now saddle off.
Good luck to you, Tonto.
Get him up, white fella. Get him up.
The savages continued their war chant far into the night. No one noticed Tonto as he joined the other Indians who came from many surrounding hills in answer to the call of Chief Geronimo. When the moon was high overhead, the leader raised his hand. The chants and dancing stopped. Only the throb of the tom-toms continued.
Many time white man drive Indian back. Many time red brother fight. But war God smile on white man. Thunder gun of white man better than arrow of Indian. That why white time man all time win. Red brother, better fortune head. I lead to white man fort. You get gun like white man.
Geronimo.
Who speak?
Me. Tonto speak.
What say?
How you get white man gun?
You think Geronimo fool? Geronimo called Fox. Red Fox. With plenty cunning. Soldier in fort many time drive red man back. This time, red man go with peace pipe. Ask soldier counsel. 50 men go with Geronimo. Under blanket, knife, tomahawk. Once inside fort, we fight.
You go as friend with peace pipe? You break oath.
Oath? Who you, Tonto, speak of oath? Geronimo want gun of thunder. Geronimo get thunder gun for braves. We're fighting. Inside fort, gates open. Other braves come in. We win. Great victory. No white man live. All red men win 2 feather of eagle. We be favored children of Thunder God. We win great victory. Much food, drink, much gun, powder. Red brother then rule valley. Not white soldier.
Tonto knew the plan of the savages, and while they danced and shouted, working themselves into a frenzy, he slipped away unnoticed and joined the masked man. Then, while the shouting and stamping was at its peak, a familiar cry rang out in the night. Miles away at Fort Custer, 123 men answered roll call the next morning. The commander of the garrison, Captain Ruddy, returned to his quarters after the ceremonies of the morning were finished. He turned to his aide and said,
Peterson, think we've heard the last of those confounded redskins?
I wish I could feel convinced of that.
What? Any reason why you can't? Been over 6 weeks since we repelled them the last time.
Yes, sir, I know it.
Prior to that, they raided every few days. Took quite a lot to convince them that our guns were mightier than their arrows.
True enough, sir. Their arrows were worthless against the stockade.
Well, then, what more do you want? Declare you're harder to convince than the Indians.
Geronimo is their leader, sir.
What of that?
Well, he's known as the Red Fox, and he's earned the name because of his tricks.
I think he's shown us his last trick.
The food situation is getting critical.
Eh?
Our scouts and hunters are coming back practically empty-handed.
You think?
I think, if you don't mind my saying so, that Geronimo is planning to starve us out.
The devil!
And the rate the food's coming in, and the rate the supply is decreasing, he's in a fair way to succeed.
Peterson, you know Geronimo better than the other soldiers, don't you?
I've fought him a long time, sir.
Is he smart enough to think of driving all the game from around here?
He's smart enough to think of anything. And he's smart enough to want our guns real bad.
Suppose we sent a messenger to find him and tried to make some terms of peace.
He'd agree to anything, but he wouldn't keep his word.
No?
Not as long as he can benefit by breaking it. Geronimo hates white men. He hates soldiers in particular, and he loves fighting. He's the most treacherous skunk alive. I know, sir. I've seen Geronimo in action at close range.
What's the trouble?
I don't know, sir. I'll go see.
What's this mean?
Steady there, Silver.
Captain Ruddy. He's bound to see you.
A masked man.
Bring your commandant. I'll talk to no one else.
Silence.
There's the commandant. It's Captain Ruddy.
Captain Ruddy. Are you in command of this garrison?
I am.
Then you're the man I want to speak to.
Captain, we done our best, but him and that Injun with him wouldn't stop.
You had your orders.
Yeah, but you can't shoot a man down like that.
Your guards aren't to blame.
He just grabbed my gun.
And the Injun grabbed mine.
And in they come.
What do you want?
To speak to you alone.
Who are you? Remove that mask if you want to speak.
I'll speak with the mask on. My identity doesn't matter. I've come with news of Geronimo.
That snake?
Capture the man. Remove the mask.
Stand away from me.
Look at them guns.
Did you see him draw?
Captain, if you want to prevent the loss of every man in your detachment, you listen to me. This Indian is a friend of mine.
I don't care for Indians, no matter who they are.
What's that got to do with it? Why,
Tonto had just come from a meeting of Indians in a valley quite away from here. Geronimo is calling them together.
So he's still making plans, huh?
I know what his plans are, and I came here to give them to you, Captain Ruddy. Do you want them?
What are they?
Come into your quarters.
I'll tell them to you there. Tonto, you take care of my horse.
Come in, then. Peterson, stand at the door and keep your hands on your guns. You men guard the Indian. Watch the two horses.
Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
Sit down there.
I prefer to stand.
Very well, stand. Now start talking.
I've tried to come to you as a friend.
Then remove your mask.
Geronimo is planning to attack you with men enough to outnumber you 10-1.
Let him. He's tried that before. We've been able to repulse him each time.
But this time he's coming forward and leaving his savages a short distance away from the fort. He's going to bring only about 50 men with him. And he'll carry a flag of truce.
Geronimo?
Quiet!
Yes, sir.
You say Geronimo's coming here with a flag of truce?
That's his plan.
Not to surrender?
No.
Or talk terms of peace?
No.
Then what?
He plans to get inside your garrison with 50 men, coming here under the protection of the flag of truce. At his signal, each man will draw a knife from beneath his blanket. They'll attack your soldiers and take them by surprise.
Why, that's...
Violating the flag of truce.
Yes. While your men are fighting with the 50 savages, the gates will be opened so the entire force of Indians can enter your fort.
So that's his plan.
Knowing of it, you could, of course, refuse to accept the flag of truce.
And merely postpone the fight that's bound to come.
Exactly.
And stay here until we're starved out.
Are you short of food?
Yes. We thought Geronimo was planning to starve us out.
That might be his next plan if this one fails.
Thank you for the information. I'll use my judgment in regard to acting on it.
That means you'll do one of two things. You'll acknowledge the flag of truce and let yourself and your garrison be wiped out. Or you'll postpone the end. Geronimo will have other plans.
Perhaps you have a suggestion.
That's why I came here.
And why do you think I'll follow your suggestion? You come here masked. You don't reveal your identity.
I have a plan which I think will end the war against Geronimo for all time.
A plan?
Yes. Will you listen to it?
I'll listen. I won't agree to accept it, however.
Captain Ruddy, you're a hard man to convince. I don't know how long you've been in the West or what messages your scouts have brought to you.
I've been in the West for a long time. My scouts bring me news of what happens.
Very well. Then look at these bullets.
Bullets?
Examine them.
These are not lead.
No, they're not lead, Captain Ruddy.
Silver. This looks like silver.
They're made of silver.
Then you must be... I begin to understand. Suppose you outline your plan to me.
Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
Sit down. Sit down there and talk. Peterson.
Yes, sir?
Leave us here alone.
Alone, sir?
I said to leave us here alone. I'm going to listen to the plan of the Lone Ranger.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
And now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto learned of a plot by Geronimo and his savage followers to attack a garrison. The Lone Ranger went to Captain Ruddy, commander of Fort Custer, and persuaded him to listen to his plans. Our next scene takes us into the garrison, just outside the door of Captain Ruddy's quarters. Peterson, his aide, is there with Tonto.
I wonder if there's any trouble in there. The captain and your friend have been talking a long time. What's the scheme to be, Indian?
Tonto not know.
Captain Ruddy's got a bad temper when he's riled up. I wonder if they're arguing.
No.
You don't think so, huh?
No.
Look here, Tonto.
Huh?
How do you think we could wipe out Geronimo for good?
Maybe Captain fix him.
I wish...
Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
Pass the word to have the bugler sound assembly.
Assembly?
Pass the word.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Pass the word to sound assembly.
Have the bugler sound assembly. What about the masked men?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
My full equipment. Have the orderly bring up my horse.
Yes, sir.
What about that masked man? All right, boys. Come on now. Line up there, boys. Come on, you fellas.
When the men were lined up, there were expressions of surprise and wonder in their faces. Finally, Captain Ruddy spoke.
Men, we're threatened with starvation if we remain here. If we can drive out the outlaw savages under Geronimo for good, we'll have no further trouble. We're going to make a move that will accomplish one of two things. It will either hasten our finish or make this country secure for all time from the massacres of Geronimo and his followers. I'm not asking you to make a choice. I've already made it for you. We're going to leave the garrison behind us.
Ready, Captain.
Yes, I'll lead them out. I'm putting the entire future of Fort Custer in your hands.
Thank you, Captain Ruddy.
If your plan succeeds, Congress shall hear about it. Peterson.
Yes, sir?
You'll remain behind and take orders from the man who wears the mask.
But, sir, yes, sir. Very good, sir. Your horse, Captain.
Now, my friend, may heaven guide you. Forward, hey!
Behind them, Peterson.
I wonder why he left me behind.
Because he trusted you.
You, the Indian, and me. 3 of us.
And all of Geronimo's band will be coming here very soon.
Me help close gate. Heavy.
There. Barred and set tight. Now, what's orders, sir?
Now, Peterson, we have nothing to do but wait until Geronimo arrives with his false flag of truce. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
In due time, the Indians rode into view at the top of a rise a short distance away and approached the fort. 210 of them, with blankets draped from their shoulders, reined in their mustangs while Geronimo himself rode a few paces forward, carrying the flag of truce.
Captain, your red brother would speak of peace.
Answer him, Peterson.
You think he sees me?
Yes, he's looking right at you.
What do you want?
It is Geronimo who comes.
What do you want?
I come talk of peace.
Who are those men with you?
They come unarmed.
You guarantee they don't carry weapons?
I give word. Open gates. We come make turns.
Shall I tell him to come in?
Yes.
We'll open the gates. Come in single file. Leave your horses outside.
We obey command.
There. I reckon the next few minutes will see things happen.
Yes.
Now to get that gate open.
Tonto helping you. That way. Now we hit. Yeah.
Not too wide, Tonto. Just enough for one man at a time to slip through. I told you what to say, Peterson.
Yep, I understand. I'll do my best.
I'll keep in the background where they won't see me at first.
There they come. Come in single file, Geronimo. You first. The others right behind you. We're going to let you in one at a time, understand?
I come flag of truce.
That's all right. Just step right inside here.
All right, close the gate.
This trick.
The rest of your men will be admitted just as soon as we look beneath that blanket you're wearing.
Me come flag of truce. Search him. Here. Here, knife. You.
All right, Geronimo. You violated the flag of truce by coming here armed. We took the right to search you.
You not trust
We don't
Geronimo.
trust you at all. All right, Tonto. Let the next man in. You come. Look beneath this Indian's blanket.
I've got him. Here's a knife. All right, Redskin. Get over there beside Geronimo. I'm holding a gun on you.
Not a word of warning from you, Geronimo. At the first outcry, you'll die. Now let the rest of the men in one by one. We'll find weapons beneath every one of their blankets.
One at a time, the 50 men who accompanied Geronimo were admitted through the narrow opening of the gate and disarmed. The helpless, enraged Indians were herded into a corner of the garrison and held there under the guns of the Lone Ranger and Peterson, the captain's aide. Then the gate was once more closed and barred.
Now, Geronimo, we found that your flag of truce was meaningless.
What? You do?
You see, there are no soldiers in the garrison. You've come to fight an enemy that doesn't exist. You know where the soldiers are?
This trick?
It is a trick. The soldiers are outside waiting for you and all your men to surrender.
Geronimo will never surrender to white men.
As to that, we shall see. Here, Silver.
Come, white fella.
Peterson, you know how to leave the fort. Go now and join your company.
Yes, sir. But before I go, will you tell me how long it'll be before you join us?
Inside of 5 minutes.
You sure it won't be longer than that?
I'm sure.
I'll tell the captain, sir.
Get ready, Tonto.
Tommy, ready.
Geronimo, there is no food here. The soldiers are no longer in the fort. They're outside.
Geronimo, kill all white men for trick.
You know that no one can leave the fort while those men are outside to prevent it. When all your men are inside, no one will be able to leave in the face of the army guns.
Geronimo got many hundred warrior outside.
But those warriors are waiting for your signal to come inside.
They not get 'em signal.
When that signal is given, they'll storm through the gates on their Mustangs. Once in, there'll be only one way for them to leave, and that is by surrendering to the army.
Geronimo will never give signal.
You'll not need to give the signal. Get the gates open, Tonto. Just a little. The braves will open them wide when they come.
Gate open.
Now, Geronimo, do you still refuse to give the signal for your men?
Me not give 'em it.
Very well, then. Tonto will give it for you. Tonto, the signal. The battle cry of Geronimo. Quiet! Listen! There they come! They can't hear you above the shouts, Geronimo. Here they come into the trap. All right, Tonto. I'll get out, white fire!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode out through the gates of the fort as the savages rushed toward it. The Indians, intent on the massacre and the eagle feathers that would reward them, paid little attention to the 2 white horses that dashed away. Meanwhile, Peterson joined Captain Ruddy and the cavalry.
What do you report? Stand ready, Captain. The first part of the trick worked.
What of the masked man?
He sent me out the rear gate.
Is he safe?
I don't know, sir.
If he's trapped inside the fort, we'll have to attack. Try to rescue him.
But, sir...
Stand ready, men.
Yes, sir.
The Redskins must have discovered the trick by this time.
Why don't the masked man show himself? What's happened to him?
He must be...
There he comes.
Look, he's got away.
Look at him riding down here.
He's safe. He's away from the Indians.
And there's the Indian with him. Come
on. There's no sign of pursuit yet.
Good for him.
Steady. Captain Ruddy. Wheel those cannon around and hurry.
Hear that, men? You give the orders. My men will obey.
Is the cannon loaded?
Yes, sir.
Aim for the main gate of the garrison.
Are all the savages inside?
Yes. Send a detachment to guard the rear gate.
Lieutenant Carter, take charge. Take the 1st and 2nd troop with you.
Keep those Indians inside the fort. Don't let them get out.
Come on, men. This way.
Hey, they're opening the gate. Look.
Drop a shot beside the gate. Are you ready?
Ready, sir.
Fire!
A perfect shot. Right alongside the gate.
They've slammed the gate shut again.
There, Captain Ruddy. You can keep them from leaving by the main gate.
Indefinitely.
The lieutenant and his men can keep them from leaving by the rear gate. You've taken all the food from the fort.
It's all with us.
Then you're in full control. Those Indians will surrender or starve.
And I don't care which they do.
Your hunters will be able to get food now and bring it to you. Geronimo and his men are defeated for all time.
And by the simple means of giving them what they were ready to fight for. I never heard the like of this. Sir, if you'll give me your name, you'll be cited by Congress for what you've done.
We go now.
Hail, Silver!
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Hail, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, the gun law ruled the cattle country. It was then that the phantom figure of the plains rode in the cause of justice. It was he who led the fight for law and order, and the stories of his adventures have come down to us through the generations. Return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tonto's waiting for us on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, we find the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto heading south toward the Rio Grande. They have spent the day in the saddle, and now, with night upon them, are looking for a place to buy feed for their horses and provisions for themselves. We hear Tonto speaking.
There, light.
It must be a ranch house, Kimosabe.
Maybe we get grub there, huh?
We'll try. Are you hungry, Silver, old fellow?
Him say him plenty hungry.
And I can't blame him. Here's the lane leading to the house, Tonto. Come, Silver.
We maybe get grub quick now.
You'd better speak to the people inside, Kimosabe. My mask might frighten them.
Tonto, do that.
I'll rein up here and wait.
What's that?
Move, Silver.
Oh, my God.
That shot just grazed my saddle.
You get out of here, Steve Drago, or I'll... Oh, it's a mess, man.
What's the trouble?
I thought you were someone else. Please forgive me.
Wait!
Ruth, what is it? What happened?
Close the door, Lee.
That's plenty strange.
That woman mistook us for someone else, Tonto. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white feller.
We'll let them think we're leaving. But we'll circle around, then come back again.
Why do that?
She sounded as though she feared this man she called Steve Drago.
That's right.
That was a Taylor place, wasn't it? And she must be Mrs. Taylor.
Silver. Oh, white feller. Oh.
They can't hear us at this distance. We'll go back now.
We not make noise.
We'll be careful. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white feller.
I want to find out why she fears Drago. She must have been expecting him, or she wouldn't have been waiting outside the fire when he arrived.
Her plenty brave.
It is a brave thing for a woman to do, but she must be desperate to attempt it.
That's what Tonto think.
We don't want to get too close to the house this time.
Maybe her outside again.
I don't think so. He probably wouldn't have the courage to try the same thing a second time. This is close enough. Silver.
Oh, my fellow.
No one will be able to see the horses if we leave them here.
No. Trees hide them.
Stay here, Silver. Come, Tonto.
He come.
There's an open window.
Tonto see inside.
Keep your voice down, Kimosabe. That must be your husband with her.
That him.
Quiet. Perhaps we'll hear enough to learn what their trouble is.
Ruth, you shouldn't have done it. If that'd been Steve Drago, it'd only made things worse.
I'd like to kill him.
Well, anyhow, you sure scared them other fellows away.
I wish you'd do the same to Steve.
We ain't strong enough to fight him, honey.
If you're a man, you will, Lee.
But how? He's got a whole bunkhouse full of cowhands. The last fella I had working for me drawed his pay yesterday. You can't fight against odds like that.
No?
Steve grabbed off the water hole and left men to guard it, so as I couldn't water my stock. What cows I got that ain't been run over the edge of the canyon are dying of thirst.
If I were a man, I'd fight no matter what the odds. I'd never give up.
I can't call in the sheriff because there ain't no witnesses to what he done.
Witnesses?
And this is all open range, so I can't claim he's took what belonged to me. None of us ranchers hold title to any land but what our houses are built on.
This isn't something for the law to settle.
I know it, honey, and I reckon I'm a mighty poor excuse for a husband. But it's just something that's in my blood that I can't help.
Lee, it isn't true. You've just told yourself that so often. You've made yourself believe it.
But Pa was...
And you think that because your father was a coward, you are too.
I've heard folks talk about the way Pa died. He just stood there and let them shoot him down. He was too scared even to go for his gun.
You don't know whether that's true or not.
That was over in Wyoming. But the story got back.
But
and his pa was the same way. It's just something that runs in the family, I guess.
Oh, honey, listen to me. I know you better than anyone else in the world. I know you're brave and strong and fine. I know that you're as capable as any other man on the range. It's only that you don't believe in yourself. Oh, Lee, believe what I tell you, not the stories you hear from other people. It's the only way you can keep from losing your home, your self-respect, and me.
I'll try, Ruth.
When Steve Drago comes here tonight, you just tell him
That sounds like him now.
Now remember what I've told you. Come in.
Evening, folks. Me and Buck here dropped over just like I said we would.
Howdy.
And I guess there ain't no question about what I'm here for.
You skunk.
Now, ma'am, there ain't no call for names like that. Well, Lee, what do you say?
I ain't moving out.
Huh?
You heard me.
Well, if the rabbit ain't showing some fight. You look here, Lee Taylor. When I tell you to move off this range, I mean business.
But I tell you...
Remember, Lee.
Do you hear me?
I won't move out. You ain't got no right to try and steal my range. I'm staying here.
Yeah?
Should I let him have it, boss?
No. I reckon I can handle this fellow all right.
Get away from me.
Take your hands off him.
Sit down.
You rotten...
Now, sit there and listen. I'm giving you orders. You're going to be moved out of here by tomorrow noon or I'm gun whipping you. And when I say noon, I don't mean even 1 minute after.
Lee, get up.
I'll show you...
Get up when I tell you to sit, will you? There.
You knocked me down.
Fight him, Lee. Fight him.
There's 2 against 1.
I reckon you won't be doing no fighting. Come on, Buck. Let's be riding.
Yeah.
And maybe you'd better start packing right now, Lee.
I won't.
Yeah? You won't what?
I'll start packing.
Lee.
What is it, Ruth?
I'm leaving you.
I don't blame you, honey.
I love you, Lee. And I still have faith in you. Even now.
Faith? In me?
But I can't live with a man I don't respect.
I said I'm not blaming you.
I'll be waiting for you always. Waiting for you to prove yourself.
The following morning, their few belongings stowed away in the buckboard, Lee Taylor and Ruth left the ranch house behind them and drove to town. They rode in silence until finally Lee spoke.
You still figuring on going back to your folks, Ruth?
I have to, Lee.
Uh-huh.
But I'll be there until you want me.
I reckon you just better forget all about me, honey. I ain't worth thinking about.
I know better than that.
I'll be stopping off in town.
Yeah?
Get along there. Get up. I'll drop into the cafe and see if maybe I can't find me a job wrangling for some outfit.
I hope you do well.
Uh-huh. Thanks.
And you'll let me know wherever you go.
Sure I will, honey.
There's the cafe now.
Well, I'll just pull up in front and leave you the buckboard. I don't just hanker to go out and meet your folks.
All right.
Here we are. Oh, there. Oh, boy. There. Here's the reins, honey. I'll be getting off.
Oh, Lee, honey.
Everything's going to be all right, Ruth. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lee. Get up there. Get up.
I guess there ain't nothing lower than me anywhere. And there goes the finest wife a man ever had.
Well, if it ain't Lee Taylor come to town.
Howdy.
Having a drink?
I don't reckon I will. Look here, barkeep. You don't know any outfit that's needing a top hand, do you?
You looking for work?
Well, man's got to eat.
Well, Lee, I've always liked you, but...
Yeah?
Oh, doggone it. I reckon you savvy without my telling you why it ain't going to be easy for you to find a job around here.
So everybody knows about me and Steve Drago, huh?
Well, there's been a heap of talk.
Sure I know. I'm a coward. I'm a yellow rat. I've got no more backbone than my paw had afore me. I ain't fit to eat at the same table with real men or share the same bunkhouse. I ain't...
Now, take it easy,
I won't
Lee.
take it easy. I'm sick of the whole thing. I wish I'd never been...
Well, Lee, I see you moved out today like the boss told you to.
You...
Looking for trouble?
I ought to shoot you and Steve and your whole crooked bunch.
You take my advice and you clear out of this country.
Yeah?
Before me or one of the boys loses our tempers and takes you over his knee and spanks you.
Cut out that kind of talk, Buck.
Lee can't do his own fighting, huh? He's got to have you stick up for him.
I've heard what you've been saying, Buck, and I'm here to tell you there ain't going to be no brawling in town while I'm sheriff.
This ain't no fight, Sheriff. Lee here's too yellow.
I reckon I'll be running along, fellas.
Who's that fella just came in?
He's masked.
An outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
Put up your hands,
No, you won't. Look at that brawl.
Like chain lightning.
You can't arrest me, Sheriff, for wearing a mask.
But I'll...
Lee,
Huh?
I came here for you.
What's that for me?
I want to talk to you.
Put down them guns. I'm the law here.
Lee and I are leaving.
What do you want me for? What do you...
Come along.
Let go of my arm.
Hey, wait. Where are you taking Lee?
You'll see him again soon enough.
I don't have to go with you.
Out that door.
What's the idea?
I'm going to help you.
You can't help me. Nobody can.
Get in that saddle. Hurry!
All right.
Stop it! Stop in that saddle! Don't let him get away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. Steve Drago, a powerful and ruthless rancher, drove some of Lee Taylor's cattle from the range, refused to let the others use the only water hole in the district, and finally ordered Taylor to leave the country. Lee, in spite of the urging of his wife, gave in to Steve, believing himself a coward because his father had been branded a coward. The Lone Ranger learned of the situation and, at the point of his gun, forced Lee to accompany him. Now, as our second act opens, we see the masked man reining in his great horse Silver at the small, well-hidden camp where Tonto has been waiting.
Go, Silver. Go, fella. Steady, boy. Move. Get down, Lee.
What do you want with me? I ain't got nothing worth the stealing.
You're going to listen to something I have to tell you.
You got the best of me.
Sit down over there. First, I want to ask you what you know about your father's death.
So, you've heard about that, too?
Perhaps.
Well, if you have, maybe you're savvy what's been the matter with me.
Tell me about your father.
There ain't much to tell. And what there is ain't the kind of thing a fella can take much pride in.
Yes?
Paul left these parts when I was still just a young one. He went up to Wyoming, figuring that maybe he could find good range up there so as we could move.
I've heard that.
He met up with some fella, and they planned to go into partnership. But they fell out over some cash being stole. This other hombre went gunning for Pa, and And then...
Go on.
And then folks say Pa was so scared that he couldn't even go for his gun when this other fella and his friends caught up with him.
And you've let this story frighten you all these years.
Like father, like son, I reckon.
I suppose the first time you ran into trouble, you were scared.
It's just in my blood.
Don't you realize that anyone can be frightened? That doesn't mean he's a coward if he fights in spite of it. But instead, you told yourself that you must be a coward because you believed your father to be one.
Well, there wasn't anything else I could think.
And you've always believed what people told you of that shooting in Wyoming?
Well, but why shouldn't I?
Listen to me. I have a story to tell you. It's about a man who, like your father, went to Wyoming.
Yeah?
He went there looking for good rangeland, but the country there is rough and dangerous. And then one day, as he was riding alone along a canyon trail...
If I'd known what this trail was like, I'd never come this way. Careful there, old fella. What's that? I'm trapped. The trail's sliding away.
Something had started a landslide just as he rode along that treacherous path. But instead of being plunged to the bottom of the canyon, which would have meant his death, he was saved by a small scrub tree a third of the way down. He hung on. He couldn't climb back. And if he loosened his hold, he'd be dashed against the rocks hundreds of feet below. Finally, however, he managed to get his gun from its holster and fire 3 signal shots.
If I don't bring somebody, I'm done for. The roots are pulling out. I'll be falling in just a minute. I can't hold on.
Hello there.
Help me!
Hang on there, friend. I'll take your rope in only a second.
Hurry, hurry, or I'm a goner. Hurry, hurry up. Hurry, please. Hurry.
This second man, with only his rope and horse to assist him, struggled to save the life of the man clinging to that weak support. With the trail still crumbling, the lives of both men were threatened. But finally, the work was done, and Jim was back on firm ground once more.
Jim?
We'll call him that in the story.
But that was my pa's name.
Was it?
Go ahead. Tell me the rest.
Well, Jim and young Fletcher became firm friends. Jim owed his life to the younger man, and Fletcher, in turn, introduced Jim to his father. They talked of ranching and decided to go into a partnership.
That was my father.
Wait. But young Fletcher liked to gamble. He soon owed more money than he could pay. He knew where his father's strongbox was kept. And then one night, when he thought everyone was asleep...
There. $1,000 in folded money. That'll pay what I owe and it'll keep me.
What are you doing?
Huh? You're stealing.
I got to have it. I got to. Don't tell my pa. If this ain't paid, them gamblers will kill me. Look here, I saved your life. You can't let pa know about this. You can't.
And then what did Jim, do?
What could he do? He couldn't tell the father of the man who had saved his life that his son was a thief. He couldn't make the boy put the money back and be killed by those gamblers. And he didn't have the money himself to help.
Yeah?
He had only one choice. When the boy had gone, Jim wrote a note. Said that he had to leave in a hurry, then saddled and rode off.
But what did he do that for?
He knew he'd be suspected of theft instead of the boy. He hoped to make his escape so that it wouldn't matter. But old Fletcher, believing Jim had used his hospitality to steal from him, pursued him at once. And the trail led to a lonely mountain cabin.
You must be there, fellas. Whoa. I'll get him. I'll get the sneak myself. You fellas stay here. Stand where you are.
I've been looking for you to catch me.
Where's the money you stole?
I ain't got it.
You're lying.
Maybe I am. Maybe I ain't. But that's all I got to say.
Killing's too good for you. You come to my house, pretend like you're a friend, then run off with my cash.
That ain't true.
But I'm not arguing with you, and I'm giving you an even chance. Go for your gun.
I won't shoot you.
Go for your gun, I say.
No.
Well, I gave you your warning. I can't do more than that. I'm counting 3. And if you don't draw by then, I'm shooting anyhow. 1, 2.
But why wouldn't he shoot?
His life had once been saved by young Fletcher.
But I
Jim
still don't...
couldn't fire upon the father of the man who had risked his own life to save his.
Then that's why my father didn't draw. It wasn't because he was yellow at all.
Do you still believe cowardice is in your blood?
Look here, stranger. My paw was braver than if he'd fought it out.
And what are you going to do?
I'll show you. Where's your horse?
Here, Silver.
You're taking me back to my ranch.
Tonto! We're leaving, but you do as we planned. How to do it?
What Paul could do, I can do. And I'll show Steve Drago that he ain't got men enough to take from me what's mine.
Good. Come on, Silver.
The two men raced across country to Taylor's place. It was almost evening when they arrived, but the gathering darkness did not conceal their arrival from Buck, who had been stationed nearby to warn Steve Drago if Lee should come back. We see Buck now as he draws up before Steve's ranch house.
Oh, there. Oh, there. Oh. Stand there, blast you.
Boss!
What's the matter, Buck?
Lee's come back.
Back to his ranch?
Just now. He rode up with a masked fella.
Why, that...
Where are you going?
I'm going to teach that young fool a lesson.
But wait for me.
I'm riding ahead alone. I don't need no help to handle that hombre.
But look here,
You get the other fellows together and ride after. And if there's anything left of 'em when I get done, you fellas can finish up.
Lee was alone when he heard hoofstop outside. A moment later, heavy steps crossed his porch. And then there was a loud knock on the door.
Walk right in.
You blasted sniveling fool. The next time I give you orders, you'll know enough to follow him.
I'm not taking your orders no more.
Huh?
I'm getting back to my range. I'm stocking more cattle. And there's something else I'm going to do.
Yeah?
I'm going to knock your block off.
Why, you...
Come on, get it.
I'll show you.
Here's one to begin with.
I'll break you in two for that.
And here's another for you.
Blast you.
Put on that chair.
Take that.
You missed. But if that's the way you're fighting, here's something for you. You'll give me orders, will you? And this ought to finish you off.
Get away. Leave me be.
Boss, what's happened?
Kill him. Shoot him.
I'll take care of him. Oh, my hand.
Up with your hands, all of you. You can come in now, Sheriff.
Lee, I saw it all. Oh, you hurt.
Honest, honey, I never felt better in my life.
Steve, you and your whole bunch are going to jail.
You can't jail us.
You just think I can. I heard you tell Buck to kill Lee. And if the masked fella hadn't shot first, he'd have done it.
Ruth, honey, it was a masked fella showed me I didn't need to be no coward.
I know, Lee. The Injun told me when he brought the sheriff and me here.
Come, Tonto. We'll leave while they're not watching us.
That's good thing.
Steady, Silver, old fellow.
Yep. You tell plenty good story.
I did the work, Kimosabe.
But him not know that not him father.
I didn't tell Lee that story was about his father, but he thought it was. And as long as he believes it, he'll keep his courage. Come on, Silver.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're heading for Jackson City. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the West was young, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the length and breadth of 7 states. No man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. Now let us take the trail of adventure to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the wheat country near Grace Mill. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The greater part of Texas was suited only to raising cattle. But the soil around Graceville was so fertile and well watered that even those settlers who'd started out as ranchers soon turned to farming. Jeff Holstead was one of these. His wheat fields covered over 100 acres. And as our story opens, his grain is ripe and ready for harvest. Jeff's wife, May, is sitting on the front porch of their home. It is late afternoon, and she watches her husband as he walks slowly toward the house.
My, Jeff, you look all tuckered out.
I've been clear over to the South 40 today, honey.
Here, you take this chair.
There. That feels right comfortable.
I was just thinking, Jeff.
Huh?
I wouldn't trade this for all the money in the world.
Trade what, May?
Oh, our house and fields and all.
Yep, we got lots to be thankful for.
There ain't many folks can settle down in their old age feeling as well provided for as we are.
And with 3 growed boys out in the world and going great guns.
I can't help wishing sometimes that they was all to home again, just like they used to be.
It's the way of life, I reckon.
Yes.
I get the same hankering sometimes, but they had their places to make in the world.
They were such good boys.
And still are, by golly. Look at how Luke paid me back that $1,000 I loaned him so as he could get started in the freighting business.
I sometimes wonder if you did the right thing with that cash, Jeff.
You mean I shouldn't have given it to Cephas Cooper?
Oh, I wouldn't have minded if it had gone to pay back some of the cash we borrowed from him.
I did better than that.
I do hope so.
I used that $1,000 to get me an option on Cephas land.
I suppose it was all right.
You're darned right it was. After harvesting, when I've sold my wheat, I'll pay him the rest of the cash. And next year we'll have land for 3 times the grain we're raising now.
I know.
Just think, May. We'll be rich.
Have you seen Mr. Cooper yet?
No, but I'll get around to it soon.
There's the $2,500 you owe him. That comes due on the 25th.
Shucks, the wheat'll all be harvested and hauled to town by the 20th. There's time to spare.
You sure you're getting a good price for it?
Cephas fixed that up himself. He got me a buyer. And it's all writ down what I'm to be paid. I'm a-getting top prices.
It's funny about Mr. Cooper. Everybody says he's so mean and stingy.
He's sure been fine to us.
But I still think you ought to ride to town soon and put him in mind of his promise.
Maybe he'll go tonight.
If you do, I want you to take along the letters I wrote to the boys.
I'll put 'em on the stage myself.
I told Davy all about how good we was doing.
Did you tell him how we was raising wheat just like he is over at Lake City?
Mm-hmm. And have a letter for Steve.
Just think of him being a Texas Ranger now.
And I thanked Luke for the $1,000 he paid us back.
Well, I reckon the freighting business must be right profitable.
And I told them all they was welcome home any time they found the chance to visit.
They are that. And by golly, May, we'll show 'em the old folks are still good for something. Before we're done, we'll be making more cash than the 3 of 'em put together.
Cephas Cooper was the richest, most influential man in Graceville. Even the sheriff did as he directed. The general story ran was a gathering place for the men in town. And among them now, we see the tall figure of the Lone Ranger, disguised and without his mask.
How much are those supplies?
Let me see. There's 5 pounds of bacon and a couple of pounds of beans.
Mr. Cooper!
Rat it. Don't be bothering me when I'm trying to figure things in my head. Oh, it's you, is it, Holstead?
I just want to talk business with you for a couple of minutes.
You in a hurry, stranger?
I can wait.
How's the wheat coming, Jeff?
Fine, just fine.
Ripe for cutting, ain't it?
Just about.
You come to see me about that cash you owe me, Jeff?
Partly. Let's step over here to talk.
Come on. But if it's credit for grub you want, you ain't getting it.
It ain't nothing like that.
This'll do. Now, what is it?
You seen my wheat of late, Cephas?
Where'd I get the time? You figuring on paying me the cash you borrowed?
Well, you know I can't do that till after harvest. You must be joking, Cephas. For land's sake, you knew the grain would have to be cut and then hauled to town before I could sell it.
All right. Don't waste my time, then. The stranger's waiting for me.
I come about that promise you made me. You ain't forgot, have you?
What promise?
Darned if you ain't forgotten. Why, don't you recollect when I borrowed the cash for planting and such? You said you might loan me some more to hire men and do the harvesting?
I don't recollect no such thing.
But Cephas...
You got a copy of the agreement we read out, ain't you?
Why, sure I have.
It says you're to pay me $2,500 by the 25th of this month, don't it?
I ain't trying to get out of that.
And it says if you don't pay me that cash by that day, your house and land and wheat is all mine.
I don't just say...
Maybe when you pay me what you owe, I can lend you some more. But I ain't fool enough to send good cash after bad.
Then you never intended to let me have the cash for harvesting?
I didn't put it in writing, did I?
No, but you...
If it ain't in writing, it ain't business.
You planned this all the time.
Well, it ain't my fault if I stand to gain more by foreclosing than by lending you more cash.
And you took that other $1,000 for an option on your land, knowing I'd never have the cash to take it up.
I ain't saying.
You know darn well I can get a good price for my wheat if I can haul it to town.
I oughta. It was me fixed up that deal for you.
For yourself, you mean? It'll be you that's selling what I worked and slaved to raise.
Now, look here. First off, you sold your cattle and went to farming. Then when your cash run out, you come to me for help.
You seemed right willing.
I gave you $2,500. And you got $1,000 from that boy of yours, Luke. And I sold you the right to buy my land for half what it's worth. What in blazes ain't fair about that?
Half what it's worth? You did that because you figured I'd never be able to buy it. And you could just keep the $1,000.
That is your lookout.
Why, you...
Don't you go threatening me, Jeff.
I wish I was packing a gun.
Don't you raise your hand to me.
I'd like to...
Boys, come here. Jeff's threatening me. What do you want us to do, Cephas? Throw the old fool out.
I'll handle Jeff.
Throw him right out on the street.
You sneaking coyote.
Go on.
Come on. Let me alone. Take your hands off me.
You're going outside. You're going proud.
Get back.
Don't you interfere, stranger.
Leave Jeff alone, or you'll have me to deal with.
Thank you, stranger.
Cephas is boss around
He's
here.
not my boss. Come along, Jeff.
Stranger, I'd have given anything to be 20 years younger. I didn't need no help then.
We'll get out of here.
Wait. You haven't paid me for that grub you bought.
I'm not taking it.
Don't come back here, Jeff, unless you come with cash to pay me.
There ain't much chance of that.
And be sure you don't harm nothing around your place. If you do, I'll have the law on you. It's going to be mine by the 25th. And I don't aim to have you trying no tricks.
Outside the store, the Lone Ranger left Jeff, and the old man made his way home alone. He told his wife of Cephas Cooper's scheme, and together they decided to pack their few personal belongings, preparing to leave the house that had been their home for so many years.
You got all my shirts packed, May?
They're in this valise.
I got everything else in the buckboard, I guess.
Come here, Jeff.
What is it, honey?
I just wanted you close to me.
There, May. Everything will turn out all right.
The boys was brought up here, Jeff.
I know.
Look, there's the chair where Davy carved his initials with his knife and you spanked him.
If them days were only here again, he could carve up the whole house and I'd never say a word.
And over there's where Luke always used to sit when he was studying his books.
I never did see a young'un like him for book learning.
And it was Steve built them shelves by the window the time you was laid up with a sprained back and couldn't get around the house.
I recollect it just as plain as if it was yesterday.
You don't suppose Davy'll mind putting up with us, do you, Jeff?
Well, of course he won't.
We can't turn to Steve. The Texas Rangers just live as in barracks.
Mm-hmm.
And Luke's not married. He's with his wagons most of the time.
Shucks, Davy'll be glad to see us.
I'd rather almost anybody but Mr. Cooper got this place.
May, I was just a doddering old fool, a danged idiot, to think I could make a go of raising wheat. And when I think of letting Cephas talk me into giving him Luke's $1,000 for that option, it makes me so doggone mad I could go back to town and fight Cephas and all his sneaking friends single-handed.
Jeff.
Oh, there, I reckon I've been a mighty poor sort of a husband to you, honey.
Now, don't you be blaming yourself, Jeff.
If there was only something I could do.
You've got to promise me you won't stop in town to make trouble. You know as well as I do that there ain't a man there won't do Mr. Cooper's bidding. You wouldn't have a chance agin him.
I reckon we better get going. We can send back for anything we've left behind that's ours.
Yes.
Here, I'll carry the valise. You go on ahead.
We'll make out, Jeff. We'll be happy again.
Sure we will, honey.
Let's hurry, Jeff. I can't stand to say goodbye to the house.
I'll put the valise in the back of the buckboard.
Uh-huh.
There. Now give me your hand, May, and I'll help you up.
It ain't so easy for me to get around as it used to be.
I'll be right with you. Now, don't look back, honey. We'll ride out of here just as though it didn't matter at all. Get up. Get along with you, Ned.
Will it take long to get to Davis, Jeff?
A couple of days, I reckon. Get along there. We'll make it as fast as we can.
Jeff, look. There's somebody riding from town already. Mr. Cooper ain't got the right to send a man here to the 25th.
Say, I've seen that white horse before.
Oh, Jeff!
He's calling to you.
What in blazes? Whoa there. Oh, boy.
Jeff, I want to talk to you. Oh, Silver, old fellow. Oh, boy.
Your mask.
Don't you remember me, Jeff?
I don't know. I've seen that horse before. There's something about your voice that...
We met in Cooper's store yesterday.
Say, you're the fellow that helped me when them no-good friends of Cephas were aiming to throw me out.
Don't leave your home, Jeff.
We ain't no choice, stranger.
It's more than a week until the 25th.
Well, we talked that out, and we figured it'd just make it worse staying on till the last minute.
Will you go back if I promise you'll not lose your land?
Huh?
Go back. Stay there until you hear from me again.
But what can you do? It don't seem like...
Jeff, if the stranger was a friend to you once, maybe we ought to listen to what he says.
You'll not be sorry, Jeff.
You think I got a chance to keep Cephas from getting our home?
A good one.
Then, by golly, we'll do what you say. But how can
Turn back right now. You'll see me again before the 25th.
Jeff, we ain't got nothing to lose. And everything to gain.
I don't know what he's got in mind, and I don't see how he can keep Cephas from collecting. But, honey, we're doing like the masked man says. Get around there, Ned. Get around. Now go on. Get at. Go on, boy.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. Jeff Holstead turned from ranching to farming, planting his land with wheat. He borrowed money from Cephas Cooper and gave his property as security. But when he asked Cephas to make good a verbal promise of another loan to pay for harvesting, Cephas refused. Jeff and his wife May, believing they would lose their home, made ready to leave and join one of their 3 sons. The Lone Ranger, however, persuaded them to return and stay on their property until the loan came due. As our second act opens, we see the masked man reining in his great horse Silver at the small camp he shares with his faithful Indian companion Tonto.
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Oh, steady there! Oh, Tonto, I just talked to Jeff. They were leaving their home, but I convinced them to turn back.
That good thing.
Were you able to get the information I wanted, Kimosabe?
Tonto, get 'em.
Where are Jeff's 3 boys?
Dave, him Lake City.
He's the one who took up wheat farming.
Luke, him Bakerstown.
Good.
Steve, him Sandy Ford.
That's where the Texas Rangers have their barracks.
That's right.
Lake City, Bakerstown, Sandy Ford. All of them are a long way off.
Them plenty far.
And I have to make the trip.
Silver take you all right?
If it weren't for Silver, it would be impossible to get there in time.
Tonto ride, too?
No, Tonto. I'll make this trip alone. I want you to stay here and see that Cephas doesn't harm Jeff and his wife before I get back.
Tonto, do that.
Steady, Silver.
You going now?
I can't stop to rest. There isn't a day to spare.
Tonto, wait.
Come on, Silver!
Cephas Cooper had been told that Jeff and his wife were preparing to leave their home before the 25th. But when he learned that they had returned, his curiosity was aroused, and with one of his men, he rode out to the Holstead place.
Wonder what that fool Jeff is up to.
It ain't gonna do him no good to stay on.
You're blamed right it ain't. Jeff signed that paper giving me his place if he didn't pay me by the 25th. And he can't do it.
Yeah.
I seen to it nobody'd work for him for nothing.
You took care of that all right.
There ain't a fella around here with a nerve to go agin me. When I tell them what to do, they do it. It's the worse for them.
There, Jeff sitting on his steps.
I'll get to the bottom of this.
Who asked you to come out here, Cephas?
This is my place, ain't it?
Not yet, it ain't.
It will be soon enough, so it won't make no difference.
Maybe so, and maybe not.
You started to leave once, didn't you?
And what if I did?
What I want to know is, why'd you come back? You're up to something, and by thunder, I aim to get to the bottom of it.
You wouldn't believe why I stayed on, even if I told you.
Yeah?
He's just bluffing, Cephas.
Well, he ain't fooling me none.
I'm here because of a masked man.
Huh?
Yep, that's right. He told me to stay on, and I'm doing like he said.
A masked fella.
Mm-hmm.
What's an outlaw to do with you?
I don't know.
Are you loco?
I don't know that either.
Now, you look here. I reckon I taught you once that I ain't the fella to fool with, and I ain't putting up with this here shilly-shallying. If you're joking with me, I don't care none for jokes.
Cephas, I'll give you the straight of it. All I'm doing is waiting for the masked man to come back. What he can do for me, I don't know. But I'll tell you this. If I had anything left in the world to bet, I'd bet the last penny of it that he'll help me out of the fix I'm in.
You always was a trusting idiot.
It don't hurt to trust folks. The thing is to trust the right ones.
I see it now. You're going to try a trick to spoil the wheat so I won't get the good of it.
You can think what you want.
If you do, I'll have you jailed.
This is your place after the 25th if I don't pay you, isn't it?
It is.
But up to then, it's mine. Ain't that so?
Well,
Then I'm giving orders. You get out of here and stay out. I'm sorry I ever met you. But sure as sin, I don't have to see any more of you than I want. And that's none at all.
Why?
Get, do you hear me?
I'm a-going.
And if I catch you on my property again before it's yours, I'll fill your hide with buckshot.
Jeff's feeling right violent, Cephas.
He's up to something. I can feel it in my bones.
I got the same hunch.
But it's not going to do him no good.
Steady there.
I'm going to have some of the boys keep an eye on him.
That's a good idea.
And if I can catch him doing something that ain't legal, I'll make him sorry for it if it's the last thing I do. Get up there. Get along.
Get up there. Get up there. Come on. Get up.
In the meantime, the Lone Ranger was racing across country. He headed first for Lake City, where Dave Holstead, Jeff's son, had a large wheat ranch outside town.
Dave! Dave Holstead!
That's me.
Oh, Silver, old fellow. Oh, boy.
A masked man.
Never mind that. Your parents are in trouble.
What's that?
They're in danger of losing everything they own.
Wait, listen.
You listen to me. I want your help.
Stranger, you say Cephas done that to Paul?
He did, Luke.
Why, the cheat no skinflint?
Will you do as I asked?
Do it? Say, stranger, there ain't men enough in Texas to stop me.
Good. Come on, Silver, old fellow.
Wait, there's things I want to ask you.
There's no time to wait. Hi-yo, Silver! Come on, Silver! Sandy Ford is our next stop. We'll see Steve and head back again for Graceville. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Days passed, but Jeff and his wife received no further word from the Lone Ranger. The hopes he'd built up faded, and as we find them now in the living room of their home, they are resigned to failure.
May, I'd have to start harvesting that wheat today if I was to get it to town in time to pay Cephas.
I reckon the masked man tried his best, but there wasn't nothing nobody could do.
I tried myself. I went into town and asked some of the fellows if they wouldn't work for nothing till after harvest when I could pay 'em.
Yes?
But that crook Cephas has got 'em so scared, there wasn't one of 'em willing.
I didn't hardly hope for it.
So I guess we'll have to go to Davy after all.
Jeff, those men, who are they?
Huh? By golly, if Cephas has sent fellows to run me off, I'll... All right. I'm coming.
Howdy, Paul.
Davy! Ma, it's Dave.
Davy, my boy, you come to visit us.
Visit nothing. I've come home to work. Where's that wheat needs cutting, Paul?
Ain't no use, Davy. A dozen men couldn't get it cut in time to get to town.
A dozen? Who said anything about a dozen? I got 40 men here and raring to go to work.
Oh, Davy, I can't believe it.
But we ain't tools enough.
We brought our own tools. We'll show you how to harvest a crop. Ain't that so, men?
I'm all of a tremble, Davy. It sure is good to see you. Oh, gosh.
Now, just forget about your worries. You and Ma sit here. The boys will take care of the work. Come on, fellas. Let's dig here.
All that day and well into the next, Dave and his men worked furiously. The smell of fresh cut wheat was fragrant in the air, and great loads of grain were ready to be hauled into town. As the second afternoon wore on, Dave looked up to see his father running toward him.
Davy, stop. Tell them fellows to stop working. It ain't no use.
What's that, Paul?
I just happened to think we ain't got the wagons to haul the grain to town.
Can't you get none?
Cephas seen to that. He give everybody in the county orders not to help me.
Blast it. Why didn't the masked fella tell me we'd need wagons?
I don't know. But you better not waste your time no more. It was good of you, Davy. And your ma and me sure appreciate what you done, but
Did you say you needed wagons?
I just now told you.
Then look what's coming.
Why, bless my soul. Them's Luke's wagons.
And there's Luke himself.
Luke!
Oh, we got here all right.
You're just in time.
What are you standing there for, Dave? Get back to work. My fellas want weed to load up in them wagons.
And you just bet you'll get it. Come on.
Did the masked fella...
He sent me, Paul.
I never thought when I set you up in the freighting business that the day had come when your wagons could do me a turn like this.
I'll start my boys to loading, Paul.
Hold on there, Jeff. Hold on.
Cephas!
I've been watching everything that's happened.
But you...
And you ain't gonna move that wheat.
Who says I can't?
I says it. You're not moving this wheat till you pays me what you owe.
There ain't nothing in the agreement says that. All I gotta do is pay you by the 25th.
That don't mean nothing to me. This wheat's as good as mine. You ain't gonna keep me from having it.
Your scheming fell through, Cephas.
Yeah? Well, I got the sheriff, his deputies, and all the men from town to see that no wheat's moved.
The sheriff?
He's just like everybody else around here. He takes his orders from me, and I give him orders to shoot the first fella to drive out of here with a wagon.
Paul, every one of our fellas is covered by a fella from town. And every townsman is covered by a Texas Ranger. Paul, look, Steve's brought the Rangers.
You're all through, Cephas. It's Steve. It's my boy, Steve.
The masked man here brought me, Paul. He figured there might be trouble.
I've been tricked. You can't get away with this. I ain't standing for it.
You have no choice, Cephas.
Stranger, I don't know how to thank you. You brought my boys together again. You brought them here just when they was needed most.
Jeff, will you be able to sell your grain in time to pay Cephas?
I sure will.
Blast you. Confound you. Say, what are you laughing about, you?
Cephas, I was remembering how you talked me into giving you that $1,000 for knocking on your land. You were so blamed anxious to get the cash, you offered the land for far less than it was worth.
But I tell you that I...
And now I'll be able to get your land, too. There ain't no way you can stop me.
Jeff, no. You wouldn't do that, would you?
It was all put down in writing. And like you said, if it's in writing, it's business. And from now on, I'm a businessman.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's going to be
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The end of the Civil War and the passage of more liberal homestead laws saw the tide of emigration to the western United States reach its greatest height. Land was to be had for the asking, but peace and security were not, and the West could not be won until law and order were established. It was then that the masked rider of the plains first rode in the cause of justice. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals throughout the new territory, and no man did more to make the frontier safe for honest men. Now return with us to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading north to the Oregon Trail. Tunnel's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As our story opens, the Lone Ranger and Tonto have made their camp for the night on a bluff overlooking the famous trail to the northwest. The light of several campfires can be seen on the plain below.
There's another wagon train, Tonto.
Me see it.
That's what this part of the country needs. People to make homes here. People with the courage to face difficulties and fight for what they want.
That be plenty good thing.
Someday, the West will be just as rich as the East.
That's right.
But the people who will make it rich are these pioneers.
What that?
Listen.
That buffalo.
Must be the herd we passed earlier today.
Them come plenty fast.
Something's frightened them. They're stampeding. There they are.
Them not far off.
They're heading for the valley. I wonder...
What you think?
The valley's narrow, and it leads to the place where the wagon train is camped.
That's right.
Here, Silver.
What you do?
The buffalo may stop before they reach the wagon train, but if they don't...
There'll be plenty trouble.
Fall, white fella, Tonto.
Here, white fella.
We'll follow the herd and see if they do any damage.
That's a good idea.
Come on,
Get on, white fella.
The men and women of the wagon train were resting around their campfires, unaware of the danger that threatened. Grant Elder, the leader of the train, was speaking to one of the groups.
Well, folks, we covered a right good stretch of ground today. And tomorrow we ought to do even better.
I don't see where we done so good.
Now, don't you go to complaining again.
Why shouldn't I complain? I'm darn sorry I ever came along. We should have stayed back east where we belong.
Yeah?
Trouble. Nothing but trouble is all we've had. First off, them contractors cheated us back in Eagle City. The grub they sold us was full of worms that ain't fit to eat.
It's a blame sight better than nothing.
We ain't had half water enough. Tom Billings' young'un died the other day. Most of the wagons were broke down a dozen times or more. Trouble? I'm so blame sick of it, I wish I'd never heard of this part of the country.
That's no way to talk, Paul. You shouldn't
Look
be...
here, Cora. Don't you be telling me what to think and what not to. You're getting just like your ma was. And what's more...
Hey, Grant.
What's the matter, Jim?
Do you hear what I hear?
What is it? Oh, heavens above, what's a mighty strange thing?
It's a sort of rumbling.
Now, what in blazes could that...
Hey, Grant.
Huh?
Get to the wagons. It's buffalo. They're pouring out of the valley like water.
I see them now.
They're heading right this way.
They're tramping. Hurry, child. Run.
Climb in the wagon. Drive out of here. Come on, get a move on it. We'll all be down for. Hurry up.
The buffaloes swept down upon the unprepared camp. Few of the men had time to hitch their horses, and still fewer were able to drive clear of the stampede.
Come on, fellas. Come on, your wagons over there. Come on, your wagons over
Only by a stroke of good fortune, the herd separated at the last moment, and the damage, though great, was not as heavy as it might have been. When the danger was over, Grant Elder tried desperately to reorganize the train.
Jim, Dan, round up the women folks. Take account of everybody and see if anyone's hurt.
All right, Billy.
Ain't nobody hurt that I can see.
Blast it, take a look at my wagon.
It get busted up, Silas?
Busted up. There ain't enough left of it for kindling. My stuff's strung out every which way. I've had just about all I'm going to stand for.
Shucks, Silas, you knew when we started out we'd have our troubles.
I can take my share, but I'd...
Who's that?
I don't know.
He called his horse Silver.
Well, he can call his horse what he blame pleases. But what I'm saying is I've seen all of the West I want to. And I ain't the only one that feels that way either.
Oh, Silver!
Man.
Well, I'll be...
I'm not an outlaw.
What, that mask?
I have my own reasons for that. Came to see if we can help you.
Well, outlaw or not, we can use all the help that comes our way, I reckon.
We were afraid the buffalo might reach your camp. Did they do much damage?
Damage? Why, the blasted critters just about wrecked us. Do you wonder if we don't find somebody's been killed?
Here comes Jim. Maybe he can tell us if there is or not.
Well, I've had a good look around, Grant.
What'd you find out?
Well, there's about a third of the wagons pretty well smashed up. but I think maybe some of them can be fixed again.
Yeah?
Anybody hurt?
Not one, thank the Lord. We was mighty lucky that way.
Where'd Dan get to?
He's bringing the women folks along. There they are now.
Land sakes alive. I never in my born days had such a scare.
You all right, Cora?
Just shook up a little, Paul.
Folks, it's about time we had a showdown.
Meaning just what, Silas?
That's like what I've been saying for the last week. The biggest mistake we ever made was to come out west. What I say is we ought to turn around come morning and head back for where we belong.
Sure, Silas. What's got into you?
I'm just talking good sense.
You really believe that, Silas?
Well, look what's happened. If this was the first thing that'd gone wrong, maybe I wouldn't say nothing. But it's been one thing after another ever since we crossed the Mississippi.
And now you want to turn back?
Of course I do. Anybody with sense would feel the same.
What do the rest of you think? I'm for keeping on.
Well, I don't know, Grant. Maybe Silas is right.
Well, like Silas says, we've run into a heap more trouble than we ever figured on.
Isn't the opportunity to make a new home worth the sacrifice?
Sure, but
You
then
men. Grant and the masked man are the only ones with any gumption.
It ain't for women to judge.
We're good enough to nurse you when you're ailing and mend your clothes and do all the things you'd rather get out of. But when it comes to deciding anything, then it's only the men folks that have any say.
Now, honey, it ain't right for you to speak up so.
Well, isn't it right? We do our share, don't we?
Cora.
I don't care, Paul. You ought to ask us women what we think once in a while.
Good for you, child.
That's enough of that. I
Oh,
don't
now
want to
you're
hear
the
anything
right,
like that
Silas.
out of you
Right.
again.
Wait.
Huh?
Listen to me. When you people started out, it was to begin new lives in a new country. Don't give up now. Settlers are needed in the West. And whatever your hardships, you'll be repaid 100 times before you're through.
Just a second.
Yes?
I'm wondering just what your game is, anyhow. What are you so blamed anxious for us to keep on for? Looks mighty funny to me.
You'll have to believe I'm thinking of your good.
I don't have to believe nothing, and I don't...
Silas, I declare you're the most contrary man I ever seen.
Hold on, everybody. This is something we can decide later on. But right now, we got work to do, and it's time we did it.
That's good sense, anyhow. We'll straighten things out. Then maybe by tomorrow, Silas and the rest of you'll get your gumption back.
Come on, you fellas, get them wagons straightened out. No time to argue that.
Under the direction of Grant, Elder, and the masked man, order was quickly restored. The wagons were repaired, and in the morning, at the suggestion of the Lone Ranger, Dan and Jim trailed the buffaloes to obtain fresh meat for the train. We see the two men as they come within range of the herd.
There they are up ahead, Jim.
Yeah.
We'll stop here. If we get too close, maybe they'll start running again. Whoa,
whoa there.
Whoa there. Whoa. Steady there. Better get off your horse, Jim. It'll be easier shooting.
Reckon it will at that.
There's a good-sized rock. That'll make a rest for our rifles.
Come on.
You know, Jim, I was just thinking.
Thinking?
Well, here we are. This'll do fine. Yeah, I was thinking the masked fella might have the right of it after all.
I don't know.
Well, it don't hardly seem like we should have come all this way just to turn around again and traipse back home.
Well,
and all the women folks seem mighty set on going ahead. If we turn around, they're liable to make things right uncomfortable for us.
It ain't for women to have the say.
Of course it ain't, but still,
Yeah,
you know...
I know what you mean.
Well, we can talk about it later. Right now, we ought to be getting fresh meat.
Uh-huh. I got my sights on that critter over to the left.
Yeah? I'll take the one next to him. Ready?
Yeah.
Now, don't miss.
I got mine.
And so did I.
Come on, Will.
What's that?
Must be somebody else hunting.
Who could be?
Well, maybe it's someone that we...
Say, them shots was aimed our way.
Look.
Injuns.
They're coming over that hill.
Back to the horses. Let the meat go.
How many are there?
I don't know. And I ain't waiting to find out.
Steady there, steady.
We're heading for camp as fast as we can make it. Get up there.
Get along with
Get
it. Get up there.
Dan and Jim raced across the prairie toward the wagon train. As they neared the camp, their shouts brought a group of people running to meet them.
Injun! We see redskins!
Oh, there. Injuns fired at us.
They heard us shooting at them. buffalo.
You sure they were Indians?
We wouldn't mistake a thing like that.
Then that settles it.
That settles what?
We are heading back east. We can face stampedes and dust and sickness, but when it comes to murdering redskins, it's time we got out of here.
Indians wouldn't be likely to attack a wagon train as well guarded as yours.
They just shot at Jim and Dan, didn't they?
Because they saw them alone.
How do we know what they'll do? Grant, I'm telling you can't make us go no further.
Do the rest of you fellas feel like that?
Well, I wasn't so sure before, but right now I says the same as Silas.
And so do I.
Well, then, I reckon that's what we'll have to do.
Land sakes alive. Growed men is scared of a few painted savages.
It's your own good we're considering as well as ours. It's the men that has to do the fighting, let me tell you that.
Come, Tonto.
Now me come.
This is the first I've heard of Indians near here, Kemosabe.
What we do?
Steady, old fellow. You and I are going to investigate those Indians.
That's good.
I want to know more about them.
Get him up, white
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story. A wagon train, led by Grant Elder, became disheartened after a series of misfortunes. First, a herd of buffalo swept through the camp, leaving destruction in its wake. Then hostile Indians were encountered. The men decided to return to the east, and when the Lone Ranger was unable to change their minds, he decided to investigate the Indians which Jim and Dan had seen. As our second act opens, the masked man and his faithful companion are dismounting at the foot of a small hill.
I think the Indians must be camped just beyond this hill, Tonto.
Oh, that trail shown that.
We'll try and get a look at them without being seen. Stay here, Silver. Come, Tonto.
Not many Injun.
Only a few from the tracks we've seen.
There, bush.
I see it. If we can get that far without being discovered, we can hide behind it. Careful now.
Here, bush. Now.
This is far enough. Look down below.
There. Injun.
But fewer than I'd expected.
Tonto never see them before.
But I could give a close guess as to who they are.
Who you think?
You remember the Indians who raided the Overland Station?
Uh-huh.
There were 5 of them. The soldiers have been hunting them for weeks.
Me think them same feller.
And so do I. See? There are 5 in this group. If they were dodging the law, this is probably the direction they would have chosen.
That's right.
Come. We've seen enough. Tonto, did you notice the location of their camp?
Tonto, see.
Gave me an idea.
What? That?
I don't want the wagon train to turn back.
That'd be bad thing.
The men aren't cowards, but they've met an unusual number of hardships.
That's right.
Naturally, they're discouraged. They'll go on if we can prove to them that the dangers they fear are mostly imaginary.
What we do, huh?
Steady, Silver. Tonto, just as soon as it's dark, we're going back to where the wagon train is camped.
That good.
And there, I believe, we'll get some willing help for our plan. Come on,
Get
Silver.
him up, white fella.
That evening, indignant at the attitude of the men, the women of the wagon train gathered in a separate group after the evening meal. Maggie, Jim Barton's wife, Cora, Silas Digby's daughter, and Jean, Dan Hardy's sister, voiced their resentment at what they consider the men's lack of resolution.
Yeah, I'd like to shake 'em good. The very idea of turning back when we're this far along.
They say they're going east in the morning.
And they won't listen to us.
It's mostly Pa's doing. If he hadn't kept so everlastingly at the others, maybe they wouldn't have agreed to going back so easy.
It's just like men folks, always looking for the easy way out.
Now, Maggie, I reckon they ain't no worse than the average.
I ain't never heard that the average man was any great shakes.
If there was only something we could do.
I've tried to talk to Dan, but when I say anything, he only grunts and says women don't understand things like men.
And a good thing they don't.
Well, I was sort of hoping that masked man could argue them out of it.
Wonder where he got to.
Dan says he's likely some kind of a crook.
A crook? I just wish we had a whole wagon train full of his kind of crooks.
There was something about him.
Mercy sakes, Jean, what the... Oh, the masked man.
The masked man again.
Oh, you give me such a start.
I'd like to talk to you.
I'll get Grant, if you'll just wait a minute.
I don't want to talk to Grant. Just answer this question. Do you women want to return to the East?
Of course we don't.
Why, we were saying that when you come up.
All of us women want to keep on.
Would you be willing to do something that might persuade the men to continue?
But what in
I
the
think
world?
I have a plan.
If only you had.
I'll need your help.
Stranger, we women came out here so as we could have the kind of homes we always wanted. Maybe you don't know it, but when a woman's got her heart set on something, she'd wade through wildcats to get it.
Good.
Now what do you got in mind?
Listen to my plan. Wait until the men have gone to sleep tonight. And then... Now, do all of you understand clearly what you're to do?
When I think how the men folks will look.
There comes Paul.
I'll leave now. But don't forget your instructions.
We won't.
Say, who was that I just seen you talking to? You been up to something?
Oh, now, Paul, we don't...
Silver. That masked man. Was it him?
And what if it was, Silas? My sakes.
He's an outlaw, that's what. Women, bah. You listen to every smooth-spoken crook that comes along. But when your own men folks try to tell you something for your own good, you don't hear no better than if you was deaf.
Sentries were posted at night to guard against a surprise attack by the Indians. The early watch was shared by Grant Elder and Jim Barton. We see them now as they sit together on the tongue of a wagon, rifles held loosely across their knees.
Seems like a shame, Jim.
Huh? What does?
Leaving this country, going back east again. You know, the more I see of the West, the better I like it.
It's mighty pretty country, but it's just as dangerous as it's good to look at.
Yeah, I reckon.
You got any idea what was bothering the women tonight?
Shucks. They was just mad because they couldn't have their own way.
There's more to it than that.
What makes you think so?
Well, they was mad at first, all right. But later on, they was acting like maybe they had something up their sleeve.
You're just imagining things, Jim. Maggie was most likely trying to get you riled.
Maybe. What was that?
I didn't hear nothing.
Listen.
What's ailing you anyhow, Jim? You're as fidgety tonight as a girl at her wedding.
I'd have swore I heard something.
There weren't a thing. It's just the night being so black. The plains being so lonesome like that's getting on your nerves.
You talk like I was a scary kid.
Well, you ain't a... Where?
Over by the end of that wagon. Did you see it?
See what?
It was like a shadow. Come out of that wagon, then was gone. Just all of a sudden.
By golly, you...
There's another. Grant, I'm going to have a look.
Oh, you blame fool.
Maybe I am. But how do you know there ain't Indians sneaking into camp?
You see anything?
Just a minute.
You better come back here and make yourself comfortable. If you're going to jump every time you see a shadow, you won't be fit to live with.
I don't know. Maybe my eyes are going back on me.
I told you there wasn't nothing, didn't I?
Yeah, Yeah,
Then
but
sit down and forget about it. Now, like I was saying, them women didn't have nothing up their sleeves at all. Why, right now, I'll bet they're dreaming in their sleep about going back east.
Everything was quiet in the camp during the remainder of the night. But shortly after sunrise, Silas Digby looked inside the covered wagon, where his daughter Cora was supposed to be sleeping.
Leaping lizards.
What's the matter, Silas?
Cora, she's gone.
Ain't she there?
You heard me, didn't you?
But she's gotta be.
Well, she ain't. I just looked.
But Jean's with her.
Your sister?
The two of them was gonna stay together last night. Leastways, that's what Jean told me.
Now, where in thunder could they have got to? Grant! Hey, Grant!
You calling me, Silas?
Come here.
And hurry up.
Something wrong?
My girl Cora and Dan's sister Jean have disappeared.
What's that you said? Who's disappeared?
Jean and Cora.
But where's Maggie? She was with them, wasn't she?
Maggie?
Why, she said she was staying with them.
Well, I'll be...
Hasn't anybody seen them?
Grant, you recollect last night?
Huh?
Them shadows and that noise I heard. You don't suppose...
That Injun's got him? Oh, you're loco.
But I
What'd
said...
you say about Injuns, Jim?
It was while me and Grant was keeping guard. I thought I heard a noise and seen some shadows by the wagons, but I couldn't find nothing.
Didn't you look to see if the women folks were safe?
Well, I
We
didn't
never
look in
figured
the-
anything was really wrong.
They've been took by them redskins as sure as blazes. Come on!
Where you going?
To get our horses. If them Injuns have got...
Look at there!
What in thunder?
It's the masked man again.
And look, the women are with him. And that ain't all.
Huh?
They're holding guns on Injun.
Injuns?
Can't you see them?
Jean! Hey, Jean!
Hold, Silver!
What do you want, Dad?
What's the idea? Them redskins. You're gone loco.
We've been doing your work for you with the help of the masked man.
You've been what?
Oh, land sakes alive. Can't you understand plain English?
Now look here, Maggie.
Oh, I won't look here. It's you men that are going to do the looking and listening. Here's the Injuns you were so scared of.
The masked man helped us capture them.
You women done that?
There was no real danger, Grant. There were just 5 Indians. The women remained hidden with only the rifles they carried showing. Tonto and I told the Indians they were surrounded, and they gave up.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled.
Tonto and I found their camp and thought of the plan. The women joined us during the night. At daylight, when the Indians could see the guns aiming at them from over the hill, we called on them to give up.
Did you hear that,
And they
boys?
did, too. They knew blamed well we meant business.
And these are the Indians who frightened you men, made you decide to turn back.
Well,
It seems sort of funny.
The only thing funny about it is that you men were scared of something that us women fixed.
Never mind them, Cora. I suppose they still figure the West is too hard on them. They'll be heading east again before the day is out.
What do you say, fellas?
I'll tell you what I say, Grant. We can't stand for women folks showing us up like this.
If we turn back now, we'll be the laughing stock of everybody, from here to Topeka.
We gotta go on.
You mean that, Jim?
Yes. And we're going on right now.
Yes, sir. You'll find all kinds of hardships on the trail ahead. Perhaps some of them will be worse than those you've already met. But this should prove that none are as bad as your imagination makes them.
Stranger, you've proved that aplenty.
And it was me that said he was an outlaw.
Outlaw. Why, land sakes, this is the man we've been hearing about ever since we left home. He's the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old boy! The stage has been held up near Mill City! Hail, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, land was to be had for the asking, but peace and security were not. Outlaws robbed and killed, and the local sheriffs, elected to protect the honest people, often worked with the criminals. It was then that the masked rider of the plains rode in the cause of justice. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Sioux Hills! Tonto was waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver!
The Bar X trail herd had covered many difficult miles and had survived a score of dangers since first it had left the home spread. Now, as it approached Bighorn County, it was close to the halfway mark on its journey. Our story opens shortly after sunrise. The trail crew, under the watchful eyes of Walt Benson, their leader, is busy getting the reluctant herd underway.
Idaho! You calling me, boss? Come over here! Come in! Get up there, boy! Get up there! What do you want, Walt?
Look over west. What do you make of that?
The rider, ain't it?
Yeah. Looks like he's heading this way.
Maybe just somebody wanting to pass the time of day.
Maybe. I can make him out now. He's riding a paint horse.
He's waving his hand. Hey, there's some horse that fella's got his saddle on.
He sure is.
I'll be blowed. It's an Injun.
Wonder what he wants. Hi there, Redskin.
Oh, paint horse, oh.
Right now, Injun?
Yes, Tonto want to make talk with you.
Yeah?
You go Bighorn County?
Sure we are.
We ought to be there by noon or so.
That's plenty bad place.
Huh?
Law heap crooked there. Maybe make you pay plenty trouble.
What do you mean the law's crooked in Bighorn County?
Sheriff, bad feller. He'll make you pay cash.
Shucks, Redskin. You don't know what you're talking about. I was through here with the Bar X trail herd last year, and the sheriff was a mighty fine fella.
Him got news, Sheriff.
Ain't Jake Carter sheriff no more?
No. Sheriff named Judge Barker now.
Well, hell, what if it ain't the same sheriff? That don't mean nothing to us.
Crooked or not, I reckon we can handle ourselves.
Better you not go there.
And where'd you say we'd better go?
You make circle. Go way round.
And lose a week doing it.
Injun, we got cattle to deliver. We ain't got a whole year to do it in either. If we circle around every blame place you figured there might be trouble, we'd never get to the end of the trail.
Tonto won't help you.
Sure you do, Injun. But we've run into tough sheriffs before.
And none of them looked so tough when we was through.
So I reckon we'll just keep on the way we're going.
You make heap big mistake.
I don't guess so.
You keep on?
Of course we are. We ain't scared so easy.
Maybe Tonto see you later.
You're welcome to ride a ways with us anyhow, Redskin.
Sure, hang around for Glove later on.
No, me go now. Get him a paint horse.
Now, I wonder what that was all about.
I don't know, but if he was up to some trick, he didn't work it.
Well, come on. Don't matter none, I guess. And we got us a job to do.
Yeah.
Tell them fellas up ahead to keep them critters moving. We want to reach water as soon as we can. And watch out for strays.
Sure, boss. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
The sheriff of Bighorn County had his office in the town of Red Rock. Judd Barker was a heavy-set man with small, shrewd eyes and a cruel mouth. We see him seated in his office in conversation with Martin Weaver, the county cattle inspector. The sheriff is speaking.
Martin, you and me have been doing right well for ourselves.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Let me see. We've been holding office for only about 10 months. And already we've made us close to 10,000 apiece.
Not counting what the county pays us.
That's only chicken feed again the other.
And we've made that cash during the slow months, too. We'll be doing a heap better as soon as the trail herds start coming through more often. Where's your deputy?
Sid? Oh, I sent him out to ride up the trail a ways and see if there's any herds heading this way. But he ought to be back before long.
Well, that looks like Sid now.
Yeah.
And it looks like maybe he's got good news.
Any news, Sid?
You're blame right there's news.
Good.
Listen, the Bar X herd from Texas is on the trail. I seen him just outside of
The
town.
Bar X?
That's the best news yet. That outfit always comes through with a big herd.
They got a real big one this time.
Well, Martin, I reckon that means you and me get busy again.
I'm ready.
Sheriff, you want I should get the rest of the boys and ride along with you?
There won't be no need yet. Besides, if it's just Martin and me talks to him first, it'll look more legal. And I'm sure dead set on everything being legal and above board.
Yeah.
Come on, Martin.
I'm with you. Your horses are just outside. Sam brung them around.
If we ain't back in an hour, you might get the boys and ride out that way, Sid.
I'll do that, Sheriff.
You say the Bar X always comes through with a big herd?
They sure do. They got one of the biggest outfits in Texas. Steady there, boy. There.
Then by the time they come to terms, we ought to be a couple more $1,000 to the good.
You're blame right we will. And there ain't nothing they can do about it either. Get up there. Come on.
At noon, the great Bar X trail herd was well within Bighorn County. The cattle were allowed to graze while Walt Benson and his men gathered around the chuck wagon for their noon meal.
Golly, I was hungry enough to eat a whole cow all by myself.
Ain't never seen the time you weren't hungry, Idaho.
I don't hold a candle to you, Shorty. Say, Walt, I'm right glad now that redskin didn't come along for grub. If he had, there'd been just that much less to go around.
I've been wondering where that's all the trouble he was saying we'd run into when we got to Bighorn County.
What's that about trouble, boss?
Oh, Idaho and me met up with a redskin that said there was a crooked sheriff here.
Yeah? Well, if he is crooked, you're likely to find it out right sudden.
Meaning?
Meaning there's a law riding this way now. You can see where the sun hits that badge of his.
Sheriff ain't riding alone. There's another fellow with him.
Maybe that Injun had the right of it.
You ain't scared of no sheriff with a tin star, are you, Walt?
No, but
Where's the trail boss of this outfit?
That's me, Sheriff.
Oh, there.
What business you got with me?
Nothing that'll take long to settle, I reckon, if you're reasonable, gents.
Yeah?
This here is Martin Weaver. He's the inspector hired by this county.
Howdy.
Inspector?
That's my job.
What kind of an inspector would this county be needing?
These, Texas cattle, ain't they?
I reckon you knew that.
We're mighty careful around these parts with Texas cows coming through.
Just what are you getting at?
What I mean is, we don't want no Texas fever bothering our cattle.
Texas fever? You're loco.
Are you trying to say that this trail herd might be bringing fever here?
I told you we're mighty careful.
So what do you
So we'll have to inspect your cows before we let you go on.
Well, I'll be doggone.
This is sure on new and on me. It's the law of the county, and I'm here to see it enforced.
But look here, Sheriff. We still got a long ways to go. We can't afford to be held up here too long.
I can't help that.
How long would it take?
Well, that's up to the inspector. What do you think, Martin?
Well, I'm right busy these days. I can't promise when I'd get at it. All I can say is I won't be no longer than I have to.
Yeah?
It might be, it might be no more than a month before I could get around to you.
A month?
You are loco.
Of course, that's just a guess. It might be a week or two longer. And then besides, there's the actual inspecting to do. Now, that'll take quite a spell, seeing the size of your herd.
You can't do this to us. We got to keep traveling.
As long as you're in Bighorn County, you'll abide by our laws.
But ain't there something we can do so we won't have to wait?
Well, there's a couple things you might do.
What's that?
You might take your cows and go around by the Sioux Hills.
The Sioux Hills? That'd mean we'd have to cross the Whitewater River.
Uh-huh. But it's outside the county, so I couldn't stop you if you had a mind to.
But there ain't no way to cross the river without losing half our cows.
Well, there's still another way.
Yeah?
You couldn't expect us to take the risk of Texas fever without getting something for it. But you can keep right on going through the county for only 1 cow in 5. Now, that ain't so bad, is it? A fifth of your cows is better than being held up here for a month or two, and it's better than trying to cross the Whitewater.
You low-down skunk.
By golly, the Injun was right when he said the law here was crooked.
Hold on there. You'd better be darn careful how you talk to me.
Careful? Why, you rotten range rattle polecat. Where we come from, gents like you wouldn't make a hearty breakfast for a tadpole.
You're defying the law.
Crooks, you mean?
Sheriff, you'd better get... Why, you
fool cowpoke. Walt, he's drawing his gun.
Yeah? That'll teach you.
On my shoulder.
I'll take the sheriff. Don't shoot. Up with your hands. Reach. I'm reaching.
You too, Inspector.
But my shoulder...
Reach for the sky. I only grazed you.
You'll pay for this. When I get my deputies, I'll come...
Should we let him have it now, Walt?
Wait.
It's the Injun we seen afore.
Well...
You come.
You want to talk with me?
You hear what Tonto say?
Go ahead, Walt. The redskin tried to do us a good turn the first time. Me and Shorty will watch these fellers.
All right, Redskin. What have you got to say?
Come back here. Tell these fellas to let us go.
You stay right there for a spell. What do you got to say, Injun?
You let Sheriff go.
Yeah?
You tell him wait till sunup. Then you make up mind.
Tell the sheriff to give us till morning to decide?
That's right.
But,
Me got white friend. Him help you.
Anybody that can help us out of the fix we're in has got to be smart.
You do what Tonto say?
I reckon I will. If I'd listened to you the first time, we wouldn't have got in this trouble.
You let lawman go. Then Tonto tell you plan.
Come on. I'll send them cheap crooks on their way, and we'll talk this out.
That good.
What did the redskin have to say, Walt?
I ain't heard all of it yet. Look here, Sheriff. We're letting you go. But you can come back in the morning for your answer.
For what you've done, you're going to pay twice as much to get through the county.
Quit the palaver and climb on your horses.
And if you don't pay, you'll either wait or go by way of the river.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's get out of here.
I'll fix these fellas for this. Get up there. Come on, get up. Get up.
Who's that?
A masked fella.
Him, friend Tonto. Now you hear plan.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The morning after the sheriff had told Walt Benson, trail boss of the Bar X herd, that he would have to surrender a fifth of his cattle or leave Bighorn County, the lawman and a number of his deputies headed for the Bar X camp.
This time, them smart cowhands will either pay up or take what's coming to them.
You should have let the rest of us come along the last time, Sheriff. Then there wouldn't have been no gunplay.
They'll wish there hadn't been.
I wonder who that Injun was.
I know. Never seen him before.
Didn't he call himself Tonto?
He might have. What about it?
Just seemed to me I'd heard that name somewhere before. Maybe not, though.
Reckon you didn't.
Aren't we pretty close to the Bar X outfit?
You'll see him just as soon as we top this rise.
I can hear him.
Sounds like they're on the move.
By golly, if they're trying to keep on going, I'll have their hides.
There they are.
They ain't going on. They're heading back.
I'll bet they decided to try the river after all.
Here comes their trail boss. We'll soon find out. Whoa,
whoa. They don't look worried none.
He will be if he tries to get his cows across the Whitewater.
Yeah, and for more than one reason.
Well, what are you going to do?
Howdy, Sheriff. I see you got all your gunslingers with you.
That'll be enough out of you. All we want to know is whether you're paying up or getting out.
We're going by way of the hills.
You're forgetting about the river, ain't you, fella?
Nope.
Don't let it fool you none. It ain't very wide, but it sure moves fast. You get half your cars across, and you'll be doing blame good.
We'll do our own worrying.
Well, go ahead. We can't stop you as long as you don't try to cross our county. But if you double back, you'll sure wish you hadn't.
Uh-huh. Thanks for the advice, Sheriff.
That ain't advice. It's a warning.
Thanks, just the same. Now, I got to be getting back. The boys will be needing my help.
The faster you move out of here, the better.
That's just the way we feel about it. Get up there. Get along now. Get up there.
Now what, Sheriff?
Just the same as always when them cow punchers get stubborn.
We're riding to the Sioux Hills?
Yep, with masks.
Well, I don't like that way of doing things so well.
What's worrying you? We've done it before, ain't we?
Yeah,
and I reckon we can do it again.
Myself, I like it this way better. Instead of just part of the herd, we get all of it.
We'll lay for 'em in the hills. Wait till they're having trouble crossing the river, then ride down and wipe 'em out.
Yeah? Taking big chances.
But it's paying us big money.
The only thing is, Sheriff, there ain't gonna be no cinch selling a herd that size all at once.
That'll be the easiest part of it.
Yeah?
We'll drill them fellas, take their papers, and sell the cows to the same buyer they was going to.
You figure we can?
Why not? Nobody that far off can prove we ain't working for the Bar X.
You'll go along, Sheriff?
Well, maybe I'll send the rest of you. It wouldn't look right for me to be leaving the county.
We could handle it.
But first, we gotta head them off by the river.
We'll need more men.
We'll go back to town and get them right now. We'll load up on ammunition. And after we've met up with them punchers again, there won't be a one of them left to tell about it. Get up there! Come on, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
When Tonto talked to Walt Benson, he not only outlined the masked man's plan to get the herd across the river safely, but also repeated everything the Lone Ranger and he had learned about the tactics of the sheriff and his men. Now we see the herd as it moves through a narrow valley in the Sioux Hills leading to the Whitewater River. Tonto is riding beside Walt on the cowboy Idaho.
You sure your masked pard can do like you said, Tonto?
He'll do that all right.
It's a risky business.
You not worry.
If the masked feller slips up, we're going to be in a worse fix than we was afore.
Especially if them polecats really try to raid us like the masked man figured they would.
Them make raid, all right.
The dirty crooks. They got the slickest game I ever heard of. If they don't get paid for letting cows lose their county, they just make the herds go around where they can be stole easy.
Maybe this is once they'll get fooled.
I'm hoping for it.
We should be getting sight of the river soon.
Here comes Shorty. Maybe he's seen the river already.
Hey, boss!
Yeah?
Oh, there. The masked fella done it.
You sure?
You bet I am. I seen it for myself.
The riverbed's dry.
There ain't enough water left in it to boil a mess of beans.
And there ain't nothing to keep the cattle from crossing.
And now we got to do the rest like the masked fella told us.
He's been right so far, and I'm with him all the way.
And so am I.
Hey, fellas! Get moving. Fire off your shooting iron. Start them critters to stampeding.
You're sure they won't get away from us?
Not by a darn sight. They can't scatter in this valley. When they run out, we'll pick them up again.
Then let's go.
Make all the noise you can.
You watch us. Get up there. Get up there.
The sheriff and his men, armed for the attack upon the Bar X trail herd, rode out from town and made their way across country toward the Whitewater River. We see them as they approach the spot from which they plan to start their raid.
We should be there just about in time to meet the herd.
Yeah. There's good cover over there, Sheriff.
Uh-huh. I reckon that'll do all right. Just so we ain't spotted before we're ready for him.
I'd sure hate to have anything go wrong.
That's up to you, fellas. All I gotta say is this. After the way that smart aleck trail boss acted, if they ain't made to pay for it, then I'll see to it you fellas are blamed sorry.
We'll do our part.
Uh-huh. You better. It means cash for all of us.
How's this place here?
Good enough.
Whoa there. Ain't no sign of them yet.
Well, it's a heap better to be a little early than to miss them.
We'll see them just as soon as they come around the bend.
And when they start to crossing the river, they'll sure... Leaping catfish.
Huh?
What's the matter, Sid?
Look at the river.
Fry.
Well, I'll be... Sheriff, what in blazes could have happened?
Don't ask me.
There's been rains aplenty. It ain't like as though we had a dry spell.
It was raining only last week.
I figured the river'd be worse than ever. Something's gone wrong, blasted.
Well, it can't be helped none now.
I'm going to find out what's done it. You fellas wait here.
Hold on, doggone it. What if them cowhands come along while you're looking? You want them to see you and spoil it all?
Sorry, Sheriff. Reckon I wasn't thinking.
Just stay right here out of sight.
But have you seen the river like this before, Sheriff?
Nope. I never heard tell of the Whitewater running dry in all the time I've been in this part of the country.
It's a blame funny thing.
Yeah, and it means we ain't going to have so easy a time of it when the herd gets here.
Wait.
Huh?
The herd's coming now.
Say, it sounds like maybe they're stampeding.
I'll bet that's just it.
Maybe things are breaking our way after all.
How'd you figure that?
Shucks, if the herd's got away from them Bar X fellers, we can pick up the cows, then come back and clean out them punchers.
Look over there. There they come.
The whole herd.
Can't stop them now.
Wonder where the punchers are.
Must be coming up behind.
Look at the critters run.
We'll have to let them get by before we can take out after them.
I sure wouldn't want to be in front of a stampede like that.
The way they're moving, it won't take long for them to get by.
I can see the last of them now.
See your horses.
We're all set.
I'll give the word when to start out.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, after them. Get up, get up. Them punchers ain't in sight.
We'll take care of them later.
Come on, boy, get along there.
They're across the river.
They won't run that fast for long. Keep your horses moving.
Yeah, we should.
What was that?
Sounded like blasting powder.
I thought the same.
Come on, we're almost to the river.
But wait, look!
What the?
It's water.
A whole flood of it.
And coming right at us.
We can't dodge it. Turn around. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Right, help!
Yelling won't help. We just gotta hang on and hope we don't get drowned. Come
The water rushing in a great flood from the hills swept along the dry bed of the river with the force and speed of an express train. The sheriff and his men were caught in the torrent, carried helplessly along, then flung aside, bruised and battered as the flood's initial force subsided. Walt, Tonto, and the Bar X cowpunchers watched until the time was ripe for action.
Look at them crooks crawling up on the bank. They won't do much fighting now.
Let's take after him.
There comes a masked fella.
And the U.S. Marshal with him.
Now we get him, bad fella, huh?
You're blamed right we will. Get up
Get
there.
him up
Come
here,
on.
boys. Get him up.
Come on, masked fella. We'll round up them crooks.
Yes, look at their white horses riding.
It even beats the Injun's horse.
Come on. We'll get him.
You bet we will, Marshal.
The sheriff's getting ready to fire at us.
He's getting his men together the best he can.
But it won't be half good enough. They're shooting now.
All right.
Let him have it.
I aim to pick off that sheriff.
That'll show him we ain't fooling.
Fire some more.
Hey, the sheriff's trying to shout something.
They're dropping their shooting irons.
And raising their hands.
We give up.
Don't fire no more.
Holster your guns, fellas.
But I tell
we
you...
can't fire on them when they give up. Whoa, All right, Marshal. Here's the men we set out to capture for you.
Sheriff, I'm taking your badge away and jailing the whole lot of you.
Wait, Marshal, listen.
I've seen what you done.
You can't do this. We were just trying
Keep
to do...
still. The masked fella brought me here and told me all about your scheme.
If that water hadn't trapped us...
But it did. And you can thank the masked fella for that, too.
Huh?
He thought up the whole plan. First, he used blasting powder to dam the river so the cattle could get through. Then he used more blasting powder and released the water in time to catch you.
Boy, that
I'd like to get my hands on him.
Sure, only you're going to jail instead.
I'll send some of my boys to help you take them there, Marshal, while the rest of us round up our cows.
Good enough. But where's the masked fella and the Injun? I want to thank them for what they've done.
I don't know.
There they are.
Wait!
It's too late now to thank him. They're gone for good.
Well, maybe they are. But they done enough for us, so I ain't never forgetting them. All right, let's get these crooks to the jail.
Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting on the trail ahead! Hail, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the western United States was first opened to settlers, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order. Indian and white man alike turned to him for help, and Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Thundercloud's camp in the hills. Someone's waiting for us there. Hi-yo,
Chief Thundercloud had summoned the most influential members of his tribe to confer with him. The threat of war was in the air, and as the braves debated, Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, sat at Thundercloud's right hand. The masked man waited outside the chief's lodge while the meeting was in progress, and two other white men waited with him. One was Bart Daly, bearded and powerful, and the other his partner, Shorty Crane, a small man with shifty eyes. As our story opens, Bart is trying to mount a splendid brown and white horse tethered near the lodge.
Blast the critter, he almost got me that time.
Better give up, Bart. You can't ride
I'll fix him. Give me your quirt.
What do you aim to do?
I'm going to whip the temper right out of him.
Here you are.
Now then, take that.
Into
You watch me. Here's another pair. Hey, leave me be.
Fight that horse again, and I'll take that quirt and use it on you.
What are you butting in for, stranger?
That's my business.
I'll
Careful.
Look at that draw.
I'll use these guns if you don't do as I say.
I was only having some fun.
Whose horse is this?
He belongs to old Thundercloud. Red Crow was telling us that nobody but the chief could ride him, so we thought as how we'd find out for ourselves.
I'll ride the critter yet.
Not unless Chief Thundercloud tells you you can.
Come on, Bart. Forget about the horse for now. Let's see how things are coming along in the lodge.
Stranger, I'll lay you 10 to 1 your redskin pa don't argue them Injuns out of going on the warpath.
Yes?
Red Crow aims to make war, and old Thundercloud don't dare go against him.
I'd like to know just why you two are so anxious for Thundercloud to declare war on Grey Wolf.
I'll just bet you would.
I've an idea Red Crow would like to be chief in place of Thundercloud.
He's the best man, ain't he?
Red Crow is younger and stronger, but he hasn't the wisdom to be a leader.
Yeah?
He wants to take the braves on the warpath to gain more influence with the tribe. If he leads them successfully, he may be chosen chief instead of Thundercloud.
It's a good scheme if it works.
And it was you two who gave Red Crow an excuse for going on the warpath.
We just told what we seen.
He was right close by when Grey Wolf's braves killed Standing Bear.
Then why didn't you help him?
And lose our scalps? Not by our blame, sir.
Yeah, we ain't taking no chances like that.
No, I didn't think you would.
Hey, just what do you mean by that?
If you're hitting, that...
What's that?
It sounds like them Injuns are having it hot and heavy.
Listen.
Hey, Meke, no leader, Suta. Any time in a tether,
That was Red Crow. He's a real convincing talker.
He'll get them into going on the warpath.
And if he does, hundreds of braves from both Thundercloud's and Grey Wolf's tribes will die.
That ain't none of our lookout.
Shucks, who cares about a pack of Indians? What we...
Who's that?
Tonto speaking.
Stranger, they don't sound so enthusiastic for whatever your pard was saying.
Tonto is Thundercloud's friend. He doesn't want the tribe to go on the warpath.
And he's due for a disappointment.
Abela, Imotake.
That's old Thundercloud now.
Eman Rodant, Lita Manto, Lafne.
The meeting's over, and they're coming out.
Tonto!
What white man want?
What happened? Will they go on the warpath?
Chief Thundercloud first send message to Grey Wolf.
A message?
Thundercloud say, if Grey Wolf give up bad brave, that kill 'em standin' pair, there be peace. Him not give up bad brave, there be war.
Grey Wolf won't give up them braves for Thundercloud to punish. This means war for sure.
Me not know.
Red Crow's responsible for this. Thundercloud doesn't want war.
Not right.
Tonto, do many of the tribe agree with Red Crow?
There plenty.
Who is Thundercloud sending with the message?
Him not say.
Here comes Thundercloud and Red Crow now.
Chief Thundercloud.
How?
I've heard what you decided. Isn't there some other way to settle this?
Me not want trouble. Other Indians want 'em. Maybe Grey Wolf send braves kill Standing Bear. Then we have peace.
Grey Wolf has a lot of pride, Thundercloud. I'm afraid he'll never do it.
And Red Crow, go on warpath. Kill him, Grey Wolf.
Has the message been sent yet?
Thundercloud want 'em Tonto go.
Tonto do that.
Tell 'em Grey Wolf, when sun go down 2 weeks from now, tribe go on warpath.
Me tell 'em.
Thundercloud, you mean that if Tonto doesn't return with Standing Bear's killers by sundown 2 weeks from today, Red Crow will be sent on the warpath?
That's right.
But Grey Wolf's village is far off. Tonto should be given more time.
Red Crow plenty angry. Him not wait 'em longer.
Hey, Silver!
What you do?
I'm going with you. Perhaps together we can persuade Grey Wolf to give in.
Not right. Here, white fella.
Thundercloud plenty glad you go.
We'll do the best we can, Chief Thundercloud.
That doggone horse of yours come near to biting me, Thundercloud.
You stay away.
That's a fine horse you have, Thundercloud.
Him plenty good horse.
I say no one but you can ride him.
Tonto ride him. Him like Tonto.
Yes? Yep. We'll have to get started, Tonto.
Not right.
Thundercloud, we have your promise to wait the full 2 weeks before you do anything.
2 weeks. When sun go down, braves go on warpath.
Come, Tonto.
Get him up, white fella. Get him up.
Both Bart and Shorty knew that Red Crow's ambition would never be satisfied until he became chief, and they used this knowledge to further their own ends. We see Red Crow, Bart, and Shorty as they ride slowly toward Thundercloud's village after a hunting trip among the surrounding hills.
Red Crow, if I was you, I'd make darn sure that Thundercloud don't get the chance to crawl out of going to war.
He'll do it if he can.
And you won't never be chief if you don't lead the braves on the warpath. You've got to prove you're a real warrior.
Red Crow, plenty brave warrior. Me take 'em plenty scalp.
You will if you go after Grey Wolf.
But you won't if the masked fella comes back here with the Indians that done the killing.
Grey Wolf not send 'em brave.
You can't be sure. If the masked fella's a friend of Grey Wolf's, he might be able to argue him into it.
And there's something else to consider. What if Grey Wolf should decide it'd be easy to send a couple of braves here for punishment than to go to war himself?
Me not think that.
Well, we thought of it.
We're friends of yours, Red Crow. That's why we want to help you out.
There's plenty Indians in your tribe that'd like to see you chief instead of Thundercloud.
What you want 'em Red Crow do?
Well, we got a scheme we was talking over last night.
It'll work, only we need your help.
It's like this. If the masked fella ain't here by sundown on the day set, Thundercloud will have to let you go on the warpath.
He gave you his promise.
Him not break 'em promise.
But what you want to do is to make sure the masked fella don't get back.
You got 'em planned?
How many Injuns are there will do what you say?
There plenty.
Then you should fix it so's the masked fella meets up with an accident on his way back.
A real serious accident.
You can have one of your engine parts keep watch from the top of Lookout Hill.
You can see for miles from there.
And then when you get word the masked fella's been sighted, send some of your friends to stop him.
That heap good plan.
And you'll know blame well the tribe will go on the warpath. And after you've made yourself a reputation, you can come back and kick old Thundercloud out. You'll have everybody eating out of your hand.
Beat Grey Wolf and the whole tribe will be for you.
Red Crow, to 'em.
That's the way to talk.
And if everything works out the way we figure, there's just one favor I aim to ask you, Red Crow.
What that?
Give me that paint horse that belongs to Thundercloud. Outside of that white horse the masked fella rides, that paint's the swellest piece of horseflesh I ever see.
Him not let 'em you ride 'em.
Red Crow, you give me that horse, and I'll ride the critter if I have to break every bone in his carcass to do it.
Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced toward Grey Wolf's village. Hour after hour, day after day, they urged their great horses forward. But the distance was farther than they'd expected. More than a week had passed before they reached the end of the trail. Only 4 days remained for them to get back when they finally stood before Grey Wolf and delivered their message.
And so, Grey Wolf, there will be war unless you send Thundercloud the braves who killed Standing Bear.
Me not kill.
2 white men said they saw your braves do the shooting.
Them bad white men.
Yes, they look like outlaws, but Red Crow and Thundercloud believed their story.
Them shoot 'em Standing Bear.
What, that?
Me tell truth.
You mean Bart and Shorty did it?
That's right.
I wonder. Then that must be why they encouraged Red Crow to go on the warpath. They must have been afraid you knew the truth. But if war broke out, the truth would be covered up. If only there was some way to prove what you told us.
Me prove 'em.
You can?
Come.
Where are you going?
Go to teepee.
That one over there?
Me show you.
Come along, Tonto.
Me come.
Your proof is in that teepee, Grey Wolf?
That's right.
But what is it?
You know him, Standing Bear?
Tonto's seen him, but I haven't. I only know that he was one of the best warriors in Thundercloud's tribe.
Tonto no Standing Bear. Him good friend, Tonto.
Here, teepee. You look inside.
Oh, that Standing Bear.
How, Tonto?
How? Tonto plenty glad see you.
Me glad see him you.
Then Bart and Shorty lied. You weren't killed, Standing Bear.
Bad white man shoot him, but me not die.
Me find Standing Bear wounded bad. Bring 'em Standing Bear to village. Make 'em well.
But why did Bart and Shorty try to kill you, Standing Bear?
Them make 'em big mistake.
Then come here. Steal 'em gold. Run fast. Then bad white men see Standing Bear. Think 'em him from my tribe. Shoot him.
And now Standing Bear can prove that no one from your tribe was guilty, Grey Wolf. Are you well enough to ride now, Standing Bear?
Me ride?
We've got to get back to Thundercloud's village before Red Crow can take the braves on the warpath.
That long way off. They're not time.
Almost 10 days are gone. Only a little more than 4 remain.
That's too little.
We might make it if we cut across the mountains on the way back.
You no do that. Even Indian not ride that way.
I know it's dangerous.
They're bad river. Deep canyon. Plenty loose stone.
But we have no choice.
Maybe you'll get killed.
We'll have to try it. Come. If we follow the regular trail, we'll be too late. Standing Bear, are you willing to go that way?
Me too.
Where's your horse?
There, horse.
Here, Silver.
You white feller.
You do plenty brave things.
We don't want warfare just to satisfy Red Crow's ambition. Steady, old fellow.
Me tell 'em, Thundercloud, you good friend, Grey Wolf.
Me want your tribe. My tribe friend always.
Let's go.
Get 'em up, white feller.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. to continue our story. White outlaws accused Gray Wolf of being responsible for the death of Standing Bear. Red Crow, ambitious to become chief, wanted to go on the warpath immediately. But Thundercloud insisted that Gray Wolf be given 2 weeks in which to surrender the braves responsible for the killing. The Lone Ranger, however, carrying this message to Gray Wolf, discovered that the outlaws themselves had shot Standing Bear, but that he was not dead. He had been rescued by Gray Wolf. And now the start of a dangerous race against time, as we see the masked man, Tonto, and Standing Bear heading away from Gray Wolf's village.
4 days to get back, Tonto, and one of the most dangerous trails in the West to follow. It's plenty bad. At least a dozen men have been killed attempting it, but it's our only chance. Come on!
Get 'em up, White Hunter! Get 'em up!
All that day the 3 men rode and far into the night, pausing only to refresh their weary horses. At the first sight of dawn, they were in the saddle again. Soon, they met their first obstacle, the White Rapids River, swollen with melting snow and tumbling down from the mountains at express train speed.
Oh, Silver! Oh, fellow! Oh, boy! Oh, steady there! We've got to cross the river, Tonto. Can your horse make it, Standing Bear? Him try. Then come on. All right, old fellow. It's up to you now.
The 3 horses plunged into the swirling waters while the current fought to drag them under. Silver, his powerful legs working like pistons, took the lead, responding valiantly to the masked man's shouts of encouragement.
Come on, Silver. You can make it, old fellow. The bank isn't far now.
Almost exhausted, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Standing Bear reached the farther bank at last. On the bank of the river, they rested until their trembling horses had regained their strength. Then, at the command of the masked man, they resumed their race against time.
Now for the mountains, Tonto. Hi-yo!
Get 'em up, White Hunter!
The farther they penetrated into the mountains, the more rugged and dangerous became the trail. They skirted precipices where a misstep would have plunged them to certain death. Again they found their way blocked where landslides had piled great mounds of shale and loose boulders.
Careful, Silver. It's a 1,000-foot drop below us. Good boy. Come on, Tonto. Standing Bear, we've got to hurry.
Once, when Standing Bear's horse lost his footing, his master's life was saved only by the quick action of Whitefellow, whose powerful shoulders pushed the wiry little Indian pony back to safety.
Get 'em up, Whitefellow. Get 'em up.
Another time, a threatening rumble sounded far above them. A landslide tore a jagged furrow down the face of the mountain. As though sensing the danger, the 3 horses plunged forward, necks outstretched, hoofs striking a frantic tattoo against the uncertain footing. For a moment as long as eternity, it seemed that they must be buried under tons of hurtling rocks and earth. But with a final burst of speed, the faithful animals carried their riders to safety, while behind them the trail was torn from its granite foundation and ground to dust.
Come on, Silver!
The third day found them face to face with their greatest hazard. A canyon split the trail in two, a canyon so deep that the sun penetrated its depths for less than an hour each day, a canyon whose sides were so steep that the masked man and his companions were forced to dismount and lead their horses down the perilous descent.
Easy does it, Silver. Not too fast, old boy.
At times, the path fell away so abruptly, they were unable to keep their balance and went slipping and sliding downward, the men grasping at the stunted vegetation to check their speed, the horses digging their hoofs into the crumbling earth. When finally they reached the bottom, then began the task of scaling the farther side. They forced their way up, slowly, foot by foot, their bodies scarred and bruised, their breath coming in tortured gasps.
Give me your hand, Tonto. This is a bad place here.
Plenty bad.
How was White Fellow making it?
Him will come.
There you are. We'll keep on. I think the worst of it's over.
At the top, after hours of climbing, when every step seemed the last they could possibly achieve, they threw themselves panting on the cool grass. Their horses stood beside them with bent heads, completely exhausted. Exhausted though he was, the Lone Ranger drew himself wearily to his feet.
We've got to go on, Tonto. We've less than 1 day left.
Tonto, ready.
How do you feel standing there?
Me plenty tired. But me ride.
Good. From here on, it's steady riding. But if we're late, men will pay for it with their lives.
Get him up, White Fellow.
In Thundercloud Village, preparations for war went on, while the deadline drew closer. On the afternoon of the last day, certain that the masked man could not arrive in time, the tribal drums began beating out their primitive challenge, while the warriors circled and stamped the earth in the frenzy of the war dance. But in the midst of this, a rider spurred his horse into the village and dismounted.
Red Crow! Red Crow man with mask, him come. You see him? Him still far off. Me see from hill.
That bad.
Him with Tonto, other Indian.
You know other Indian?
Them too far off, see good.
You know, tell 'em Thundercloud this.
Me not tell 'em.
You get 'em other brave. Stop 'em man with mask. You hear?
Me do.
Now, go.
Akaona, Hunda.
The masked man and his companions did not know that still another obstacle, the most dangerous of all, lay ahead. But as they raced toward the narrow path through which their trail led, a tense band of Indian braves, followers of Red Crow, waited for them with leveled weapons.
Come on,
Get him
Silver!
up, White Fellow.
Here's the pass, Tonto. We haven't far to go now.
Not plenty good.
And then, come on, party.
Them friend, Red Crow.
We can't let them stop us. Come on, old fellow. Pass them.
Cortilo, Damine Pate.
Tonto, what's the matter?
Him hurt.
Wounded. You think he can make it?
White Fellow, plenty brave.
Come on.
Back in the village, Thundercloud had not noticed the secret departure of those braves friendly to Red Crow. The old chief, astride his splendid paint horse, silently watched the war dance, while Bart and Shorty stood close to Red Crow.
You think you got it fixed so the masked man can't get here, Red Crow?
Him not come.
He better not. Bart, look at them Injuns. They're sure getting in the right frame of mind to help themselves to some scalp.
They'll be mighty tough customers for Grey Wolf to handle.
Soon me go on warpath.
Blame right you will, Red Crow.
And when you come back, don't forget about that horse of Thunderclouds you promised me.
Me not forget.
I'd give a heap to be riding that critter.
Oh, no. Please say no
What's the matter? What do they stop the war dance for?
Why, look.
Well, I'll be...
The masked man.
And Tonto and another Injun.
Shorty, huh? Something's gone wrong. We gotta get out of here.
Run for the horses.
Get them. Oh,
the Injun roped me. Let us loose. Blast you.
I found out who really shot Standing Bear.
Why, you couldn't.
You thought you had killed him, but you hadn't. Grey Wolf found him and kept him until he was well again.
It's a lie. It ain't so. We got him.
What you say? Thundercloud, these are the men who shot Standing Bear. But we brought him back with us.
Gole Manikta. Me plenty glad to see Standing Bear?
Bart and Shorty stole some gold from Grey Wolf. They thought Standing Bear was after them and tried to kill him. They came here. When they discovered Red Crow wanted to be chief in your place, they said Grey Wolf had shot Standing Bear. They believed if there was war, their guilt would never be discovered.
Red Crow won't be chief?
It's true. Standing Bear can explain that.
What matter, white feller?
He was wounded, Thundercloud.
You wait. Tonapa Melpelat.
Lito. Isn't that your horse, Thundercloud?
Him fine horse.
But what are you doing?
You find out. Tonto.
What you want, Chief Thundercloud?
You heap good friend, Thundercloud. You help Thundercloud plenty.
Tonto glad do that.
Me keep white feller here. Take him good care, white feller. Make him strong like before.
You'll take care of Whitefellow for us until he's well again?
That's right.
But I don't...
You listen. Tonto, take him horse of Thundercloud. Him best horse in tribe. Tonto take him for all time.
Tonto thank you plenty. Him make friends with Tonto.
He likes you, Kimosabe. Look at him. Except for Silver, I've never seen a better horse anywhere.
Him plenty good.
You stay here now?
We'll only stay overnight, Thundercloud. Silver needs the rest. And then in the morning, Tonto and I will start for town with Bart and Shorty. They stole from Grey Wolf, shot Standing Bear, and try to start a war between the two tribes. But when the law gets through, they'll do no more harm for a long time to come.
Come on, Silver! Mel Nugent's heading for Rushville! There's going to be trouble! Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The early settlers in the western United States worked hard to wrest a living from the soil. And though in time nature repaid them, they were unable to neglect their ranches or their cattle for a minute. As a result, the office of sheriff was held in many cases by a man who lacked the proper qualifications for the job. This, in turn, made the work of the masked rider of the plains more difficult. But he continued his fight for justice in spite of every discouragement. And in time, he brought law and order to a lawless frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tunnel's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were riding toward Osage when the first shot split the night.
Tonto, that sounded like a gun.
Not right.
There's another.
Maybe third shot come. That danger signal.
Steady, Silver. There it is. 3 space shots. Kimosabe, that's the signal that Helf's needed badly.
It come from that way.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
There's a house of some sort over there. See it?
It's plenty dark, round house.
Just make it out. I'm sure that's where the shots were fired.
We'll find out plenty soon.
Now I see a dim light in one window.
Tonto see it.
It's a candle set on the table inside. Oh, there. Oh, Scout, steady. Move. Look around the outside of the house. I'll go in.
Tonto do that.
Wait there, Silver. Door wide open.
Oh.
Steady, stranger.
Help me.
I'll help you.
Come close, stranger.
Who fired those shots?
You heard 3 shots?
Yes.
It was me. Fired 2 of them.
Tell me who shot you.
The killer. He come in, and I knowed him.
Yes?
I fired and missed. He drilled me, then left.
The third shot?
I done that firing. 3rd shot. Danger signal. Help.
Save your strength. That's a bad wound. I'll have a dress for you right away. Then we've got to get you in that bunk and have...
No. It's too late for that.
Perhaps not.
Listen close. Listen to what I say. I know who the killer is. I'm the fourth one he's killed.
Name him.
He...
Steady now.
He is...
While the Lone Ranger tried desperately to save the old man's life, 2 other riders headed toward the house.
I tell you, Bart, if that mysterious killer has got old Cephas Conway, ain't nothing short of being the worst doggone puzzle we ever had around these parts.
I sometimes think we're blame fools to be deputy sheriffs, Jack.
Why?
We do all the thinking and the hard work. We fetch a killer, why, we don't get the blame for it.
I know it.
We do fetch one in, old Thunderhead just sits there in a rocking chair and takes all the credit.
Yep, just so. But we can't let the sheriff down.
Fire-eating old Gila monster. If he had the use of his legs, I'd punch his nose and quit.
We can't quit a man in his condition, though. He counts on us.
Yeah. There's Cephas' place now.
But I wonder how Sheriff Brelt suspected Cephas might be in danger.
I don't know. There ain't no way of telling how old Thunderhead knows things. I sometimes think he just gets blamed good hunches.
Maybe that's so.
Other times I think he has scouts reporting to him. Whatever it is, he sure as shooting keeps us in saddle leather.
Sure does, and I'll tell you one thing. If he sent us riding all the way to Cephas' house on nothing more than a hunch that the doggone killer that's been working around Osage would strike there, and if said hunch ain't right, here's one deputy that's going to shoot his mouth off aplenty.
Hey, ain't that a horse outside Cephas' house?
Can't tell much in the dark. Looks to be something on 4 legs.
A horse, right enough. Cephas ain't no horse of that color, has he?
Didn't have last week.
Here we are.
Oh,
there.
Oh, boy. Oh.
There's someone inside.
There's Cephas on the floor.
Heist your hands there, mister.
Mask, too, the killer.
Out of my way.
Stop him. Shoot, Jack. Get him.
Well, Sheriff, as soon as he seen us there, he lowered his head and rushed us.
Yeah, and we was looking for him to slap leather.
He took us off guard, smacked into me hard, and slammed me back again the wall.
That's right, Sheriff. Then he shoved his hand in my face, and by the time we turned around, he was jumping from the porch to the saddle and hightailing like greased lightning.
And you didn't shoot him? Gosh, we poured lead after him, but he was like lightning, and it was dark as the inside of a mine.
I don't know why I keep a couple of slow-thinking, no-account deputies like you on the job. You let the killer get clean away, and him with 4 deaths to hang for.
I'd sure like to see him hang for murdering poor old Cephas.
Then why didn't you shoot him? What's the idea of drawing guns on him and then letting him charge into you? If only I had the use of my legs. I'd show you how to bring outlaws to justice.
I'd sure like to see you. It's easier to sit there and talk.
I told you Cephas was in danger, and I told you he'd be the next one to get killed.
But how'd you know that?
He come here to town last week.
Well, me and Jack didn't know that. Did we, Jack?
No, we didn't know he'd come to town.
Well, he did. He went to Judge Parker and told him he had a pretty fair notion who the killer was.
Yeah?
That was just after Doc Grant was killed.
And Conway was killed just 2 days after them 2 immigrants come to Osage.
Yeah. Well, as I say, the judge brought Cephas here, and he was going to bring me proof as to who the killer might be. I figure it's got to be someone right here in town. And I figure that whoever it was knowed that Cephas was going to name him and bring in some clues. That's why I sent you 2 there.
I savvy.
Cephas didn't come as he was supposed to.
No.
So I wondered what was wrong. You went there and seen the killer in the act, and you let him get away. Blast you for a couple of fools.
Now, hold on, Sheriff. We ain't the fools you call us. We got something in the way of information that maybe even you didn't know.
Yeah?
Tell him, Bart.
There ain't just one killer. There's 2.
2?
Just so. When that hombre rode off, he yelled to an Injun. We caught a glimpse of the redskin riding off from beyond the house.
That's downright interesting. A redskin, eh?
And what's more, we hunted around the house with a lantern and found footprints.
The redskins?
That's right, Sheriff. He wore moccasins. If we find him, we can prove he's the man by fitting his feet in them prints.
Good. And we'll find him. We'll have men scour the whole doggone county if need be. Bring in every Indian you see till you get the right one.
His name is Tonto.
Good to know that. It may help. Now go on, boys. Go on. How I wish I had the use of my legs. I'd show you how to run them killers down.
The masked man and Tonto, after leaving the scene of the murder, made camp not far away. The next day, the Lone Ranger disguised himself and went into town. He returned that evening and told Tonto what he had learned.
Everyone in town thinks we're the killers, Tonto.
That's right.
I had to make that break to escape last night. There was too much evidence to point to my guilt. I wouldn't have had a chance of proving that someone else killed that old man if I'd been captured.
No feller in town more sure.
Yes.
What you find out?
Cephas was the 4th mysterious death.
Oh.
There were 2 people who came from the east. A man and his wife. They were murdered and robbed.
Who do that?
I don't know. Then a doctor in town was killed, but not robbed.
Then what happened?
Cephas came to town and thought he could help find the killer. He had some sort of a clue. He went to the judge, a man named Parker. The judge and Cephas talked with the sheriff. And Cephas was to go to his home and return with the evidence he had. When he didn't come back, the sheriff worried and sent deputies to see him.
And them find him dead?
Yes.
What we do now?
There are the facts. There's a murder around town. Right now, everyone's looking for 2 men. One with a mask and the other an Indian. If we stay around here, they'll find us. 20 men are searching.
Maybe better we go away, huh?
If we go away, Tonto, we'll be considered the murderers. The real killer will never be punished.
You got plan?
Yes.
What plan?
Listen to me carefully, Tonto. I'll outline it for you. It calls for risk, but finding the real murderer is worth some risk.
The next morning, the sheriff sat in his rocking chair on the porch of his home and watched Jack and Bart ride toward the house, leading a white horse.
Hey, what have you boys got there?
Come on there, blast you!
Where'd you get that white horse? Look at the critter fight them wolves.
Get him out there. Steady, blast your hide. Oh, get that rope around his back, Jack.
Hey, is that an untrained drunk or what?
Steady there. Got the rope, Jack? That'll hold him. How do you like that, Sheriff? We captured the killer's horse.
And where's the killer?
I ain't seen him. We come on a camp, and there were signs of one man being around there and his horse. We hunted for the owner, but he couldn't be located.
But we fetched the horse in anyhow.
Well, that's something. The killer's without a horse. He can't travel far now.
Hey, Sheriff, there's someone coming. Look at him.
Paid horse.
Yeah.
That critter walking ahead is a redskin. Grab him. Grab all Injuns.
Hey, stick your hands up.
This is my prisoner. Oh, there. Oh, boy.
Hey, you stranger, you on that paint horse.
Yes?
Come here.
That's what I intend to do. I want you to throw this Indian in jail.
By thunder, that's just what we will do.
Shut up, Jack. I'll handle it. Hey, what have you got against him, stranger?
Trying to take this horse away from me.
Yeah? Well, now, Injun, where's your horse?
There, horse. That's my...
Oh, so that big white one's your horse, eh?
See how the horse lets a redskin touch him? He wouldn't let us do that.
It's his horse, all right.
And they're moccasins.
Well, do you want a prisoner or not? Can a man ride into Osage without being attacked by an Indian?
Reckon he can, fella. You're from the east, eh?
Didn't I come from that direction?
Reckon you did. So the redskin tried to take your horse?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Boys, does them moccasins of his look like they'd fit the marks you found?
They sure do.
Wait. Injun, have you got a name? What are you called?
Me name Tonto.
Wow, the blame fool admits it. I guess he didn't know who we was and what we seen, huh?
You said the part of that masked man was Tonto.
And so he was. Sheriff, this here is one of the two men we want.
Did you want this man?
We sure did, stranger. And don't you worry. He won't try and take no more horses.
Is there a reward for him?
Well,
If there is, I'm staying around town.
You get on about your business. You didn't arrest him as a killer. All you done was haul him in for trying to take your horse. You don't share in no reward.
But after all, I brought...
Well, you'd better clear it out, stranger. Lesson you got business here.
But listen here, Sheriff.
You heard me. Now get along.
Very well.
No sense letting strangers stay around here and cut in the reward money. Now lock that Injun up. I'll question him by and by and make him tell where his masked partner is hiding out.
Jailed by the sheriff, Tonto must depend on the Lone Ranger to save him from the hangman. And the only way the masked man can do this is by finding the real killer. In just a moment, the second act of the Lone Ranger drama will be presented. Now, to continue our story. The sheriff ordered his chair carried to the door of Tonto's cell. Then he and Judge Parker questioned the Indian.
Indian, there's a chance that the jury might be lenient with you. After all, the man the law is interested in capturing is a white man.
Tonto, not tell.
It's true, ain't it, that your pard is someone right here in town?
Maybe him in town.
We all understand that you were just a tool of the white man.
Now, hold on, Judge. That Injun can't savvy your highfalutin talk. Only way to get him to squeal is by rough handling.
That won't make him talk, Sheriff. No amount of torture would loosen his tongue.
Killer, no, Tonto, not guilty.
Not guilty?
Why, you loco coyote. Do you mean to say you're going to claim to be innocent?
Me give proof someday.
Proof, eh?
You have proof?
Tonto show proof someday.
That's a good one. I'd like to know what that proof is. There can't be none.
Sheriff Brelt, it's possible that he has proof.
Well, if he has, it's proof against his white pod. The Injun's as guilty as sin.
Sheriff, your handicap doesn't quench your spirit any.
Not by a darn sight.
You merit the name Old Thunderhead.
Never mind that.
Tell me this, Tonto. What possible connection is there between the 4 people who have been killed? The first couple were robbed, but old Dr. Grant had nothing to steal. Neither did Cephas Conway.
Proof come maybe by and by.
Who's bringing it?
You find out by and by.
Sheriff, the Indian talks as if he was confident this proof would come and set him free.
You're from the East. You don't savvy the tricks a redskin will try and put over, Judge.
But Cephas spoke of proof he had.
Sure, and he was killed so's the killer could get that same and shut his mouth. Having done so, the masked hombre ain't going to fetch it back here, is he?
I don't know. I'm not convinced that the masked man who left Cephas' house when your deputies rode up is the killer.
You ain't? Why, of all the stubborn, hard to convince...
Did the deputies see him shoot?
No, but they got there when he was standing over the dead body. Then he made a break to get away.
I know that.
And they found that Cephas' place had been ransacked and something took from it. He must have been the one that took it. There ain't no one else could have done it.
Well, I don't...
Sheriff, we went back to Cephas' place and looked around some more.
Well?
Them prints of the Redskins, all right. No question about that.
I could have told you that without you going there.
We figured something else out.
Yeah?
That proof that Cephas had weren't anything very bulky.
How'd you know that?
Well, judging from the places the killer looked for it. It was blamed small, or he wouldn't have bothered hunting under the carpet in such places.
The point is, did he find it?
I don't know about that. All I know is that we didn't find it.
Proof come by and by.
Huh? What's that?
Oh, the redskin claims he ain't guilty. And neither is his pod that rid the other white horse.
Other white horse?
Well, the Injun had one. And you said the masked man hightailed on a white one?
Oh, that's so. But we didn't see the Injun's horse.
We got it here, ain't we? Right in the stable in back.
Say, Redskin, when do you think that proof is due to get here?
It come maybe tonight.
How do you know?
Me know. Feller fetch proof. Him come through Tuttle Pass.
Tuttle Pass? That means he's coming from Red Rock way.
That right?
We ain't counting none on that. You boys just keep hunting for the masked man and the white horse.
As evening approached, the men in town began to argue against any further delay in hanging Tontos.
I say we ought to lynch the critter.
Ain't no doubt but what he's a plenty guilty.
Sheriff's making a mistake in listening to us talk about proof coming through the pass.
That's how I figured.
I say lynch him.
But not now. Not while the sheriff's still up and around.
Boys, this is lynch talk.
Oh, evening, Judge. You better not hang around here. You'll be hearing things you'd sooner not listen to.
Boys, don't do it.
Now, Judge, it ain't no affair of yours.
Wait. Perhaps the Indian is telling the truth.
Wait, nothing. The sheriff was too blame lenient with him. It's time we had some law and order around here.
Old Doc saved my hide one time, and now he's dead. I, for one, ain't letting that go without squaring things for him.
I say the same.
Come on, Judge. You and me will take a little walk. The boys has things to talk over.
But I don't...
Come on.
Put your gun away.
Well, then come along. Let's just have a walk.
All right.
Let me know what the plans are when I get back, boy.
We will.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
Now, boys, if the sheriff had the use of his legs and could get about, then I'd say go and get the redskin right now.
Yeah, the sooner the better.
But being as he ain't able to get about, it'd be taking unfair advantage was we to do it so early. We better wait till he's in bed for the night.
That's right. Now, look, Steve, you go call on him, savvy?
Yeah.
When he goes to bed and settles down quiet so he won't know what's taking place, you come back and tell us. We'll all be here waiting.
Good enough.
Then we'll move on to jail and get the redskin.
Getting sort of late, Sheriff.
Yep. Reckon it is, Steve. Time I got to bed.
Want me to help you?
Nope. I got things fixed in my house here so's I can sort of shove from one place to wherever I want to go.
Good enough. I'll mosey on then.
Good night, Steve. Thanks for dropping in.
Good night, Sheriff. There.
That's you, Steve.
It's me. Sheriff's going to bed right away.
Good. We won't have long to wait then.
Let's get down to the cafe.
Right.
The boys all there?
There and waiting. We can see when the sheriff puts his light out, then we'll allow an extra half an hour and then go get the redskin.
Yep.
The men watched and waited. They saw the light in the sheriff's house go out, and then they went to the cafe and told their companions.
Ain't long now.
Half an hour, and then we move.
Hey, fellas, boys.
The deputy. What are you doing here? You was out in the range hunting that masked man.
Boys, we come back to town and we just found out that the white horse is gone.
Injuns?
Yeah, taking the barn behind the jail. It's gone.
Who took it?
How do we know?
Jack, that loss don't mean nothing to us right now. We got other plans, savvy.
But you gotta listen.
Fact is, the redskin won't never have the chance to straddle that horse again anyhow.
But the saddle, the bridle, everything's gone. Bart's hunting up the judge to tell him.
Why the judge?
Well, you know how things are. The sheriff ain't able to get about. Most of us go to the judge with things when the sheriff's a bit or when he ain't at the office.
As I says, it don't matter none.
Sheriff told us never to wake him up with things.
Will you stop talking about it? We're aiming to string the redskin up.
But you can't do it.
We don't aim to be stopped, savvy that, Jack? Now, if you don't want to start trouble, you won't interfere when the odds are big against you.
Uh-huh. Aye, savvy.
Good.
Let's get started now.
Sure. There ain't no use waiting any longer.
When the group at the table rose, everyone in the cafe knew that the hour of hanging was at hand. They trooped from the place a body of nearly 50 men, some carrying ropes, others rifles to prevent interference with their plan. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger headed from the east and came toward Tuttle's Pass.
It's good to be with you again, Silver, old boy. If everything works out, we'll have Tonto with us in a few minutes.
A man crouched behind a rock at the pass. At the first sound of approaching hoofs, he raised his long rifle and took careful aim at the rider. With each second, the Lone Ranger drew closer to the rock. The crouching man was ready. His finger closed on the trigger, but suddenly a sharp command rang out behind him.
Drop the gun, Sheriff.
Come on, Silver!
You're covered. You've given yourself away.
I'll rope him down, Judge.
All right, good friend, but now...
That'll hold you, Sheriff. Making believe you couldn't walk held you above suspicion for these murders.
You're the masked man, that horse.
Yes, I am the masked man. Tonto had to go to jail to let you know that I'd be coming through this pass. He had to make you think that the letter you burned in Cephas' place hadn't been entirely destroyed before I got there. You heard me coming and had to make your escape.
Stranger, in the name of heaven.
What's the matter, Judge?
Your friend, the Indian, they're hanging him.
Hanging Tonto? No!
Yes.
Hail, Silver! Away!
You wait! Wait! Proof comes soon! You not hang Tonto!
Toss the rope over that branch.
No use wasting time! Wait!
Get it around it.
Wait!
We'll be all over it in 5 minutes.
Boys, this is the same as murder.
Here! Why don't you wait till we find out where the judge went to?
Shut up! You deputies ain't nothing to say here.
That's the voice we heard.
Boys, wait! That's the masked man!
Bring the engine up!
He's riding this way. Look at him come.
Hold that hanging! You're on the wrong man! Come! Hold that! Oh, son of a... Hold it! I'll shoot the man that touches that rope! Listen to me! The judge has the sheriff in the pass! The sheriff went there alone! He could walk as well as anyone! He's been robbing people for some time! Stevens had a letter about the killings, and he wanted the judge with it. The doctor was killed because he learned that the sheriff could walk. The first two died because they saw the sheriff when he robbed them. Stevens didn't know who was guilty when he came to town with his letter. All he knew was that the mysterious killer was an important man in town. The sheriff was afraid, so he killed Stevens. He had to run when he heard Tonto and me coming. He threw the letter in the fire and left the house. Stevens told me everything before he died. But the sheriff thought the letter gave his name and had not been burned. He waited there at the pass thinking the letter was being brought there. The judge is there now, holding him a prisoner.
That ornery cuss, that's how he knows so much.
I told the judge everything, and he helped set the trap. Go get the sheriff. He's your man. Ada, Scout's waiting outside of town. Come on, we'll both ride Silver to get him.
Well, me ready.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver! We're heading to the hills! There's going to be trouble in the gold country! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. No one did more to bring law and order to the early western United States than the masked rider of the plains. Astride his great horse Silver, he rode tirelessly in the cause of justice. History does not record his deeds, but his memory will never fade from the minds of those who have heard the stories of his adventures. Return with us once more to the thrilling West of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading to the Blackfoot Hills! Tonto's waiting there! Hail, Silver!
The trail leading to Fort Paxton narrowed as it crossed the Blackfoot Hills. For more than 3 miles, it was a dangerous ledge, with a drop of hundreds of feet below and a sheer granite wall rising above. As our first act opens, we see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto following the trail westward.
Bull Kremer's gang is somewhere in these hills, Tonto.
Oh, them not far now.
Have you noticed any new signs, Kimosabe?
Tonto find only place where them camp.
That's something I can't understand. Until last night, they seemed to be following this trail. But today, there's no sign of them.
Maybe soldier hide sign.
Yes, the party of soldiers ahead of us may have covered their tracks. How far ahead are the soldiers, Tonto?
1 mile, maybe 2.
I wonder if Bull could have learned of the money they're taking to the fort.
Bull find out many things.
And if he's learned the soldiers have at least $40,000 with them, he'll do anything to get it.
What army do with cash?
Part of it is the army payroll. The rest is for the Indian agent at Clear Lake.
Oh.
I hope Bull knows nothing about it, but
What's that?
Oh, Silver.
Oh, white fella. Oh.
That sounded like blasting powder.
Huh?
Why would anyone use blasting powder in this part of the country?
There's no mining here.
There's no mining and no farming. It wouldn't have been used to clear stumps.
It's plenty big noise.
Can you tell where it came from?
Come from up trail.
That's where the soldiers are. I wonder...
What do you think?
I wonder if Bull Kremer could have had anything to do with that blast.
Oh, that may be right.
We're going to find out right now. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, white fella.
Let us flash ahead of the masked man. The blast had started a thundering avalanche of rocks and earth, which completely blocked the narrow trail followed by the soldiers. We hear Lieutenant Jack Harris, in command of the small detachment, shouting orders to his confused men.
Turn your horses, men. We've got the back trail.
What started that blame lady?
We might have been killed. Look, some of the trail's been carried away.
Lucky for us, we wasn't no further along.
You, Simmons, straighten those horses out. Barker, stay away from the edge of the trail. There's a 1,000-foot drop.
Begging your pardon, sir, but ain't there no chance of going ahead?
The trail's completely blocked, Sergeant.
Blast it. That means an extra day getting to the fort.
We'll be lucky if it doesn't mean worse than that.
Huh?
This landslide didn't start by itself, Sergeant.
What do you mean, sir?
Didn't you hear that explosion?
Yes, sir, but I didn't...
There's no time to waste, Sergeant. Take charge of the men. Get them started on the back trail at once.
I'll handle them, sir. Hey there, Ricketts. You ain't handling the plow. Fred, get that horse in hand. You're holding up everything.
Lieutenant!
Right here.
Oh, there. Oh.
What is it, man?
I've seen riders coming toward the bend.
Riders?
There's 12 or 15 of them. They come down that gully back there. The leads from up above.
I was afraid of this.
One fellow was riding a big bay horse. And he's right powerful looking.
Bull Kremer.
Huh?
Bull Kremer started that avalanche. We can't go forward, and he rode down from the cliff to cut us off from behind.
There they come now.
He's after the gold we're carrying.
There ain't but 6 of us. What are we going to do?
The best we can. Get up there. Come on, boy.
Wait, where you going?
We've got to save that money. Come on, boy. Get along with you. Come on.
Wait, Lieutenant. They'll get hold of you, sure. Come back here.
Fight them off, men. Fire at will. Don't let those crooks get the gold.
We ain't got a chance. It's Bull Kremer's outlaw.
They're 2 to our 1.
Hey, that fool right over there.
Well, that trick is working out all right, Cap. That was a slick notion of yours, Bull, setting that blast so as we could come at the soldiers from behind them.
If we'd done it any other way, there wouldn't have been enough of us.
We got them just where we want them.
Hey, Jim, get them horses that are carrying the cash.
Jim's getting them all right.
I don't like the way our fellas is getting shot up.
There ain't any of them hurt bad yet.
Yeah, but now we won't be able to make the Badlands in one ride like I was planning.
By golly, I never thought of that.
Once in the Badlands, we can split up and nobody can follow us.
Yeah.
But we gotta make camp before that to let the boys rest up. It may mean trouble.
Hey, look. Jim and some of the boys have got hold of the lieutenant.
I can see him.
But I thought you told him not to take any prisoners.
That gives me a notion.
But listen,
Jim, bring that lieutenant over here. Hey, you soldiers over there. Quit your shooting or we'll finish off the lieutenant.
Blast you, Bull Cremmer! You'll pay for this.
Jim, put the lieutenant on a horse and see that he don't get away from you.
I'll take care of this fella, Bull.
Have the boys got the cash?
Yeah. They've already started for the gully to get back on the cliff.
Good.
You rotten killers.
Now, don't go to fret, Lieutenant. It ain't no disgrace to be tricked by a fellow as smart as me.
Why, you... But what do you want with a lieutenant, Bull?
I told you I had a notion, didn't I?
Yeah, but...
We're taking this fellow along with us, so that the soldiers come, they can't do nothing for fear we'll shoot him.
Uh-huh.
That'll give the boys a chance to get rested before we reach the Badlands.
Hey, that's all right.
Go on, Jim. Put him on a horse, like I said.
Yeah, sure thing.
Take your dirty hands off me. Let me go. You can't get away with it.
I got a couple words for that sergeant over there. Sergeant! Hey, Sergeant!
We ain't been firing because we don't want to harm the lieutenant. But by God...
Keep still! I got a warning for you.
Yeah?
We're taking the lieutenant with us. And the first shot is fired at us means he's going to be killed.
We heard you.
Carp, have the boys that have been shot been taken care of?
Yeah, they're far along behind the horses with the cash.
Then we'd better be...
Hey, what's that?
Someone's coming.
We'd better get moving before they get between us and the gully.
Can you see how many there is?
I can't see a thing.
Then we ain't taking no chances. Come on, fellas. We're riding. Back up the gully to the cliff. All of you. Come on, get up there.
Bull's clear now.
But he's got the lieutenant and the cash.
We're darn lucky he didn't get all of us.
There comes two fellows on white horses.
That's what made Bull ride off in such a hurry.
One of them's masked.
I don't give a darn. They saved our lives showing up just like they did. Bull most likely would have shot us all before he left.
Hi there!
What's happened here?
Bull Cremmer just rode off.
He blocked the trail, stole the cash we was carrying.
And took Lieutenant Harris with him.
Tonto and I didn't pass them on the trail.
They went back up to the top of the cliff.
But I don't know
There's
how.
a gully back there. They can climb with their horses.
You must have just missed them.
Now what we going to do, Sergeant?
I don't know. We ought to ride after them outlaws, but somebody's got to report this to the fort.
Listen to me, Sergeant.
Yeah?
We'll all follow the outlaws. Tonto here can follow that trail without trouble.
Yeah, but...
It won't do any good to report to the fort until we know where the outlaws have gone.
Maybe you're right.
Bull is probably heading for the Badlands. It'll be dangerous to lose his trail.
He won't be getting there for a while yet.
No?
We shot up plenty of his gang before they got the lieutenant. They'll have to stop for a while so they can rest up.
And we'll find where they stop.
Stranger, you sound to me like you savvied what you was doing.
He sure does.
So you just give the orders and we'll follow along.
Are all your men mounted?
Sure they are. But we got some wounded, too.
They should be able to ride as far as the outlaws can.
They can do that all right.
Then come on before they get too much of a start on us. Come on!
Led by the masked man and Tonto, the soldiers followed the outlaws. Bull Cremmer headed in the direction of the Badlands, but the condition of his men forced him to call a halt in the hills facing Birch River. They chose a place for their camp where they could fight off any attack. We hear one of the outlaws as he addresses his chief.
How long do you figure we'll have to stay here, Bull?
Things is worse than I thought. Maybe we'll be here a week.
And the soldiers could be brought here from the fort in just a couple of days.
That's why I brung along the lieutenant when I saw how bad off he was.
Yeah?
And I got a scheme to get us out of here without no harm.
You have?
Do you see where the river is?
Yeah.
There ain't nothing between the river and the Badlands but that valley beyond.
But what
We'll
about
just leave things to me. Before I'm through, we'll have the cash and be where nobody can lay a hand on it.
I wish I knew
Hey,
what
Bull, the soldiers followed us here.
I reckon they would.
That don't matter none.
The sergeant and the masked fella just rode up to camp. They want to talk with you.
They sure got nerve aplenty.
Tell them to come on over here.
I'll do that.
What in blazes can they have up their sleeves?
They just hanker to talk terms, that's all. They want the lieutenant back again.
I sure wouldn't ride into this camp if I was in their boots.
Go, Silver.
Blast you, Bull. What have you done with young Jack Harris?
You'd like to have him back, huh?
Bull, look here. Why don't you grab a hold of these fellas, too? Then the soldiers sure wouldn't dare touch it.
Don't be fools.
Huh?
We investigated before we entered camp.
Yeah?
Your men can't be moved for several days yet. By that time, the soldiers can be brought here from the fort.
That's just why
We came here to talk. But if you make us prisoners, soldiers will know you can't be trusted and will attack, even if it means our lives.
Well, what about it?
Now, suppose you keep out of this, Carp. I'll do the planning with this bunch.
We want the release of Lieutenant Harris.
Uh-huh. And we want a chance to get to the Badlands.
And perhaps we can come to terms.
Nope, not just yet.
Why not?
Before I'm going to make terms, I want to see every soldier from the fort outside there.
Bull, have you gone clean loco?
Don't be butting in, Carp. I said is what I'm doing.
You say you want all the soldiers brought here?
Well, I'll be darned. I'd sure think that'd be about the last thing you'd hanker for.
You don't think I'm going to give you a chance to set a trap, do you?
A trap?
There ain't nobody but the soldiers in this part of the country that I'm afeard of.
Yes?
So I want to know where every blame one of them is.
I think I know what you have in mind.
If you do, mister, it's a blame sight more than I do.
And if the soldiers are brought here, then what?
That's all I aim to tell you right now. You'll get the soldiers, and then we'll talk some more.
We'll do that.
But just remember one thing. I know how many soldiers are in the fort. And if every blame one of them isn't here, then the lieutenant ain't got no more chance of living than if we shot him right now.
Come, Sergeant.
But,
we'll go back to our camp. Then I'll ride to the fort.
Maybe you fellas savage what you're doing, but I sure don't.
You'll learn Bull's scheme soon enough, Sergeant. Hail, Silver!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Bull Kramer stole $40,000 in gold from an army train and captured Lieutenant Jack Harris, escaping just before the arrival of the Lone Ranger. The outlaws, however, could not reach the safety of the Badlands because of their wounded. They made camp in the hills, facing the Birch River, and there told the masked man who had followed them they would not release their prisoner until all the soldiers from Fort Paxton had first been brought to the spot. As our second act opens, we see the masked man, after his ride to the fort, being brought into the presence of Captain Brent.
Captain Brent. Well, what is it?
I'll explain my errand, Captain.
A masked man.
He made me bring him, Captain.
An outlaw. Get out of here.
I'm not an outlaw. Read this note.
What's the meaning of this? Orderly, put this man under arrest.
Stand where you are, orderly.
Put down those guns.
Read that note. And I believe you'll change your mind about arresting me.
Note?
It's from Sergeant Murphy.
You've seen him? You know what's happened to the money we've been expecting?
The note explains everything.
If this is a trick, good heavens. The money's been stolen.
And Lieutenant Harris is Bull Kramer's prisoner.
Orderly, tell the bugler to sound assembly. We ride at once.
One moment.
But
Captain, you'll have to take all your men.
I'll take every man I can spare.
I said every man.
Nonsense. It isn't necessary. And I can't leave the fort deserted.
Those are Bull Kramer's orders.
I'm not taking orders from that outlaw.
And the life of Lieutenant Harris will be in danger.
But I tell you...
It's a deadlock, Captain. You can take a part of your men and either attack the outlaws or starve them out.
That's exactly what I'll do.
But Bull Kramer is desperate. He wants to escape with that $40,000. If you prevent him, he won't hesitate to shoot his prisoner.
He wouldn't dare.
Why wouldn't he? Bull knows he'll hang anyhow if he's captured. Another murder won't change his punishment.
But I've got to do something.
I think I know what Bull's scheme is.
Yes?
He demands that you bring all the garrison so that you can't hold back soldiers to set a trap for him.
I see.
I believe he'll make terms for the lieutenant's release when you've shown him that your men are with you.
I seem to have no choice.
Do you agree?
I do. Orderly, have assembly blown as I told you. Have my horse brought outside. I want every man in the fort ready to ride at once.
Yes, sir.
Now, I have a question to ask. Just what have you to do with all this, stranger?
I met your soldier just after Bull Kramer's attack.
Yes?
Tonto and I helped follow the outlaws, and I offered to return with a message to you.
I think the sergeant's note proves the truth of your story.
It should.
Come. We'll be on our way in a minute.
Good.
This means that we'll probably save the life of Lieutenant Harris. But the money will be lost.
I believe we can get the money, too, Captain.
What's that?
Steady, Silver.
You said we could get the money?
Not only that, Captain, but capture the outlaws as well.
Impossible.
I'm sure I know what Bull is planning, but I'll explain later. We must get started at once.
Orderly.
Yes, Captain.
Are the men all armed and ready?
They are, sir.
Then follow us. Up! Get along there.
Come on, Silver.
Soldiers, led by Captain Brent and the Lone Ranger, raced to the hills near Birch River, where they joined the small squad under the command of Sergeant Murphy. Then, accompanied by the captain, who knew the masked man's plan, the Lone Ranger once more rode to the outlaws' stronghold for a conference with Bull Kramer.
Hold up them horses. Stand right where you are.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy.
What's your errand here?
We want to speak with Bull Kramer.
Uh-huh. He's been looking for you. But don't try no tricks now. You're liable to get shot.
Don't stand there, man. Get moving.
Hey, Bull. Here's the masked fella again.
Tell him to come over here.
Get along with you.
Come, Silver.
Get up.
Well, Captain, I see you brought the soldiers like I said to.
Move, Silver.
Move there, move. But you've harmed Lieutenant Harris.
Shucks, you don't have to worry about him, then. We ain't harming him unless you fellas get stubborn.
Where is he?
You can see him right over there by that tree.
All right. We've done as you say. Every trooper in my command is with me. Now, let's get down to business.
Captain, there's just one way you can save that young fella's life.
Yes?
First thing, you're going to line up your soldiers in that hill across the way where I can see them.
And then what?
When you've done that, so's I can see you ain't trying to trick me, I'll take the fellas that's with me and ride out of here.
Go on.
We'll take the lieutenant along with us. We'll cross the river, right across the valley to the Badlands. Then when we're sure we're safe, we'll let the lieutenant go.
One moment.
Yeah?
You'll release Lieutenant Harris when you reach the river.
Now, look here.
You're honest with us. That'll serve your purpose just as well. The soldiers can never catch you before you reach the hills.
I don't know.
Don't listen to him, boss.
You've got nothing to lose.
Just what's your idea in that?
If you let Lieutenant Harris go at the river, we can tell whether you've kept your word or not.
You know blame well we'll keep our word. We don't want to keep that fellow with us any longer than we have to. We're running short on supplies, and he's just another mouth to feed.
Those are the only terms we'll make.
Boss, I'm telling you, it's just some kind of a trick.
Ain't I told you not to keep out of this when I'm thinking things out, Carp? Now you keep still.
Moreover, Bull, the fewer men you have with you when crossing the valley, the better time you can make.
Yeah, in that sense.
And you agree?
Yeah, I don't know why I shouldn't. All we want is to get safe out of here with the cash. Like you say, the river's enough head start for us.
And it'll be in plain sight of the soldiers. They won't be willing to wait until Lieutenant Harris can return from the Badlands to learn if he's safe.
Then it's a bargain.
Not yet, Bull.
But the masked fella just said it was...
You'll have to give us an hour first.
What for?
I want to talk this over with my men. They may not be willing to give you a chance to escape.
If they don't, they sure won't never see the lieutenant alive again.
We'll return to our camp. Then, at the end of the hour or before, I'll give you my decision.
Yeah, that's good enough, I reckon. But if you try to send any soldiers ahead to cut me off, I'll know it.
You have my word. Every soldier in my command will be drawn up where you can see him when you ride out of camp.
They better be.
Come, Captain.
And you ain't getting 1 second over the hour either.
Right. Let's go, friend.
Come on, Silver.
Blame it all, Bull. Why'd you let him talk you into a thing like that?
And what's wrong with it?
I don't know.
You don't want to keep the lieutenant. The sooner we're rid of him, the better.
Yeah, that's so.
And I don't aim to put him on one of our good horses. So if he rides all the way to the Badlands with us, he'd be slowing us up considerable.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Bull. It's just that I got a feeling that masked fella was up to something.
Carp, there ain't a thing he can do. If the soldiers are where we can see him, there won't be nobody to stop us. Now forget about your worrying. We got other things to do before we're ready to ride.
Captain Brent, following the instructions of the Lone Ranger, waited until the hour was almost up before informing Bull that he agreed to the terms. Then, while the soldiers paraded in plain sight on the side of the hill, the outlaws rode forth from their camp, Lieutenant Harris with them. We see them just as they've crossed Birch River.
Steady, boy. All right, Jim. Cut them ropes on the lieutenant.
Yeah. You rotten killers. You aren't going to get away with this.
Hold still, won't you? How'd you expect me to get you loose jiggling around like that?
I'd rather be killed than see you men escape.
Well, that ain't the way the captain feels about it.
There. The ropes is off him, Bull.
Well, Lieutenant, you came in right-handed.
If you hadn't made me a prisoner, you'd never have got away with this.
That's just why I thought of this scheme.
Oh, why let him get away? Why don't you shoot him now? Then the soldiers can't catch him.
Shucks, let the fellow go. I ain't got nothing against killing the line of business. There ain't no sense doing it for no reason at all.
But I'm
you
telling
always was too handy with a gun, Cop. You've got a lot to learn. Now on your way, Lieutenant.
We'll meet again, Bull.
If we do, you'll be the hombre that's sorry.
All right, get along then. Come on.
Say, Bull, I just thought of something.
Yeah?
What's become of the masked fella and the Injun that was with them soldiers?
I don't know. What's the difference?
But maybe they rode ahead of us.
Let him. You ain't afeard of just two fellas, are you?
Maybe not. But that masked fella looked too darn slick to suit me.
Come on. We're heading for the hills before the soldiers try to come after us. Get up there. Come on. Get up.
There's the Badlands up ahead, Bull. Not even a regiment of soldiers can ever find us in there.
You fellas just let me think things out and you'll always get along.
We got the gold and we didn't have to leave any of the fellas that was wounded.
Uh-huh. Have the soldiers took out after us yet?
Nah. I reckon they savvy they can't get us.
What are we going to do when we get to the Badlands, Bull?
Well, I was thinking it'd be a good idea to split up. We'll divide the gold, then meet again when we come out on the other side.
Yeah. That way we can be blamed sure nobody can follow us.
Yeah, but...
There's somebody ahead of us.
It's that masked fella again.
Come on. If him and the Injun got any notion of stopping us, we'll shoot him down.
They won't have no chance against us.
Bull,
huh?
They've been setting fire up ahead.
What's that?
I see it.
Well, I'll be it.
It's prairie fire. The whole plain valley's ablaze.
And the winds are coming this way.
Hold there, steady.
But we can't make it through them flames.
We've been tricked.
That's what the captain wanted an hour for. To give the masked fella a chance to ride ahead of us.
And that's why he wanted to let the lieutenant loose at the river.
Blast him.
We gotta go back. We'll be burned alive.
And the fire's getting closer.
The soldiers...
Just blazing with the soldiers.
I'd rather face them than the prairie fire.
Then that's what we gotta do. Come on, fellas. Turn your horses. We gotta ride for our lives.
Get up, boy. Get up.
The masked man's scheme worked. Fire at will, men.
They're coming right toward us, Captain.
By golly, I'll knock off a couple of those varmints.
Don't let a man escape.
Bull is the man I want, Captain. I'll get him if it's the last thing I do.
They've crossed the river.
And there ain't no way for him to go except this way. Let him have it, boys. Teach you yeller coyotes ain't that monkey with the army.
Captain, they're shouting something.
Cease fire.
Hold your fire, boys.
Eddie, we give up. Don't fire no more. We don't want to get killed.
Throw down your arms.
The horses with the gold are safe, Captain.
Good. All right, Bull, come forward. Hold your hands in the air.
You only got us by a trick, blast you.
But it was a trick that will put you where you belong, Bull, at the end of a hangman's rope.
Bull, I told you I didn't trust that masked fella. How was I to think I'm starting a prairie fire?
Hey, you and your slick scheming.
You shut your fool mouth.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Put these men under guard. We're starting back to the fort.
I'll take care of them skunks, Captain.
We'll give them a fair trial, and then they'll hang.
Captain, where's the masked man?
I'm afraid we've seen the last of him, Lieutenant.
But we ought to thank him.
We're too late. There he is. Do you see him? He's riding down the valley.
Well, I'll be doggone. He won't even come back to be thanked after saving the lieutenant, getting the gold, and capturing the outlaw.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's trouble ahead, and Tonto is waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. His name has not come down to us in the written pages of history, but no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier. The cry of Hi-O Silver was the battle cry of justice. Now return with us down the trail of adventure to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofs of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! They're opening Homestead land to settlers! Tunnel's waiting for us! Hi-O, Silver!
In the early days of the West, when land was to be had for the asking, farmers came from Ohio, Iowa, and Minnesota, and from the far eastern seaboard to the new country. Government troops guarded the boundary of the territory, waiting for the cannon signal that would start Prairie schooners into the newly opened homestead lands. As far as the eye could see, wagons were lined up, ready for the dash in the morning. The folks sang in groups around the campfires.
It rained all night the day I left, the weather it was dry.
Inside their wagon, Aaron Stewart and his wife Mary are talking.
Now, Aaron, don't you worry so about me. I'll be all right as soon as we get settled.
Sure you will, honey. It's been a mighty hard trip overland, but it'll be worth it. Tom Granville and me have a place all picked out. We're going to race for it as soon as the cannon fires, and we'll go partners.
Aaron, I wouldn't trust Tom Granville too far if I was you.
Now, Mary.
I know you think it's silly of me, but there's something about Tom Granville that I don't like. And that friend of his that he calls Skeets is even worse.
You shouldn't say things like that, honey. Tom Granville's been right friendly with me.
He's been friendly, but he's never yet done anything that he didn't get the best of it.
Oh, shucks. Half your sickness is just from worry.
Maybe so. I've been expecting to see him try some underhanded scheme ever since we left the East.
And he hasn't, so that ought to prove he's on the level.
I wish you hadn't told him about the place you located when you rode on ahead to look around.
But I had to tell him. Shucks, I was out here long before the wagon started. That's why I went all the way back east again.
Tom Granville will do you out of that land, Aaron, if you don't watch your step.
Don't say that, Tom.
But it's so. He's had a grudge against you ever since I married you instead of him.
Nonsense, honey. Well, don't you remember how I had to argue with him to get him to come out here with us?
That was because you wanted him to stake you to the cash to get here.
I know where the best strip of land in the whole country is to be found.
I know.
Good water, good timber, right at the foot of a hill, and good grazing. It's prime.
If you can get it.
I'll get it all right. We got the best team of horses, the wagon all set to roll.
But if someone else gets there first and files papers...
They won't. You just wait and see.
What if Tom Granville gets there first and decides that he'll claim it for his own?
Shucks, there's plenty for two people there.
Oh, I sure hope you're right, Aaron. That's all I can say. I hope you're right.
Everything's going to be fine. Now, don't you worry, honey. You're just sort of let down from the long, hard trip.
Hey there, Aaron.
Oh, there. That's Tom now. You just stay right here and try and get some sleep, honey. I'll go see what he wants.
Hey, Aaron. You in your wagon?
I'm coming.
Aaron, I want to talk to you. A little business.
Sure. What's on your mind?
It's about that money I loaned you.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. Step over here, Tom. Mary's kind of worried and nervous tonight.
Suits me. I reckon this is as good a place as any, ain't it?
Now, what about the cash I owe you?
$200, I believe. I got your note here.
Oh, sure.
I reckon you can read it. Says it's payable on demand. If you ain't got the cash to pay it, I can levy on your goods.
Well, that's what I put in the paper, but you know, Tom...
I'm demanding a $200 now.
You what?
If you ain't the cash, I'll take your horses.
But you can't do that, Tom. If you take them horses, how'll I get to the land we're going after?
I don't know how you'll get there, but I reckon I'll make it all right.
Did you tell him about it, Granville?
Yes, Skeets, I told him.
Skeets, he can't be...
I told him he'd take his team instead of the cash if he didn't have the cash.
Yep, that's fair enough. You ought to be glad to sell that team of horses for $200.
But you can't do that, Granville. I located that land I told you about. It's me that found it. I'm the one that brought you out here.
I don't reckon you'll have trouble finding another strip of land for yourself.
You're doing me out of the land, Granville. You can't get away with it.
No? I don't know why I can't.
You planned this all the time. You mule-eared...
Remember a few years back, Aaron, when you done me out of the girl I loved?
I didn't. She chose me instead of you, that's all. It wasn't my fault.
Save your wind, Aaron.
But Mary's sick. You know she's sick. What'll I do if everyone goes and leaves me stranded here?
She's your wife and your worry, not mine.
Oh, look here, Granville. I'll tell you what I'll do. You go ahead, take the land. Take it for yourself. Just leave my horses here. I'll find some other land.
You better find some way to head back east where you come from, Aaron. That's the place for you.
But I can't even get back there if you don't leave me horses.
That's too bad. I reckon them's the horses pegged down over yonder, Skeets. Go take 'em and lead 'em over next to ours.
You're all right.
Too bad we gotta do this, but it's all legal. Here's your paper, Aaron. I'm marking it paid in full. And now you don't owe me nothing.
Granville, listen, wait. Skeets, you can't do this.
Get up there. Get along there.
Wait a minute. You can't leave me stranded here. Well, you can't do it. You know Mary's sick. You can't do it with no horses or anything.
When Tom Granville led his horses away, Aaron was desperate. Leaving his own wagon, he went from one family to another, asking, begging, beseeching that they help him.
But you got 4 horses. You can let me take a couple.
Sorry, Aaron. I need all 4 of mine.
Just let me take one. Just one. I can't stay stranded here.
Can't do it, partner. Got a heavy load. I'll need all my horses.
Gotta help me. My wife is sick.
Can't do it. We'll be split out so far we never see you again.
But I'll give you my word. I'll return the horse. I can't move from here without some sort of horse.
Sorry, Aaron. But starting with the cannon in the morning, it's every man for himself. We ain't a wagon train no more. We're all racing against one another to find a place to settle on.
You gotta help me. You gotta do it for my wife's sake. I tell you, she's sick.
My husband died on the way over, Aaron.
But we gotta get horses.
Sorry, Aaron. Ain't got none to spare.
Clem, you can help me. Let me hitch my wagon on the back of yours. You've got oxen. They can pull 2 wagons.
Sorry, Aaron.
Then take my wife on your wagon. Take her with you and leave me here.
My wagon's heavy enough as it is, Aaron. Sorry.
I've got to have help.
Sorry, Aaron.
Well, we'll be stranded.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
Oh, please.
Sorry, Aaron.
We got all to do it our own stuff.
Sorry, Aaron.
Let me, Aaron. Let me, Aaron.
Bless you, Mary. I'm glad you're asleep. It makes it some easier. You won't have to know till morning. Oh, Mary, how can I ever tell you that Tom Granville's double-crossed us?
Aaron,
Oh, Mary, you're awake.
I'm awake, Aaron. I heard what Tom Granville said to you. I suspected something of the sort all along.
Mary, what'll we do?
He's never got over the happiness we've known since we were married, Aaron. That's why I did it. I'm kind of glad he did.
Glad?
I knew all along he'd do something to get even. That's his nature. Now he'll leave us alone. It might have been worse.
But, honey, it couldn't be no worse. In the morning, everyone will be dashing out for the land. Everyone but us.
I know.
They'll leave us here. We'll be stranded. Oh, Mary, I've brought you all the way out here to let you starve.
Oh!
Mary, what's the matter?
Aaron, look. The back of the wagon. That man, he's masked.
Please don't be afraid of me.
Who are you?
You've been trying to borrow horses.
Yes.
I heard about your trouble.
But you're masked. You ain't one of us.
No. I'm one of the people of this country, Aaron. Don't lose heart. Let the others go ahead tomorrow. Wait here until they've all gone.
Who are you?
Keep your hopes up, Aaron. This is a great and glorious country, and there's lots of land for everyone. Let the others go on without you, and keep your courage high. I'll be back.
Aaron, who was that man?
Early the next morning, an army bugle sounded a warning call, and pioneers with their horses hitched, families and luggage safely loaded, whips and reins in hand, awaited the cannon. Hundreds of men leaned forward eagerly, their whips ready to lash their horses into frantic speed at the signal to break new land for homesteading. Then, suddenly...
Come on down, you! Give me that collar there. What's the matter with you? Move them legs, you old move you. What's the matter with you? Come on there. Get it on there. Go on down, you. Come on there. Give me the collar there. Hurry up there. Get it there. What's the matter with you? Come on there. Get it on there. Get it on, you. Get it on. Come on there, you fool.
They've gone, Mary. They've all gone but us.
Don't give up hope, Aaron. Don't give up hope yet.
There's nothing to hope for now, Mary.
That masked man last night.
I don't take much stock in what he said.
But I do. There was something about the way he spoke, Aaron. And I was right. Look, there he comes. See him? And there's another rider with him.
But it don't seem possible. It's an Injun with him.
And they're both riding white horses. Look at them come.
I see them, but
Don't give up yet, Aaron. We're still alive. And while we're alive, we can still hope.
Oh, Silver! We'll hitch our horses to your wagon, Aaron, and pull you into the homestead land. Tonto, harness our horses.
Me do 'em.
But it's too late, stranger.
No, it isn't. There's land that won't be claimed by anyone.
It won't be claimed.
What do you mean, stranger? That just don't sound like sense.
After you're settled there, we'll suggest to Tom Granville that no one knows the secret that land holds. It isn't desirable to look at, and everyone will pass it by except those who know the secret.
The secret?
But what is the secret?
You'll find out when you get there. Ready, Tonto? We're taking Aaron and his wife to their new home.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Aaron and his wife Mary were deprived of their horses on the eve of the dash into newly opened homestead lands. Tom Granville planned to claim for his own the land he and Aaron had agreed to hold jointly. After the wagons had left, the Lone Ranger and Tonto hitched their horses to Aaron's wagon and drew it to land that looked undesirable. It was a narrow strip at the foot of a hill. Aaron looked out of his wagon when the stop was finally made and was surprised to see that it joined the hillside land that Granville had claimed. Granville approached the wagon, saying,
"Oh, you finally got here, eh? With the help of an engine and a masked outlaw.
Hold on now, Granville.
Well, you can take yourself off.
I don't aim to settle on your land.
Well, what are you doing here? Move on.
You ain't claimed this narrow strip at the foot of the hill.
There ain't enough room here to do anything with. Nevertheless, Aaron Stewart is going to claim his acreage on the hill.
On the hill? The only part in the hill that ain't been claimed is too steep to do anything with.
Well, as Because it's the only land that ain't been claimed. It's the only land I can get, ain't it?
All right. And take the narrow strip where you are, and the steep slope above. And see that you stay on your own land. Skeets, come here.
Yes, Tom. What's the trouble?
Aaron aims a settle next to us. If he sets foot on my land, shoot him.
He'd better keep off on our land.
You hear that, Aaron? See that you keep off.
You've sure turned ornery all of a sudden, Granville.
Just how do you figure you can live on that hill?
I'm going to dig myself a cave.
A cave? That's a good one.
It'll do to keep the rain off us, and I'll be on my own land.
See that you stay there. And what's more, when your food runs out, don't come around begging for me.
We'd sooner starve than ask a favor of you, Tom Granville.
Come on, Skeets. Let's go and leave these blame fools to dig their cave.
Remember what we told you, Aaron. Some things are more valuable than level watered land.
I will, stranger, and 1,000 thanks.
Come on, Silver.
In the fortnight that followed, Aaron dug a cave in the hillside and made a shelter for himself and his wife. Meanwhile, Granville and his partner Skeets kept close watch on everything Aaron Stewart did. They saw him take a shovelful of earth from various parts of the hill, wash it, and then carefully examine the dirt that remained. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger and Tonto camped nearby, and each evening Tonto reported Aaron Stewart's progress to the masked rider.
Tonto, watch him close.
Is Aaron doing what we told him?
Him do plenty good.
Digging dirt? Then washing it and digging more dirt?
That's right.
Tell me, Tonto, is the man who swindled him washing?
Him watch all time.
If ever a man deserved justice, it's Aaron Stewart. And if ever a man deserved punishment, it's Tom Granville.
Maybe Aaron feller get even.
I think tomorrow, Tonto, it'll be a good idea for you to take this dust and go to Granville's land while I ride for the government office at Pine Ridge.
Tonto go.
You know what you're to do?
Tonto know.
I know Mr. Dixon at Pine Ridge, and I think we can count on his help in this situation. I'll deal with him while you go and call on Tom Granville.
The next morning, when Granville and Skeets looked toward the foot of the hill, they saw Tonto industriously engaged in washing out dirt that he'd taken from their land. Quickly, the two made their way to him and watched him for a while.
Say, you. What are you doing here? This here's my land.
Maybe you let Indian have dirt, huh?
We don't let no one have nothing. Now get out of here.
Me not want much.
Hold on a minute. What do you want that dirt for, Injun?
You own hill yonder, too?
No. What do you want to know for?
Maybe you get fortune on land. You look here in pan.
What do you mean?
Me wash 'em dirt. Look what left. You see small speck? Yellow speck?
Jumping snake's part. It's gold.
Gold? Give me that pan, Injun.
No, you give me dirt.
I'll see about that. Where did all this come from? Is it all around my land?
It washed down from hill, maybe.
From the hill? Washed down? Then they must be... Skeets, I gotta talk to Aaron.
He won't be any too glad to see you, Granville.
No matter, I'm going now. Wait here and don't let this Injun take anything off our land. I'll be back soon enough.
You not give Tonto dirt?
No! Get out of here. Vamoose, beat it. I'm not going to stand having you around stealing what's mine.
There's Mary over yonder now, Skeets. I'll be right back.
Mary! Hey there!
What do you want?
Where's Aaron? I got to talk to him.
He ain't here, and I don't want nothing to say to you. Get off on our land.
But this is important. I got to speak to him.
Well, you can. I told you he ain't here.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. Like as not to the government office. That's where he was heading for.
The government office?
Yep. In Pine Ridge.
On foot?
Sure on foot. You got the only horses we had.
Skeets, I got to hurry. If what I think is right, I got to go to the government office myself. Get you up a horse. Quick.
In the government office in Pine Ridge, the agent looked up from his desk and saw the Lone Ranger, his face disguised, framed in the doorway.
Good morning, Dixon.
You? Great Scott, man, I'm glad to see you.
You won't be glad when I tell you what I came for. I'll close the door.
You want me to help you out on something?
Exactly. And it won't be pleasant for you, Dixon.
But what is it?
First, I'm going to tie and gag you and put you on the floor behind the counter.
I guess you know what you're doing. It'll be all right. Here's my hands. I'll make it easy for you.
Good. It won't take long.
What's up, anyhow? I'd give a lot to know, but I can guess one thing.
Yes?
You want something here in the office fixed the way it shouldn't be, and you want to save my skin.
I'll not tie you so tight it'll hurt. Just loosely. Like this. There.
And now my feet.
Yes, I'll have to tie your ankles.
But what's up? Can't you tell me yet?
Not yet. You'll know later on. Now, that'll do. The gag.
I don't need to. I won't open the trap.
Very well. You can say that you were threatened with death if you made a sound. Here comes the man I want to see now. He just stepped from the wagon. On the floor with you. I must take my mask off.
I'm down.
All right, just in time.
I'm Tom Granville.
Yes?
You're the government man, ain't you?
Who else did you expect to find in this office?
I was just making sure, mister. Will you make a test of this and tell me if it's really gold?
Those tiny specks?
Right.
There isn't enough here to test. You'll have to have more.
Yeah, but what's it look like to you? You can tell something that way, can't you?
I can't be sure, but it's the same color as gold. It might very well be. The only place around here where there would be gold, though, is in the hills. Did this come from a hill?
Well, maybe so. Maybe from level land. Are you saying there's gold in the hills?
Lots of men have found it there. It comes in pockets.
Pockets? What's that?
The way they find it is to dig in different places in the hill and wash the sand and gravel until they find pay dirt. Then they work to each side until they find dirt that no longer shows a trace of gold.
Yeah?
Then they dig up the side of the hill in a fan shape to the pocket. They make tests all the time. The pocket may contain thousands of dollars worth of gold in a single bushel of dirt.
Gosh almighty.
If you found the gold on level land, it's probably near enough to have been washed out of one of those pockets.
My gosh, that's just what Aaron was...
What?
Well, that is, a fella I know worked just that way. How much gold you say there was in one of these pockets?
Men have taken out as much as $100,000 in a week's time.
Thanks, mister. I'll be back. I'll get more of a sample for you.
Granville, what you doing here?
Hey, it's none of your business. I can go where I want to without being checked on.
Hello there, Stewart. Back again with more gold?
Yep. I reckon I'll hit the pocket in no time now. I got $200 with me in this here sack.
He's gone. He'll be waiting outside to speak to you, Aaron.
Thank you, stranger. Is it all right to carry on as we planned?
It's perfectly all right, Aaron. When you and he come back in, I'll be gone. Dixon, the man in charge, will take care of you.
If it works out like you say it should, I'll never be able to thank you enough. I'm downright glad to see your face without a mask.
It isn't my face that you see, Aaron. Tonto helped me disguise myself. Here, take this. It looks like money.
He's watching through the window?
Yes. Now leave here and whistle as you go. Look as if you had no troubles at all.
I'll do just what you say, mister.
Hey, Aaron. I want to talk to you.
Well?
I've been trying to see you. It's hard to say, but I'm sorry for the way I've treated you, and I'd like to square things.
It's a fine time to say that. If we'd counted on you, we'd been dead long time ago.
I know it, Aaron. But you don't know what it can do to a man to lose the girl he loves. I've been trying to get up my courage to see you 12 times.
Yeah?
I just went local for a while, seeing you two married.
Well?
I give you a pretty bad deal, Aaron. Now I'm willing to give you half the land I've got, if you'll still go by that partnership thing we agreed on.
Half the land you got, huh? You mean the land you swindled me out of?
Yeah, I did a pretty mean trick.
And I reckon we ain't much more to say.
Wait a minute, Aaron. You don't savvy things. I'm offering you the land you wanted and surveyed in trade for the land you're on now. We could swap half and half.
Nope. I reckon I'll hold on to what I got. If I deal with you, you'll like as not swindle me again sometime. Besides that, I got plans to get rich off of my claim.
But I found gold on mine. See? Here's some specks of it.
Did the fella inside tell you it was gold?
Sure it is, but I got to get some more of it to get it tested. It's sure enough gold.
Ever figured that there might be more in my hill? What do you think I laid claim to hill for?
Then how would you like to sell some of your land?
To you?
Sure.
That don't appeal to me none. The less I have to do with you, the better I like it. I'll tell you what, though. If you get the idea that you'd like to prospect for gold, I'll deal with you.
How?
Well, prospecting don't appeal to me much. It's a little hard on Mary.
What's your proposition?
I like farming, and I want to be able to grow things and live comfortable. If you wanted to swap land just as it stands and throw in the house you built and the horses for my hill and the cave I dug, why...
Hey, you mean swap even? I have whatever I find?
Yep, that's right. But you're getting the best of it even so.
It's done. It's a deal. You got your papers with you?
Yep, I have. You?
Sure. Come on in with me and we'll get the government agent to fix it up right now.
But mind you, Granville, I ain't making no promises. I don't guarantee you'll get rich on that hill.
I'll take that chance. Come on inside.
It was late afternoon when Aaron finally returned to Mary, and we find him laughing as Mary says,
But, Aaron, what happened at the office?
I wish you'd seen Granville's face when he learned that the real government man had been tied behind the counter.
But he made the deal, Aaron.
Yep, he made it, and then found there wasn't nothing but fool's gold in those sacks. And even that didn't come from this hill.
I don't know what you mean.
Mean, honey? It means we're taking over Granville's claim, and he gets this no-count hill.
Oh, Aaron.
That ain't all, hon. I got his horses and wagon, too. And if he tries to move us off the land, he'll have the whole U.S. Army after him.
And our land is what he's been living on?
Sure. Well, now we gotta vacate this old cave so Skeets and Granville will have a place to live. From now on, this is their property.
But, Aaron, how did it ever happen?
We have the Lone Ranger to thank for that, Mary. He's got us fixed up in great shape. We've got the best section of land in the whole state, and Tom Granville has the worst.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's trouble in Big Bend. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hello, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated. A fiery horse with speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
Thank you.
When the western United States was first opened to settlers, gun law ruled the range. The coming of the railroad was a civilizing influence, but it was the masked rider of the plains who did most to bring law and order to the frontier. Astride his great horse Silver, he fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states, and the memory of his deeds will remain with us as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading to the railroad at Sioux Rapids! Someone's waiting for us there! Hello,
Limpy Davis led one of the most daring bands of outlaws in the West. Ruthless himself, he demanded the same quality in his men. As our story opens, we see them crouched in a clump of trees near the newly opened railroad line. A pile of logs has been placed on the track, and as Limpy steps out of cover and looks toward the east, he says,
"What's the time, Webb?"
Most 10 o'clock.
And that choo-choo train ought to be coming along right soon.
It's due now, Limpy.
Yeah, and it's bringing us about $10,000.
You figure the Stevens will pay that much cash?
Blame right they will. They ain't got no other kin but this young fella in the train. They're leaving everything they got to him. He'll be worth that much, all right.
Seems darn funny they ain't never seen him before.
There ain't nobody around here ever seen him. His pa and old Jake Stevens was brothers. But they fought about something while they was a couple of young bucks, and they never had anything to do with each other since.
And now he's going to come into everything they own.
Some hombres have all the luck.
He won't think he's so lucky when he meets up with us.
Yeah.
What in blazes is keeping that train anyhow?
What I'm worrying about is whether the fellers in the engine will see the logs we piled on the track in time to stop without wrecking the train.
Don't worry, they'll see them in plenty of time.
And another thing. How are we going to know this fella Ridge Stevens when we meet up with him?
We'll locate him if we got to search everybody that's riding the cars.
Besides, Lamrody was a tall young fellow with sort of sandy hair.
It's a swell description.
You'd worry if you had cash in the bank.
Yeah. If I knew you fellas was anywhere around.
There's the train.
Yeah, you can see it coming around the far bend.
Gosh, just think of traveling without a horse.
You fellas know just what you're to do?
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I got it.
Harv and Shorty will hold the gun on the 2 fellas in the engine.
All right.
Mac, you and Red will see that nobody gets a shot at Webb and me when we board the train.
Yeah.
And you, Pete, you'll bring up the horses so as we make a getaway fast.
All right.
Everything's straight, boss.
It better be. The fella that makes a mistake will have me to deal with.
Gosh, ain't they going to see them logs?
Don't be so all-fired fidgety. Keep out of sight, you fellas, till the train stops.
They seen the logs, all right.
Sure did.
Just hold still. They'll be stopping soon.
They'll stop right about here.
Fit. All right, fellas. Get them covered before they savvy what's happened to them. Come on. What's happened?
Somebody's locked the rail.
Hey, look, outlaw.
They got us covered.
Don't anybody go for his suit iron.
Get them hands up.
Go ahead, Limpy. We got the drop on them.
Come on, Webb. We'll get aboard and go through the car.
Yeah.
Keep your gun handy.
We're doing all right.
They're going through the car.
Quiet, you hombres. There's only one gent we're looking for. The rest of you stay where you are and keep your hands in the air.
We gotta hurry, boss.
Now, which one of you is Ridge Stevens? Come on, speak up. If you don't, I'll search everybody here.
I'm Ridge Stevens. What do you want me for?
Come here.
I asked you a question.
And I'm giving you an order.
Step up here before I shoot.
Try and get me.
After him, Webb.
Well, get him.
Don't shoot, you fool. We want him alive.
We won't get away.
Grab him. Jump for him.
Yeah.
I'll give you a hand.
I got him. Oh.
You knocked him out.
I couldn't help it, Limpy. He hit his head against the seat when he went down.
If he's dead,
He ain't,
I'll...
boss. Honest, he ain't. I can feel his heart beating.
He's sure got a bad cut in his head.
It ain't bleeding much.
Pick him up. We gotta get moving. Here, I'll give you a hand with him. Yeah. Got him?
Yeah.
Pete's brought up the horses. They're just outside. You can throw this fellow across your saddle.
All right, boss.
Watch out for the steps.
I can make it.
What are you doing with that fellow, you rotten crooks?
There weren't so many of you.
The sheriff will be after you, fellas.
Ready to go, fellas?
Yeah.
You ready with Stevens' web?
We're ready.
Steady there. Back to camp, fellas. Now get moving.
Yeah, come on.
Word of the train holdup and the kidnapping of a passenger soon spread. Among those who heard the story was the Lone Ranger, who with his faithful Indian companion Tonto determined to investigate. In the meantime, the sheriff and his deputies had scoured the country for a clue to the outlaws, but without success. We see the sheriff now in his office at Sioux Rapids. A deputy is with him.
You know, Herb, my idea is it was Limpy Davis and his gang that did this job.
Don't know anybody else around these parts with nerve enough.
But why in tarnation did they do it?
You got me.
Ain't much doubt but what it was Jake Stevens' nephew them outlaws captured.
The folks on the train recollected the outlaws calling him Ridge Stevens.
But if it's cash them crooks want for Ridge, why in blazes don't they send some word?
Jake ain't heard nothing?
Not a doggone solitary thing.
Huh. Yeah, maybe it's just that they had something agin him.
They wouldn't be likely to hold up a train just for a grudge.
Don't sound reasonable.
And it's 4 days since it happened.
Maybe we'll find out someday.
Someday? By the great horn toad, if we don't learn something pronto, we're going to be in hot water for sure. Jake's so mad he's fit to be tied.
Well, you can't blame him much.
I ain't blaming him, I'm just...
We got a visitor.
Come on in.
A redskin. Well, I'll be darned.
Tonto won't make talk.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
Maybe you tell Tonto about outlaw.
Outlaw? What outlaw?
Feller stopped train. You got clue?
What's it to you if I have or not?
Maybe Tonto help you.
You know anything about it?
No, Tonto not know.
What do you make of it, Sheriff?
I got a notion. Say, Injun, who sent you here?
Friend send Tonto?
Your friend, huh? Your friend's name wouldn't be Limpy Davis, would it?
That's not it.
Sheriff, I'll bet it is.
Limpy's smart. It'll be just like him to send the redskin here to find out what we know.
You make plenty big mistake.
Yeah? Well, we'll find out about this.
Should I jail him, Sheriff?
We will if he won't talk.
You not jail me.
Where's Limpy?
Tonto not know.
You lie. Out with it, you polecat. We savvy your game and you're going to talk.
Tonto not talk.
Why, you...
He leave now.
Stay where you are.
Shoot him. He's resisting arrest.
I'll blast it. My hand.
A masked fella shot through the window.
A masked man?
I seen him just for a second.
He only hit my gun. Let's get after him.
Him and the Injun must have been together.
There they are.
Shoot.
I missed him.
And look at him travel.
Now we know doggone well who stopped that train. If it wasn't that masked feller, I'll eat my boot.
In the outlaws' camp, it had been discovered that Ridge Stevens was seriously injured. For 4 days he lay unconscious. And then, on the morning of the 5th, he stirred restlessly. Limpy stood over him, watching.
Maybe he's coming to.
What was that, boss?
Look at him. This is the first sign of life he's shown since we brung him to camp.
By golly, he's coming out of it.
Wait.
But
Now, wait, I tell you. Hey, you. Can you hear me?
Who's there?
He can hear you, Limpy.
How do you feel, fella?
Gosh, help me to sit up, won't you?
Here, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. Say, what am I doing here?
I reckon you ain't forgetting what happened over to the railroad.
Huh? Oh. What railroad?
My gosh, you must have got a bump on your head.
I'll be hog-tied. Think of forgetting that.
I don't know what I'm doing here, but I reckon I better be getting home.
You're a long way from home, fella.
But, hey, that's a funny thing.
Huh?
Why, I can't recollect where I live. I can't even remember my name.
If that don't beat all. Why, your name is...
Shut up.
What the...
Keep your mouth shut, Webb. Jack, well, Jack won't want to be bothered with that now.
Jack?
Is that my name?
Yeah. Come here, Webb. I got some things to say.
Uh-huh.
Come back soon, fellas, won't you? I got more questions to ask.
I'll be back. You just take it easy for now.
What in tarnation he up to, Limpy?
Wait till we get where he can't hear us.
But I can't...
Here. This'll do.
What I'd like to know is what
you nearly spoiled it. Don't you see what's happened? He can't recollect a thing before that bump he got in the head.
Sure, but why tell him his name is Jack?
Because that's what it's going to be from now on. As far as he'll know, he's an outlaw just like the rest of us.
Maybe I'm dumb, but I can't figure...
We'll tell him he's wanted by the law.
Yeah?
This is good. He's the only one of us that ain't knowed around here by sight.
Of course he ain't, but I...
Can't you see it? We'll leave a note with Jake Stevens asking for 10,000 cash. Then we'll watch the ranch. And when there's nobody around, we'll send this fella here after the money.
You mean send young Stevens for the cash that's to be paid for his own return?
That's just what I mean. His uncle ain't never seen him, you know.
Well, of all... Why, sure, that's right.
And if he gets shot, they'll be shooting the fella they want to save without knowing it.
Limpy, that's the slickest idea I ever heard of.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Red Stevens, who was kidnapped from the Sioux Rapids train, recovered consciousness in the outlaws' camp, Limpy Davis convinced him that he belonged to the gang. As our second act opens, the young man and Webb, Davis's lieutenant, are riding toward Stevens' ranch house. Red says,
You know, Webb, I wish Limpy hadn't sent me to collect that cash.
Shucks, Jack. There ain't no danger. The boys are watching out. If there's been a trap set, they'll give us a warning.
I wasn't thinking of that.
Well, you'll go through with it or wish you had.
Where is this Red Stevens we're supposed to be holding?
Never mind about that. He's took care of all right.
And another thing I've been wondering about.
Yeah?
Are these clothes I got on the same as always belonged to me?
Now, that's a darn funny thing to ask.
Are they?
Of course they are. Ain't you satisfied with them?
I was just wondering. It ain't easy when you can't remember nothing.
Well, there ain't much you have to remember. Just don't forget that when we get to the Stevens place and you go in, I'll be outside by the window watching everything you do.
Well, I don't cotton to this much. I don't know that I ought to...
Keep your mouth shut and do what you're told. You're in this the same as the rest of us.
Yeah, guess that's right. Well, will these papers I got prove we're holding this Stevens fella?
Uh-huh. Them's what he was carrying to identify himself with when we took him prisoner.
Yeah?
Well, Jake Stevens ought to have the cash ready for you. It's been close to a week since he got the note.
I know about that.
There's the house now.
I don't see nobody around.
That's why we got word to come. There's only Jake in the house with some redskin and a young fella about your age. Oh, go there.
Oh.
Now go on in. If they try anything, I'll be just outside. There's more of the boys in calling distance.
I ain't afeard.
I'll keep the horses with me.
Who's there?
I got a message for you.
Who are you?
Let me come in.
Well, come in. You got any business with me?
Who are these fellas?
Why, the redskin's name's Tonto. And this here is my nephew, Ridge Stevens.
What's that?
What are you looking so flabbergasted about?
Did you say Ridge Stevens?
That's my handle.
But I just come to collect 10,000 to turn Ridge back to you.
Huh? Are you loco?
Say, are you one of the fellas that sent me a note saying you had Ridge and wanted 10,000 for him?
Well, I didn't...
That don't beat all. If there's anything I like to see, it's a bunch of so-called slick crooks get fooled.
Fooled?
Sure. You grab a hold of some fella and figure he's my nephew. And all the time the real Ridge Stevens is right here, safe as can be.
But we got papers to prove it.
They must be the papers I told you I lost, Jake.
Well, young fella, you're welcome to keep 'em. And you can go back and tell your pards that their little stunt didn't work.
I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Yeah?
Leastways, I don't think I did.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know exactly. Well, it don't matter none.
We ain't particular interested in your alibis anyhow.
Now, go on. Get out of here.
You mean you ain't going to try and hold me?
Shucks, what be the use? We know darn well you didn't come here without some of your friends, so back you up.
You go quick.
Who'd you say the engine was?
Told you his name was Tonto. He come along with Ridge here when he showed up.
You leave now, huh?
I'm going.
But remember this. We're letting you go this time because we savvy there ain't no use trying to keep you for the law. But if we meet again, you ain't going to be so lucky.
We ain't likely to meet.
And a good thing.
Did you hear what they said, Webb?
Every blame word. Get on your horse, blast you.
But it wasn't my fault.
Maybe it won't. But when the boss hears about this, he's going to have your hide. Get up. Get up there, pal. Get up. Come on.
Webb and Ridge rode back to camp and made their report to Limpy. We see the outlaw leader as he questions the two men.
Webb, are you sure that the young fellow was the real Ridge Stevens?
Boss, I wouldn't swear to nothing anymore. Well, if he ain't, then I'm a Comanche.
What did he look like?
He was just like Lem Rodas. Sandy hair and everything.
I don't like any part of this. If I figured I wasn't wanted by the law, I'd quit this gang.
Yeah, you'd quit, would you? Why, blast your hide, it's all your fault this happened. It's because we thought you were...
Webb, can't you ever learn to keep your mouth shut?
Oh, what's the difference now?
Plenty of difference. Jack, you go on over and see to the horses.
But just what...
Go on, I said.
Oh, all right.
Now, what's the matter with what I said this time?
Look here. What's going to happen if he finds out he ain't a regular member of our bunch?
What do you think it'd happen?
Just this. We'd either have to shoot him or watch him all the time so's he couldn't get away to tell about us.
Well, I don't...
But if we keep still about what we know, you'll keep on thinking he's an outlaw and stay with us.
Well, maybe so.
I've been wondering what could have happened. The only thing I can figure is that this fella got Ridge's papers somehow and was up to some trick.
He might have been at that.
If he weren't, why'd he say he was Ridge when we found him on the train? And how'd he come to have those papers with him?
Yeah, that's so.
Now we got the whole thing to do over again.
Huh? You ain't planning to get a hold of that fella at the Stevens place, are you?
And why not? Hey, Fred, come over here.
You want me, Limpy?
Come here.
What is it, boss?
You've been with the fellas that have been watching the Stevens place, haven't you?
Sure.
You was watching it all the time so's we'd know when it was safe to send for the cash.
What have you got in mind, Limpy?
I was just thinking that while the fellas was watching, they must have learned something about what the folks at the ranch do with themselves.
What do you mean?
Well, does this young fella that's at the Stevens place ever go anywhere alone?
He sure does.
Yeah?
He takes a ride every day over to that big red hill north of the ranch.
Every day?
Just like clockwork. He starts out after dinner and don't come back for a couple hours.
And that's when we're going to get him.
Maybe we can at that, boss.
Sure we can.
But do you figure it's safe?
Why ain't it? We can meet him at the hill, grab him, and beat it.
But what if he's being guarded?
You just heard he rides alone, didn't you?
Yeah, but what I meant was the hill can be seen from the ranch. And maybe somebody is set to keep an eye on him.
If it looks like there might be trouble, we'll leave him alone. But if we get him, we'll have enough head start so's nobody from the ranch could catch us.
Yeah.
We can have fresh horses waiting for us halfway back just to make sure.
Uh-huh. But what if he rides off when he sees us coming?
He don't know us. Why should he figure we're outlaws?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Of course it is. And this time we'll show Jake Stevens we ain't so easy to fool as he figured.
The following day, Limpy Davis and his men waited in hiding until they saw the young man ride from the Stevens ranch. Then, when he drew near the hill, they rode forth to meet him.
There he comes.
That's him, all right.
Just take it easy like we wasn't going nowhere in particular.
Uh-huh.
Wave at him friendly like. I'll tell you when to get him.
He don't seem to suspicious nothing. He's waving back.
Howdy, fellas.
Now, hold up there, young fella.
Get him, Fred.
What the devil's coming over?
You're coming with us.
You got him, fellas?
You can't get away with this kind of stunt.
Yeah? You're going to learn different.
All right,
Hey,
Limpy.
Limpy, look over to the ranch. There's two fellas riding out, and more behind them.
Come on. They can't catch us. Come on, get up.
Get up. Come on, get up.
With whip and spur, the outlaws urged their horses forward. But little by little, the gap closed between them and the masked man. Finally, Webb cried,
They're almost up to us.
Oh, God, I never seen horses like that.
Get up there. Get along, blast you.
The Redskins coiling his rope.
We gotta get away from them. The other bunch will catch us.
Fire at them.
Can't aim riding like this.
Hurry.
I hope they catch a whole bunch of you skunks.
We'll take care of you later.
They're firing at us.
Maybe I can hit that mask fella. I'll take a peek.
Oh, we can't stand up against shooting like that.
We got him. The rope. The Indians rope me. Whoa there. Move.
Take the rope off of me. I'm choking. I'm choking on you. Oh, hey, horse. Oh,
That's it, Tonto.
Don't shoot. Tell the master to make it right.
While the Lone Ranger and Tonto held the outlaws at the point of their guns, the sheriff and Jake Stevens brought up his posse to complete the capture.
All right, Limpy. Keep your hands up.
We give up, Sheriff.
By golly, the masked fellow's scheme worked just like he said it would.
I told you if you did like he said, everything would come out all right.
And it sure did, Marshal.
Marshal? Is this fellow we just captured the United States Marshal?
Yep. And the fellow you took off the train is the real Red Stevens.
But what's the idea
The
of
masked fella's plan to make you think you got the wrong hombre. And the marshal rode out here alone every day so you'd try to get him.
Limpy, we've been tricked. Why, the blast...
Take it easy, Limpy. You're headed for a long spell in jail.
Come here, Ridge.
Gosh, it's good to see you, Uncle Jake.
Hey, I thought you couldn't recollect nothing.
I couldn't at first. When I seen my name wrote on the inside of my shirt, and Webb told me them was the clothes I always wore, it set me to figuring.
So that's why he asked me that question.
Yep, and then I started to remember things more and more.
Well, I'll be...
Hey, where's the masked fella? I want to thank him for what he's done.
There he goes. Him and the Injun both.
Well, I'll be doggone. He captures the worst bunch of outlaws I ever seen, and then he just rides off like it was nothing.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Buffalo Point! There's going to be trouble! Hail,
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Hail, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The rich grasslands of Texas brought wealth and prosperity to many early settlers. But when the days of the open range passed, disputes arose over boundaries and water rights, with a cattle war the inevitable result. The masked rider of the plains fought this means of settling a dispute just as bitterly as he fought the outlaws and cattle rustlers who roamed the new territory. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the frontier. And now return with us to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the range country! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The sheriff and one of his deputies rode out from town toward the Holstead ranch. As they approached the trail that led to the ranch house, they sighted two horsemen coming toward them. The sheriff and the deputy reined in their horses and held their rifles ready for action.
Oh, there. Looks like one of them two's an Indian.
So he is, Sheriff. The one riding the paint horse.
Yeah.
And get a look at the other man. He's wearing a mask.
By thunderation, Holstead's doing just what he promised me he wouldn't.
Bringing in outside gunmen, huh?
Just so. Hey there, you. Hold up there. Rein up. We aim to question you.
Stand where you are. Don't move.
Wearing a mask, eh?
You're the sheriff around here, aren't you?
That's what I am.
What are you blocking this trail for?
We hanker to ask a few questions. Why are you heading for the Holstead ranch?
I didn't know I was heading there. Is that where this trail goes?
Just so.
But it goes beyond the Holstead ranch, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's where I'm going. I'm heading for the west.
What's the idea of the mask?
Because I want to hide my face. Why do you block the trails to the Holsteads? What's the matter there?
You a professional gunslinger?
No.
Them 6 guns you're wearing look capable.
And so they are. Tell me why this trail is closed. I want to go ahead.
Well, you ain't a-going to. Savvy? If I wasn't so busy trying to keep some law and order with a range war going on, I'd run you in for wearing a mask and find out something about you.
Range war?
Yep, range war. There's a regular feud going on. That's why I'm stopping you and turning you back. Now swing your horses around and head back the way you come. If you want to get beyond the Holstead ranch, take the trail to the south and go around it.
Tell me more about this feud. Who's having trouble with Holstead?
Bart Conway and his outfit. Glad that the whole region's tore up with the feuding of them two. I got my men posted on the trail to keep strangers from going through and getting shot up. And also to keep both Holstead and Conway from important gun toters, to make it a worse war than 'tis.
What started the war?
Same thing as always starts them, water rights.
There's plenty of water around this part of the country?
That's what we always figured. But it seems that Holstead dammed up one of the main streams and diverted water from Conway's place to his own.
I've heard of Bart Conway. He has a good many thousand acres.
And so's Holstead. 2 of the biggest ranches around here, and they join each other. Now there's the dickens to pay.
What are you wasting time argufying with him for, Sheriff? Tell him to get, and if he don't get, start blazing.
Mind your own business, Deputy. When a man speaks civil to me, I speak civil to him.
I want to see Holstead.
For what?
Bart Conway's on the level.
And so's Holstead.
That's what I want to find out.
You better turn and get now, stranger.
Sheriff, we're going on to Holstead's ranch.
By thunderation, you ain't.
You said the reason you wanted us to turn back was to prevent our being shot by one of the fighters.
And that's just so.
Then what are you going to do if we push on past you? Shoot us?
You've been told to turn and get. Now, stranger, don't get me riled.
Would you shoot us and do the very thing you're trying to prevent others from doing? Or would you let us go and take our chance of being shot?
Dad, Rabbit, you ain't supposed to argue with me. You're supposed to...
Hey, they're coming past us.
Stop where you are.
Let's drill him.
Hold on, gotcha, Deputy. Don't shoot.
But he's gone past. He's heading for Holstead's.
Well, what are we going to do about it? The critter's right after all. It's better to let him take his chances being drilled by one of Conway's or Holstead's men than for us to drill him. He might come through alive, in spite of all the leads that's flying.
Never yet was a range war that settled anything, Tonto.
Not right.
And in many cases, range wars have been started by people who sit back and watch 2 fine men break each other so they can step in when both sides are weakened.
You think maybe that happened?
If Holstead is as fine a man as Conway, then this feud has got to stop.
How you stop it?
Before we consider that, we'll try and learn more about Bill Holstead. Come on, Silver!
In a cafe a few miles from the scene of the range war, we find two men seated at a table.
I did my best to pour lead into the two of them, Pete, but the sheriff wouldn't let me.
How long ago was it that they got through to Holstead's place?
Oh, it must have been 5-6 hours. Middle of the afternoon.
They went right on past Holstead's and kept going. It's all right. They'll be past the far end of his ranch by this time.
I thought maybe you could change the plans for tonight.
Can't do that. I promised delivery on the cattle.
I savvy. And the men that are paying the cash will meet you at the far side of the ranch to pay it and take the critters, huh?
Just so.
I sure gotta hand it to you, Pete. You worked the thing right smart.
What's the sheriff think of the feud?
He's downright disgusted with it. Says it's a shame two men like the Halstead-Conway pair has to shoot each other up.
The war's progressing in good shape, ain't it?
I should say it is.
Men from both outfits are kept too busy with fighting to pay any attention to branding and line riding and things of that sort.
Sure.
Good enough. Now, you do all you can to keep me posted on things.
Well, I can do that all right, Pete.
Yeah.
Being a deputy, I get to hear all the news.
Yeah. See that you pass it on to me pronto.
Ain't I done that so far?
Well, keep on doing it. Now I gotta leave you. I'll meet you here tomorrow and have some cash for you.
Good. It'll be right handy.
Hey there, deputy.
Yeah?
I want to speak to you a minute. Step closer.
If it's about what I owe you,
About nothing else. You just bought 4 more drinks you ain't paid for.
I told your waiter to charge him.
Trouble is, deputy, the book I write the charge accounts in is just about plumb filled up on your page.
You'll get your money.
When?
Tomorrow.
How's that? You don't get a payday till the first of the month.
I said you'd get your cash tomorrow.
Hey, what's the matter here?
Oh, evening, Pete.
Barkeep, was you asking the deputy for cash?
Yes, I was.
Well, here. Does that square the account?
Well, Pete, I don't want to take your money.
I says, does that square the account?
Sure. You got some change coming.
Yeah, keep it in case my friend, the deputy, wants a little more credit.
Thanks, Pete. I'll pay you as soon as
I'll collect. I ain't worried now.
Well, you're square with the board again, deputy. But you hadn't better let the sheriff hear that you're letting an hombre like Pete pay your debts for you.
Well, I didn't ask him to.
It's all fire peculiar that he'd do that. I just don't savvy it. Pete ain't given to being a generous critter.
Well, it ain't none of your affair. You got your cash, and if you don't like where it come from, I'll tell Pete to take his business to the other cafe.
It might suit me fine.
Who feller named Pete?
Huh? Or say, Injun, we ain't allowed to serve no liquor to redskins.
That all right. Me see Pete feller with Blowman.
Yeah?
Who feller named Pete?
Injun, all I can tell you is just this. The less you have to do with him, the better. Especially now when the range war's on and dead men are found most every day.
Oh.
You savvy that? Pete don't like Injuns. And you especially don't like Injuns that are curious about him.
Me savvy.
Tonto left the cafe shortly after Pete and followed him. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger crept past Halstead's guards and finally reached Big Bill's ranch house.
How did you get here?
Take it easy, Holstead. It's taken me hours to get past the guards.
Mask, huh? I suppose Conway sent you to get me.
No, I haven't seen Bart Conway.
I'm doggone glad of that. He ain't ever been the kind to send a man sneaking in to drill me like a dog.
I didn't come here to drill you, Holstead.
Well, that gun was
only
right.
for my own protection. Came to talk to you.
What for?
About the range war.
If Conway sent you, Tully Mile'll fight until he sends back the steers he put a running iron on.
What's that?
Sure, he's been changing my H brand to his own B brand.
Is that what Conway is supposed to have done?
Not supposed, it's what he done.
Story is that you started the trouble by damming the water so it didn't cross his land.
That's an out-and-out lie. The chances are he had his own men dam it just to give him a reason to steal my cattle. Then he could claim he was just getting even.
That isn't Conway's way of doing things, Holstead.
Ain't my way of doing things to dam that water either.
You didn't need the water.
Of course I didn't. I got more water here than I can use.
Do you suppose this whole range war was started by someone else?
Huh? What's that?
Someone who wanted you two to be at each other's throats?
No, of course it ain't. Conway wanted my prize steer, so he took 'em. Then when he seen I'd learned about it, he dammed the water.
How many men have you lost so far?
That ain't none of your business. I don't know who you are, and I won't listen to you no longer. Conway sent you here to try and make peace. Well, there won't be none till he returns them steers.
What about the water?
The dam stays put till I get the steers back.
And he probably will keep the steers until you release the water.
There's some of my boys now. Hey, fellas, come and get this hombre.
You come fast.
Tonto. What is it, Tonto?
You come fast. Tonto see plenty.
Very well, Tonto. I'll see you later, Holstead.
Where are my men? Have they all been shot up? Jake, Lem, where are you?
There's a boss yelling.
We're coming, boss. Watch out.
Get that man. Get him.
Who's that?
A masked man. Come from Conway, I figure.
We ain't no horses here. How do you get in?
Got past the guard somehow.
We'll get after him.
No. Wait, boys. I see through it. Let him go.
But, boss,
It's
he
a
got
trick. That's what it is. A trick of Conway's. He wants you to chase after them two, and that'll take you away from the house. Then his men can come here. Let them two go. Stick right here and double the guard. Them two slip past somehow. Double the guard, and if either that masked man or the redskin shows up again, shoot him.
All right.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode hard toward the western boundary of the Holstead ranch. On the way, Tonto described the man named Pete. He told the masked man how he'd followed him and had seen him letting cattle through Holstead's fence.
And then, Tonto, you say this man took cash from the man he turned the cattle over to?
Not right.
And it must have been Pete who started the range war. He started it simply to keep both ranches so busy fighting that their men wouldn't be able to watch the stock.
Wait. Post, Tonto.
Silver. What is it, Tonto?
You look. Look. You see campfire?
Yes, I see it. Looks as if they're branding cattle over there.
Not right.
Stay here, Tonto, and keep an eye on that camp. I'm going to ride back and get Bill Holstead to see this.
Tonto wants them.
Come on, Silver. Here's where we end this range war. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The masked rider raced back to the house, unaware that Halstead's men were waiting for him. They saw him ride out of the darkness and rushed to meet him with drawn guns.
Silver!
Get your hands up. Over, man. Over, you die.
That's him, all right. Wait a minute, men. I want to speak to your boss. I want to see Bill Holstead.
Ain't no need to see him. We got orders to grill you on sight.
Captured by the men who tried to help, the masked man faces exposure and death. Before the next exciting scene, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, riding to get Bill Halstead and show him that rustlers had been at work, was captured by Halstead's men.
Ain't no use you arguing, mister. Our boss says that you come from Conway and try to get us to follow you.
But why would I do that?
Because the chances are Conway's men are ready to close in on the ranch house as soon as we was to leave and follow you.
Man, listen to me.
Ain't no wasting the time. Take his guns and mask and we'll drill him.
Well, you're going to shoot me. Might give me a chance to tell you just one thing.
That's fair enough.
Go on, talk.
After I've gone, one of you will get my horse.
That's so. Hadn't thought of that.
Good horse, too. I never seen the like of it. Sort of a long story I have to tell you, but I want to be sure and see that this horse has good care.
Sure, we'll see to that.
Any one of us admires good horse flesh.
But you'll have to hear this story.
Hold on. This critter's just calling for time. That's what he's doing. Figuring on some of his pards coming to help him.
Is that the case? By thunder, I bet it is. I'm dealing with you right now.
Me, too. He slipped past me when I was on guard. I wanted to go after him then, but he was accommodating and come right back this way.
There's his help.
To the south, Tonto.
Hey, look out there.
At them, Silver. At them, old boy.
Look out for that devil horse.
Drill him.
Come on, Silver.
Get him, Tommy.
Here. Come on, Silver. I hoped you'd hear the shots and come right in, Tonto. He drew their attention just in time to let me swing Silver into them. Now, what we do? We can't get the Holstead now. His men are gunning for us. Not right. But we might be able to reach the other side. We'll go and see Bart Conway. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Conway was sleeping when the Lone Ranger and Tonto managed to reach his ranch house. Tonto was left to stand guard while the masked man opened the door and entered the house itself. Once inside, he found Bart's room and, walking to the side of his bed, gripped the rancher by the shoulder.
Wake up, Bart, wake up. Where they at? Let me at the ornery water thieves. Where's my 6 gun? Take it easy, Conway.
Oh, I reckon I was dreaming. Hey, who are you?
My name wouldn't mean anything.
How'd you get in here? Let me get a light.
You don't need a light to listen to me.
Hold on. I heard that voice before. Talk some more.
I've come from Holstead's.
What? Why, that old...
Holstead's all right, Bart. Just as square as you are. Found that out for myself.
By thunderation, I wish I could remember where I've heard that voice before. Wish there was some light in this room. I reckon you're holding a gun on me, ain't you?
No, I don't need to hold a gun on you, Bart, because I can draw it if it's needed. You saw me draw my guns a long time ago.
Keep talking.
That time, they were going to hang you for a murder you didn't do. An Indian saw the murder, and it took quite a while to convince the sheriff.
Hold on. I remember now. There was a man that saved me from hanging. I hid out in a cave with him while the law worked to find me.
That's right, Bart.
A white horse, a mask. Are you masked?
Yes.
Thunderation, why didn't you say so? How'd you get here? What are you doing here? Why did you see Holstead?
One question at a time, Bart. Now listen. Both you and Holstead are strong-willed men. He thinks you stole his cattle just as you think he dammed the water to keep it from you.
I never stole cattle in my life. What would I want of his critters? I got a plenty of my own.
What do he want with your water? There's more than he can use even in the dry weather.
Just ornery cousin.
No. A third man did both those things just to start a range war.
What?
Just to keep you and Holstead busy, so cattle could be taken from both of you. You won't quit fighting till Holstead releases the water, and he won't release the water until you send him the cattle he thinks you've stolen.
Stranger, I'd do anything you ask, almost. But I'm darned if I'll back down. I can't do it. If I was to go to him with peace terms, I'd be the laughing stock of the county.
Pride, Bart. You're going to let more men get killed because of your pride.
Let Holstead come to me.
I can't reach Holstead. The men are ready to shoot me on sight.
I'd sooner go broke, lose all my cattle, see all my men shot down, or get shot down myself, than to go and kowtow to Bill Holstead.
With both of you feeling that way, this war can go on as long as there's a man alive on either side.
Just so. This war goes on unless Holstead comes to me, takes back what he said about me stealing his cattle, and lets that water come through my land again.
Very well, Bart. I've done my best. There's one favor I'd like to ask of you.
I told you I'd do most anything you ask. But I won't back down in this fight.
What I'm going to ask is very simple.
Name it, mister.
A friend of mine will come here in the morning asking for a job.
Gunman?
No, cook.
Cook? Well, I got a Chinese.
This man is an Indian and a good cook.
Well, we can always use a good cook. That's all you want. Send him around.
He'll be on hand first thing in the morning.
I'll tell the guards. Let him by.
Thanks, Bart.
Well, that beats me. They'd like him to give up trying to stop the war. Yet, by ginger, that's just what he seems to have done. That's him, all right. There ain't but one man shouts like that. The Lone Ranger.
Shortly after breakfast the next morning, Bart Conway went to his bunkhouse.
What's the matter with all you men? Your horses are waiting in the corral.
Oh, boss, we're ailing something awful.
What's the matter?
I don't know what it is. We all feel like we've been poisoned.
Well, get yourself the saddle and you'll feel better. The boys just came in from the Holstead place. They're eating now, and we ain't no guards on the job or nothing. Get going.
I can't move a step to no saddle, boss. I'm sick. Me too. All the hanker for us to keep horizontal. I feel like I've been poisoned, boss.
Poisoned?
Maybe some more work of that Holstead outfit.
They wouldn't use poison.
They sure enough use something.
I'll find out about this. Hey, you. I want to see you.
What you want?
What are you doing with that horse?
This scout. Him Tonto's horse.
I know it's your horse, all right, but what are you cinching up for?
Me ride way now.
But you was the cook here. And that's what I want to speak about.
Tonto cooked breakfast.
Yeah, and half my men are ailing. You know anything about it?
All men get sick by and by.
What's that?
Other feller eat now.
Yeah, but
by and by, them be sick too.
Mean to say you poisoned that food?
No.
But you just said
Me put medicine in food.
Medicine?
That right. Steady, Scout.
Hold on. Get down from that horse. You ain't going nowhere till I get done questioning you. And if you laid up all my men, by thunderation, you'll swing for it, even if you are the masked man's friend.
Men be all right in 2, maybe 3 days.
That wretch, You not shoot. Hey, you kicked away my gun. I'll...
Get him up, Scout.
I'll kill you for this.
Come on, Scout.
That same afternoon in the town cafe.
So the hull of the Conway outfit's laid up, sick of bed.
That's what I heard tell, Sheriff, and I guess it's straight enough. Bob don't get his facts wrong.
I wonder what'll happen to the feud.
Now there ain't no one for Holstead to fight again.
Just so. Wonder if he'll attack while Conway is hampered so.
No, that ain't Holstead's style. I wonder if Big Bill knows about it. Seen any of his men around here, barkeep?
Ain't seen hide nor hair of any of them, no, sir. Reckon we're all busy guarding Holstead's ranch house since that masked man got away.
I've heard about him. Doggone, I'd like to get a hold of him again. He slipped past me once. Well, I'll see you later, barkeep.
Yes, sirree.
Sheriff.
Hey? Leaping lightning flash.
Take it easy.
You?
Yes. I thought you'd be interested in what I have to tell you.
I'm interested in...
No, don't slap leather.
You can't get away with this for long. Someone will come by here and see you holding a gun on me and wearing a mask. Then, by darn, you
That's
will...
why you must listen without wasting any time. All of Bart Conway's men are laid up.
I know.
My friend put medicine in their food.
That redskin? I'll get him, too.
No, you won't. Because that's going to be the means of ending this range war.
What's that, stranger?
You can get to Holstead's place, can't you?
I'd like to see him try to stop me.
Then go there as fast as you can. If you'll do what I ask, you'll end the range war.
Why are you so interested in ending that war?
Because both Holstead and Conway are good men. They should be working together against certain crooks who live here.
Meaning?
A man named Pete.
Ain't never been nothing proved against him.
One of your own deputies and
Huh?
half a dozen other men. Now, will you listen to me?
Put that iron in leather, stranger, and start talking.
After the sheriff had listened to the Lone Ranger, he went to Holstead's ranch, arriving there in the late afternoon. Holstead began the conversation.
Now, there ain't no use you trying to tell me to stop fighting, Sheriff. I won't do it.
I know better than to suggest anything as sensible as that, Holstead. What I do object to is the means you're using.
Huh?
It ain't right nor just to try and poison all of our carved men.
Who says I done that? Name the polecat that accuses me of using poison.
I ain't naming nobody. But the facts are that every one of Conway's bodies is sick of bed.
Oh, is that so?
Yep. Looks to be some sort of poison that got into their grub. I thought you'd know something about it.
You know better than that.
I hoped you wouldn't use such means of carrying on a range war.
How bad are they?
Oh, they'll pull around in a day or two, but meantime, Conway's alone there. He ain't even a guard to help him.
Shucks, I can't fight a man in that condition.
That's the way to be, Holstead. I always said you was a fair hombre. I thought I'd tell you.
But as soon as his men are around, they'll be heading here again, trying to get past my guards and smash that dam.
Reckon so.
And I won't let 'em. Not till he fetches back that cattle. I didn't dam the water, but as long as the dam is there, it stays there.
It's a darn shame you got to neglect your ranch so much. I bet you ain't had line riders out since the feud began.
How could I? I'm most afraid to see what my fences look like. They ain't been checked in weeks.
Might have a lot of stray cattle by this time.
Say, with Conway out of the fight for a couple of days, I can have my men tend to some of the work here.
That's right, Holstead.
Wait, I'll get 'em started right away. Hey, you call in the boys. We're riding west to check the lines. Have all the men ready to ride and work all night.
All right, boss.
I'm glad you come and told me that, Sheriff. I've been worried about them fences. We'll be ready to ride in no time. All set, boys?
Sheriff staying at the house?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Holstead. Don't worry about your house. I look after it. Maybe spend the night here.
Come on, boys. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
It worked out just right. Now to meet the masked man. Then follow them, boys, so the law'll be on hand for the showdown.
After dark, Holstead and his line rider spotted a campfire. They waited for a few moments, then circled it, while Pete and the deputy sheriff huddled close to the fire, not suspecting that they were seen.
Stop worrying, deputy. There ain't none of the Holstead men coming this far from the house. Not while the war's on. I planned the war for that reason.
But the war ain't on right now, Pete. Conway's outfit is sick in bed.
I ain't worried. Hey, you lazy galoots! Get them running irons hot fast. We got a lot of dogies to brand tonight. Ain't but a few hours so the boys will meet us and take them over.
That's all we need to know.
What's that?
Keep your heads high and stand up.
Holstead. We heard what you said. You started the war. Damn the creek and ran a running iron on our cows.
Cut the line. I just we should make a move, Pete. Just move and give me reason to shoot.
Never mind, Holstead. I'll deal with him.
Sheriff.
Yep. I've been a long time trying to prove something on you, Pete.
All right, what are you going to do about it?
Plenty, and that goes for you too, Deputy, and all the rest of you.
But I thought you was at the house, Sheriff.
Couldn't stay there, Holstead. I had to be here to make arrests.
You knew these snakes was here?
I had a good idea the masked man told the truth.
Who?
The masked man that made Conway's men sick. So you'd ride lines and find Pete here. I reckon when I tell Bart the truth, the two of you can shake hands.
There's nothing I'd admire to do more, doggone it.
Come on, Silver, old boy! Settlers are in trouble! We must hurry! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.